Chapter 1. The Aftermath. "Hurry, Sebastian, they're gaining on us!" I shout. He bears down on the accelerator. Our hair blows in the wind, and the lack of streetlights gives no assistance in evading them. The determination in Sebastian's eyes tells me he's had narrow escapes like this before. I have faith that he can do this. He places his hand on my knee and grips tightly. "Don't worry, they'll never catch us." He presses the accelerator down farther. The car speeds past 200 miles per hour, and the wheels lose contact with the ground. The anti-gravity shift fully engages. Our heads whip back into the seats as the car rapidly accelerates past 300 miles per hour. Despite this, the others are still on our tail. I look back, and my hair flies all over the place. I shut the windows as the wind entering our car holds us back. "They're going to catch us!" I shout. Sebastian shifts gears, increasing the anti-gravity output on the rear of the car, which blows us into the 500 mile per hour zone. "You keep this up and we're going to break the sound barrier!" I shout. We put a reasonable distance between them and ourselves. "I told you they weren't going to— oh shit!" he shouts as another vehicle comes up on our side. I can't believe this crap. How could they have caught up to us so fast? Sebastian looks forward, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Hold on. He engages the enhanced anti-gravity accelerator button in the middle of the steering wheel. It propels us to 800 miles per hour, and a sonic boom flashes behind us. We take on G's of gravity, and I hold on to his leg, my claws digging into him. This feeling of speed drives me mad with passion. I want to bite him, but I can't. He has to stay focused if we're going to evade them. He shifts his body toward me and smiles. Do you remember when we were on our way to the kingdom of Merlotica? We were driving through the flatlands, and we crashed because we couldn't keep our hands off each other. With the G's engulfing my body, I allow my vampirism to surface so I can speak clearly. My fangs protrude, and with them, my desire to bite and rip his clothes off grows stronger. What makes you recall that? I ask. Because I'm thinking of doing it again. His fangs extend. If you lose control at this speed, there will be no coming back. We'll both end up dead. I caution. Maybe I should slow down then. He backs his foot off the accelerator. I see in the rearview mirror that the others are fast approaching. Sebastian, come on, stop that! Go faster! He licks his lips and presses the accelerator down farther. We pick up speed, leaving them in the dust. This is life and death, Sebastian. Life and death, I remind him. He chuckles as we approach the horizon. The sun rises in the distance. Just a little bit farther, my love. We're almost there. The others are on our tail, but not one of them will catch up before we're gone. We take each other's hand and squeeze tightly. With one last push, we cross the field, victorious. Anastasia and Alessandro come behind us, finishing second, with Evangeline and Vanitia coming in third. We've won the revamp race for the 4th time in a row, much to Alessandro's jealousy. Our engineers developed anti-gravity vehicles for Sebastian and Alessandro so they can take their revamp games to a new level of speed. So far, Sebastian has won every game, and each time Alessandro vows to put an end to his winning streak. His threats never come to pass, however, although it does provide Anastasia and me much amusement when he fist pumps the air with both hands as if he's declaring war. It takes a couple of miles before we're able to slow down and come to a complete stop. I kiss Sebastian on his forehead to congratulate him on another win, and then we exit our car to meet with Alessandro and Anastasia. They pull up behind us and step out of their vehicle. With a smile on our faces, we sit back and wait for Alessandro to declare war on us again. They approach us, and Alessandro raises his fist into the air. This isn't over, Sebastian. I swear, I shall... Knock it off, Alessandro. You're never going to win. I think those engineers gave your friend a little extra horsepower in his car. That's the only explanation. Anastasia says, How dare you accuse us of cheating? Sebastian says, trying to hide his smirk. Evangeline and Vanitia pull up and exit their vehicle to join us. I'll tell you what, you two can use our car for the next race. That should put an end to your accusations after we win again. I say, smiling. Vanitia comes up behind Alessandro and wraps her arms around his waist. You almost had him that time, she says. Anastasia's eyes flame red, and Alessandro pulls away from her. Yes, I did almost have them, he says, pushing her off. For the last few months since Alessandro joined us here, Vanitia has been relentless in her pursuit of him. On one hand, I'm glad she's stopped trying to go after Sebastian, while on the other, I feel bad for Anastasia. Each time they're near each other, a murderous look overcomes Anastasia, and I can tell she's only moments away from attacking Vanitia. Do you have a thing for men who are unavailable, Vanitia? Is that what you do? Evangeline asks. Vanitia laughs, leaning up against Alessandro's arm. I was only congratulating him on a near win, that's all. A devious grin spreads across her face. You know, Kyra, we can always abduct her while she's asleep and simply bury her alive in the Shadowlands. I'm betting she'd make it a good 3 miles before the Dagger Wolves got her. Anastasia whispers to me. I burst out laughing. Sebastian takes Alessandro by the arm and pulls him close, away from Vanitia. Here. He hands him the keys to our car. Let's go again. I'm sure you'll have the advantage with my modified-to-win car, he jokes. Abso-freaking-lutely, Alessandro says with confidence. Oh no, the game is over for today. We've been racing all night, and I need to rest and to feed, barks Anastasia. She's right, I need a blood bag or two, Evangeline says. In their sympathetic display, both men look at me with sad faces, hoping I'll say yes to another race. Let's call it a day, I say, agreeing with my sisters. Aw, the men say childishly in unison. Anastasia wraps her arms around her mate. There's plenty of time for another game later. Besides, I'd like some alone time with you, she says. Alessandro smiles and kisses her forehead. I've got an idea. How about you three head back in Sebastian's car while the three of us go another round? I'm not tired in the least. I'll ride with Alessandro while Sebastian can ride alone without distraction. If Alessandro loses, I'll ride with Sebastian in the next race. What do you say? Asks Vanitia. No, the four of us scream at her. I swear, you're never going to learn, are you? Says Evangeline. What? She asks, putting on a fake expression of surprise. You are under no circumstances to be alone with my mate, you little wench, says Anastasia, pulling Alessandro closer to her. Vanitia casts her devious smile at us all. I wasn't going to be alone with him. Sebastian was going to be there. Enough. Let's go home. Kyra's right. We all need to feed and to get some rest, says Sebastian. Just one more ride, she says, extending her hand toward Sebastian before I slap it away. You know, Vanitia, the sun is up. How would you like to go venture outside of the force field and frolic in the sunlight? She looks at me fearfully, as if I'm serious. That sounds like a great idea, exclaims Anastasia. Let's go. The sunlight awaits. Vanitia snatches the keys to Alessandro's car out of his hands, jumps inside, and starts the engine. Hey, wait, we're just joking, I scream, but it's too late. She's gone. I wasn't joking, Anastasia snickers. I warned you about her before you came here. Now you see what I mean, I tell them. Sebastian smiles and puts his arm around me. I'm glad you're here, Alessandro. You've taken a lot of pressure off me. He jokes. Alessandro rolls his eyes, as does Anastasia. I'm still in favor of burying her alive, she says with a serious face. Come on, you all. She's harmless, Evangeline says. Says the woman who doesn't have a mate she's trying to bed, comments Anastasia. They look at each other and laugh. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving and tired. Let's head home. We have a lot to plan tonight. The Coven is drawing nearer to our home, and it won't be long before those dagger wolves aren't able to hold them off, I say, stretching out my arms. Sebastian wraps his arms around me and lifts me up in the air, kissing me. Hey, you can't just interrupt my stretch like that. He puts me down on the hood of his car, his eyes changing from blue to light green. I can already tell what he wants. The race still has his blood boiling for me. He places his hands on my thighs and moves them up my skirt. Seriously? With my sisters watching? I say with a slight grin. He turns around, and both Evangeline and Anastasia are watching, trying to conceal their smiles. Alessandro at least has the common decency to turn his back toward us. I thought you all were tired. Why don't you head back? Sebastian says. My sisters avert their glances and head to Evangeline's car. Don't stay out here too long, Anastasia remarks. So embarrassing, I say, yet Sebastian is undeterred. The moment they climb into the car and drive away, he continues his sensual caress of my leg. Sebastian, I'm hungry. Aren't you hungry? I open my legs slightly. Right now, I'm hungry for something. He bends over and throws my legs on top of his shoulders. I can't believe he's doing this. As his head motions closer between my legs, I place my hands on his forehead to stop him. Sebastian, what if someone sees us? He looks up at me and smiles. We're in the middle of nowhere, my love. It's the break of dawn, and most are still sleeping. You are the queen of this kingdom. There's no need to be apprehensive. He tries to move farther down my thighs, but my hands are still blocking him. Sebastian, but He shifts my hands from his forehead and plants his tongue on my panties. I thought I told you not to wear panties in my presence, he says. He pushes them to the side and runs his dripping wet tongue over my clit. The euphoria from his saliva instantly makes me wet. I can't believe you're doing this out in the open, Sebastian. He moves away from my clit and lifts my skirt from his head so I can see him. Our eyes engage, and he throws me a lustful grin. Doesn't the thrill of getting caught make it that much more exciting? Before I can respond, his entire mouth envelops my clit, and he begins to suck. I drip down his throat as he twirls his tongue around my clit over and over again. I wrap my legs around his head and push him in deeper. My moans mask the sound of a car coming up behind us. With my thighs covering Sebastian's ears, he doesn't hear them approaching either. "Sorry guys, I forgot my— Holy crap!" screams Vanitia. The moment I hear her voice, my heart sinks into my gut. Sebastian jumps up and turns his back toward her, and I swiftly pull my skirt down and climb off the hood of our car. Vanitia's fangs protrude, and I can almost smell her lust influence emanating from her. She vanishes from my sight and appears in front of Sebastian. "How did she taste?" she asks. She gets down on her knees and starts to unbuckle Sebastian's belt. He's immersed in her lust influence and is frozen still. "Please, Kyra, just let me taste him. This isn't fair. I caught you two in the act." She yells and then tugs on the zipper of his pants. Sebastian takes her hands and throws them away. He retreats behind me to fix his belt. This is the last straw. She gets up and backs away. Still reeling under her lust influence, Sebastian tries to maintain his ground. I look at her, my eyes red with fury. "I'm not doing this on purpose, Kyra. When I see something I desire, it becomes a natural reaction. I caught you two in the act. My obsession has now increased tenfold," she proclaims. "I thought I told you to keep your fucking hands off him, Vanitia." "This is your fault. You shouldn't be out here in the open." "This is my kingdom. Sebastian and I will make love wherever we choose." "I'm sorry, Kyra, but I have to get away from her. This is the strongest I've ever felt her lust influence resonate," Sebastian says. He kisses me on the cheek and takes off into the air like an angel. I watch as he glides through the air, leaving me here with this cock-blocking bitch. "Now see what you did?" I fume. Her eyes turn blue as she watches Sebastian in awe. "He reminds me of the seraph craze of the 25th century," she says. As she gazes at him, I punch her in the gut, and she falls to the ground in pain. I have to stop myself beating her further. "How many times do I have to hurt you before you understand you need to keep your hands off him, Vanitia? Why did you even come back here? What the hell did you forget to take with you?" I shout as she rolls on the ground, holding her stomach. My pen. I dropped it on the ground," she stutters. "A pen? A damn pen, woman?" I lift my fist to hit her again. "I'm sorry, Kyra. I thought you both were gone already. It's not my fault you two decided to have sex out here." I lower my hand and sigh. I'm frustrated, tired, hungry, and horny. And this woman keeps showing up every time Sebastian and I get a moment together. I gaze down at her, and she has her hands out in front of her face to block my wrath. I extend my hand to her. "Get up, Vanitia. I'm not going to hit you anymore." She looks at me, unsure if I'm lying or not. I grab her arm and pull her to her feet. "Please don't hit me again, Kyra. You're too strong," she says fretfully. "If you don't touch Sebastian, then I won't touch you." She nods and then dusts herself off. "I'll try to keep myself under control. It's just that when I saw you and him together, I went mad with lust. No man has ever done that to me before." I stare at her, stunned. "You've slept with countless men and women since you've been here, and you're telling me that no one has given you oral pleasure?" She draws nearer to me. "My lust influence is so strong that most want to skip the foreplay and get right to it." She comes even closer. "I want to know what it feels like, just once." I take a step back, but she continues to advance. I feel her influence begin to emanate again. "What are you doing, Vanitia?" She smiles. "You always want the things you can't have." She places her hand on my hip. "Don't do this," I warn. She places her other hand on my hip and pulls me close. "Sebastian will never know," she whispers. She moves in to kiss me, but I push her off. What is your problem, you crazed sex addict? Have you no restraint? If you hadn't been raised in that human city, you would know this is the way of the vampire. She hisses. Not in the walls of my kingdom, I counter. Haven't you ever wondered what? Enough. No more lust influence and no more discussion. Now get in the car before I leave you out here. She looks at me and exhales sadly. I'll walk, she says. I give her a strange expression. What do you mean you'll walk? If I get in that car with you, I won't be able to stop myself from taking you. After what I saw you and Sebastian doing, my senses are all over the place. I need to relieve myself. You won't let me have you, so I think it's best if I walk. Suit yourself. I walk over to the car and open the door. She stands there with her arms crossed. So you're going to let me walk all the way back to the city? I turn around with my brows raised. You just said you wanted to walk. I know, but you were supposed to say, "Oh no, Vanitia, I can't let you walk. Please get in the car." My right eye begins to twitch, and I'm about to pull my hair out in frustration. I try to concentrate on the meditative techniques Masego taught me by closing my eyes and breathing deeply. She walks over to me and places her hand on my shoulder. That single touch feeds my frustration even more. This woman is driving me insane. Are you all right? She asks. I look up at her and smile. I will be in a moment. A Machiavellian grin forms on my face, and I take her hand in mine. I'll give you what you want if it will satisfy you. Her eyes light up, and she follows me to the rear of the car. Are you serious, Kyra? Please tell me you're serious. My smile becomes more apparent. Of course I'm serious. Close your eyes, I say seductively. She follows my command, smiling. I circle behind her and touch the small of her back, causing her to shiver in anticipation. Slowly, I open the trunk of the car, and then I shove her in. I close and lock it. Kyra, what the hell? What are you doing? She starts to beat the inside of the trunk lid. Saving myself from your craziness, I respond. She continues to bang her fist against the inside of the trunk. It's no use, Vanitia. There's no way out. As soon as we get back to the palace, I order you to see Masego. He'll teach you meditative techniques to help you keep your desires under control. You have no idea how many times I've had to stop Anastasia from killing you. Your obsession with men who are already mated must end. I can hear her scratching at the trunk with her claws. It's as if she isn't even listening to what I'm saying. Did you hear what I said? Yes, I heard you. I promise I won't go near Sebastian or Alessandro again. I promise. Save your promises. They're meaningless at this point. I'm serious this time, Kyra. How many times do you have to say you're serious before you become serious? This isn't up for debate. You are to report to Masego the minute we get back. Understood? Her scratching and banging stops, and I hear her breathe softly. All right. Fine. I'll do it. Now would you please let me out of here? Sorry, but I just can't do that. I get into the car and start the engine. She begins to bang again, but I turn up the volume on the music player to drown out her pleas for freedom. While it pains me to do this, she's left me with no other choice. I turn us around and head back to the city. I want nothing more than to meet up with Sebastian so we can finish what we started. Nevertheless, I do need something to eat. I hope my mother had the chefs prepare breakfast. She's probably wondering where we went off to in the middle of the night anyway. Kyra, I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore. She screams, but I turn up the volume louder. We'll be home soon, I shout over my music, hoping she can hear me. With so much to plan, the last thing we need to worry about is Vanitia lusting after our mates. I hope Masego can help her the same way he helped Sebastian and me. Chapter 2. Together once again. In the 6 months since I escaped Verinia, our chemist has been able to decipher the serum they used on Sebastian and me. It's derived from black glaver leaves, the same ingredient my mother used to poison Balathan Cummings. Breaking the news to my mother about Bruce's death is tearing me up inside, regardless of his actions that almost led to my demise. He was the only father I ever knew. It took my brother and sister a full month before their tears dried over him. I will never understand why he thought he could trust the Coven. They're ruthless and dishonorable. How many times did they have to prove that before he realized it? Now it's too late. He's gone from this world, and there's nothing I could have done to save him. He made his choice, and now the people he left behind will have to live with it. After the initial shock of Bruce's death, my mother confided in me about the day my birth father, Emmanuel, was taken from her. I was surprised to learn Balathan created the serum they used on me. He used the same serum to subdue my father. I also know why I have the gift of superior strength. I inherited it from him. My father could have easily broken free from his bondage if it weren't for that damn serum. Thanks to the Cummings family, the Coven now has a powerful weapon against us. For the last few weeks, our chemist has been relentlessly seeking a way to counteract the effects of the serum. What they did to me can never happen again. They'll spare no effort if they're able to use it on me a second time. It almost killed Sebastian, and I refused to see him on the brink of death ever again. That day, I had to search deep within myself to keep from attacking them head-on. I made the right decision to withdraw rather than fight. In the weeks afterward, we successfully took back Merlotica with the help of Queen Ariel. The kingdom of Merlotica is now fortified, protected by the light-shifting technology that surrounds Dragoius. Goldrose can rest assured that her kingdom is now secure from any other attacks conjured by the Coven. Those loyal to the Coven were driven out. Most made their way to Verinia, while others found refuge in surrounding kingdoms. With 2 kingdoms on our side, it's only a matter of time before the others see the light. We know the Coven's secret. We understand why love is forbidden. The day we have communication set up across the whole world, I'll be able to broadcast my message, freeing everyone from the shackles the Coven has placed on the masses. There will be no hiding it any longer. The Coven will have to face reality when all vampires know the truth. If we're successful, this conflict will be won without any lives lost. The Coven can't kill everyone in the world. We will have won, and the world can return to what it once was. The great peace will finally be realized. "My love," says Sebastian, placing his hands on my shoulders and massaging slowly. "Did you sleep well?" I turn over to face him. His eyes look tired after only 2 hours of sleep. I kiss his nose and gaze into his eyes. He's so beautiful, even when he's exhausted. "Aren't you happy you didn't go for that last race?" I ask. He runs his fingers through my hair and kisses my forehead. "I'd rather spend the day in bed with you." I sit up and wrap myself in the sheets. If Sebastian were to glance at my naked breast, there'd be no stopping him from taking me. I didn't eat much before sleeping, and I'm still a little hungry. It's the middle of the afternoon, and my mother was already upset that we didn't make it back in time for breakfast. I don't want to miss another meal. "A little treat before supper?" he asks. Lifting his hand, he tries to remove the sheet from my body. "Sebastian, we just made love before we slept." I know that won't deter him, but I try anyway. There's no telling how many days like this we're going to have. We should savor each other in every moment. He pulls the sheet from my breast, and his fangs lengthen. I look down and see his cock pulsating beneath the covers. Its imprint makes me moist, and my fangs begin to protrude as well. I reach down to touch him, but he grabs my hand, stopping me. "You're right. Your mother is probably waiting. Let's go," he says. I know he's teasing me, so I play along. "All right." I throw the sheets off me and hop out of bed. He lies there, shocked. "Come on, Sebastian, get dressed." I toss a pair of pants at him and run into the closet. "Are you serious right now?" "You just said let's go." He climbs out of bed and marches toward me. Laughing, I close the closet door and lock it. He knocks while tugging at the doorknob. "Let me in." "Can't. Getting ready." I tease. "My clothes are in there too." "No, they're not." "All right, fine. You've left me no other choice. I guess I'll have to go and have breakfast naked. I hope Vanatia isn't down there." Without thinking a single thought, I open the door and fly at him. He turns around just as we collide, and I pin him to the floor, my claws and fangs extended. My eyes are glowing red, and I feel my soul fill with fury. You want Vanatia to see you naked? I shout. He looks at me shocked. The little smile on his face doesn't hide the fact that he's somewhat frightened. Of course not. I wasn't going to leave this room naked, and of course I don't want that crazy woman to see me naked. I breathe heavily as the thought of them together enters my mind. I'm sorry for saying that, Kyra. I was only joking. He says to soothe me. Have you ever desired her, Sebastian? Answer me seriously. His brow wrinkles. Never. I kiss his cheek and loosen my grip on his wrist. Sebastian, I know she's stunningly beautiful. She has a lust influence I will never have. If you truly do desire her, I'd be willing to have a threesome. Think of it, you can have us both at once. Would you like that? I ask, testing him to see what his answer will be. He breaks free of my grip, places both hands on my face, and pulls me close to his lips. Why would I want a bland appetizer when I have a tasty main course here in my arms? He says. Do you mean that? Must I get the dagger? His eyes turn serious and his lips curl. I don't understand why I allow these thoughts to enter my head. Sebastian has proven himself to me on so many occasions, yet jealousy still creeps inside me. He reaches under the bed for his pants and pulls the dagger from the back pocket. Before he can bring it closer to him, I take it from his hands and throw it across the room. I thought I told you to get rid of that thing. I keep it to assure you that I'd choose death over betraying you, Kyra. You are the only person in this world that I want. I forsake all others. What we have is true love, and because of that, we will both be human soon. I press my body against him and kiss his neck. We're different, Sebastian. What I gathered from your father's thoughts is that the reversion takes only a few months. We've been in love for years, yet we're both still vampires. Well, I mean, I'm still half vampire. You can survive in sunlight, and your thirst for blood isn't as potent as it once was, but you're still a vampire. Not only that, you're becoming stronger and developing more gifts. If we are to become human, then something has to be said about what's happening to you. The jealousy leaves me as I realize Sebastian and I are not reverting. I feel no different from when I first met him, and my love for him only grows stronger. We need a test subject to prove what Sebastian saw in his father's blood is the truth. There are plenty of people in my kingdom who have paired off, and I'm confident that somewhere a couple has fallen in love. We have to be sure. Maybe it's the courting moon that keeps us the way we are, he says. I run my hand over his face softly and rub his eyebrow with my thumb. We'll have our answers soon. If we can replicate the serum they used on us, we can capture the Archduke or another high-ranking member of the Coven and force him to tell us everything. His eyes glow light blue, and I feel his cock press against me. We're both naked, and with me lying on top of him, it won't be long before he enters me. In the meantime, what do you say I have my treat? He licks his lips. But you said, oh. I gasp as he pushes himself inside. He takes my hand and bites my arm. I lose my bearings and give in entirely. I'll never get enough of this, I say, panting. Nor will I. He rolls me onto my back, pins me down, and pushes himself in and out of me softly. I wrap my legs around him and suck on his neck. His skin is so soft that it makes the urge to bite him unbearable. I curl my lips back and sink my fangs into his neck. Just as his blood fills me, he pushes his cock deeper, causing my legs to shake. You know what I want, Sebastian. I say through mind thought, do you want me to make love to you? Or do you want me to fuck you like a savage? He responds, do what you want to this body. It's all yours. I pull my fangs from his neck and look into his eyes. He licks the blood from my lips and puts his hand around my throat. Close my eyes and arch my back. I push my body closer to him. Wrapping his hand around my neck, he lifts me into the air and slams me against the wall. My fangs lengthen and I smile in jubilation. Each time we make love, our sexual desires evolve and become more aggressive. I love it, as does he. I wrap my legs around his waist and grab his cock, then guide it inside of me. He moans, which triggers my insatiable lust for him. I scratch his chest, drawing blood. The grip he has on my neck tightens, and he bangs me harder, cracking the wall we're leaning on. I suppress my gifts so I don't end up hurting him, but he pierces my mind with a request. "I'm stronger now, my love. Just let it go," he says. I gaze into his eyes, and they're on fire, just like mine. My walls slick his cock as the thought of letting go drives me to an insane lust. "I don't want to hurt you, Sebastian," I say aloud. His claws dig into my neck, almost making me climax. He watches as my breasts move up and down with every long, sensual stroke he gives me. "I want to experience your true self, Kyra. All of your vampirism before it fades to nothing. Let go on your mate. Let go on me," he begs. My eyes glow pink and my fangs extend fully. Sebastian uses his gifts to ignite a circle of fire around us. He controls it so it doesn't spread to the rest of the room. It heats our bodies immensely. Sweat drips from his chest and abs onto my body. So fucking sexy. My legs shake wildly, and I struggle to keep them wrapped around his waist. Sebastian palms my backside with his other hand to keep me from falling to the floor. I'm lost in him. I feel myself letting go and allow my gift to take over so he can sense it. He squeezes my neck harder, almost cutting off my air supply. I'm about to come all over his cock when he slows his thrusts, pushes himself all the way into me, and kisses my neck. "You come when I say you come. I alone control your orgasm," he whispers. That's when I feel it. It's as if my heart and mind are exploding inside my body. His domineering assertiveness has me on the brink. I see the smile he tries to hide when he senses my desperate need to come. Sinking my fangs into his shoulder, I wrap my arms around him. I drink and drink. My lover's euphoric blood runs through me, and I cannot stop myself from consuming his essence. I take gulps of him, and he doesn't stop me. My hidden vampire nature has wholly surfaced, and I've lost all control. Sebastian thrusts his cock in and out of me like a wild beast, all the while choking me intensely. His grip makes it hard for me to swallow, but I manage to do so. Squeezing him tighter, I suck the blood from him more ferociously. Its warmth and sweetness runs down my throat. I don't ever want to stop. That's when I feel his body begin to wither, and he releases his grip on my neck. As his thrusts slow, I realize what I'm doing. I pull my fangs from his shoulder and look at him with worry. He falls to his knees. "Oh my God, Sebastian!" I bellow. "Why'd you stop?" he asks wearily. I gaze at his face, distraught. The glow in his eyes has dimmed, and he looks dizzy. "What do you mean, why did I stop? I almost drank you dry. I told you it was too dangerous to let myself go with you." He takes my backside in both hands and stands up. His cock is still pulsating. Within seconds, he recovers and his withered body regains its strength. I wrap my legs around him again in total shock. How could he regain his strength so fast without replenishment? "I told you I'm stronger now. I can take all of you. Your strength, your love, your desire. Everything. And we're not finished yet." I gasp as he pushes himself deeper inside of me. I close my eyes and bite my bottom lip, causing blood to drip down my chin, and kiss him sensually. "The time for savagery has passed. Allow me to make love to you, softly," he whispers. He carries me to the bed and slowly lays me down. After putting me in the missionary position, he runs his wet tongue up the middle of my chest, all the way up my neck and chin. I grab his backside and spread his cheeks apart just as he puts his tongue in my mouth. I want him. I want him to explode inside me again and again, non-stop until I'm carrying his child. He reads my thoughts and knows what I want, and I know he wants the same. "I love you, Kyra," I sense him say in his mind. "And I you, Sebastian." That's when something happens to us. Something that has never happened before. In the past, this would only happen with those who have the gift of mind thought. We awake in a void of thought, of pure pleasure. We are everywhere and in everything. We can see ourselves making love, physically and spiritually. We are in our minds as well as outside. We are pure light, pure essence. "What is this?" "I don't know, but it's amazing," he responds. We are detached from our bodies, yet they continue to make love. It's as if we're of two minds, two bodies, but acting as one. I reach out to touch Sebastian's chest, and it ripples like a pond after a stone's been thrown into it. All of this is reminiscent of the radiant glow that reflects the bond of the courting moon, which brings me chills. The sensation of that touch feels like the ultimate climax. Sebastian senses it too. We embrace each other and become one. Something is unique about our love, and we must discover what it is. Humans don't experience these types of sensations. Something is happening to us, and I doubt anyone knows, including the Coven. We feel the climax of our physical bodies reaching its peak. It causes us to descend back into ourselves. We open our eyes and gaze at one another. His fangs protrude as he comes deep inside of me. Moments later, I squeeze my legs around him and come as well. The fire Sebastian ignited dies down. We're both soaked in sweat, mouths stained with blood. He lies on top of me, squeezes my right breast, and licks the left, twirling his tongue around my nipple. I never want this to end. I never want to lose you. We've had so many narrow escapes, so many times when I thought I'd lost you. I never want to feel that way again. I whisper, out of breath. I'm yours forever, Kyra. Here and here, he says, touching the centers of my chest and my head, to signify my heart and mind. I put my arms around him and lay his head between my breasts. I comb my fingers through his hair and close my eyes. Every day, he says, I thank whatever forces brought us together from the bottom of my heart. You are my other half. You are what makes me, me. Without you, I'd be a hollow shell. I'd be nothing. With you, I am everything. The word love can't begin to describe the depth of feelings I have for you. His words pierce my soul, filling my eyes with tears of happiness. I hug him tighter and think back to the day we first met. How his soft, cold touch sent a chilling thrill through my body. I think I had seen in him how much I could fall for him that day. I denied those feelings for months until he finally broke through the shell the first time he fed on me. That day, I knew I was in love, and he knew it too. I rub his back and listen to him breathe. He falls asleep in my arms, and I slowly feel myself giving way to slumber. I can't believe you two! Someone shouts outside the door. Startled, we both wake up and sit on the bed. Who is it? I ask, wiping my eyes. Kyra, you left Vanatia in the trunk of your car for crying out loud. She's been screaming for hours, says Evangeline. Surprise overwhelms me as I realize I forgot to unlock the trunk before I came to my room. Vanatia, what is she doing in the trunk? Asks Sebastian. I kiss his forehead and get up from the bed. I'll tell you later. I take the keys, which are sitting next to my clothes on the floor, and slide them under the door to Evangeline. Could you let her out for me, please? I ask while trying to sound sympathetic. Sure. Also, your mother's been waiting for you two for a while. She's cooked a special meal to celebrate the downfall of the Coven, so she says. Sebastian removes the sheets from his naked body and heads to the bathroom. My eyes are glued to him. Tell her we'll be down momentarily. I'm afraid there will be no need for me to tell her anything. Why's that? Kyra and Sebastian, would you two hurry it up already? Everyone is starving, my mother calls through the door. My focus on Sebastian's perfectly round backside is broken when I realize my mother is right outside. We're coming, I shout in embarrassment. I head to the bathroom and join Sebastian. I'm sure we can control ourselves long enough for a quick shower. Chapter 3. Parents. Sebastian and my mother sit at the end of the table, having a private discussion. The serious look on his face tells me whatever my mother is saying is having an intense effect on him. Nativ sits at the center of the table with Baldassare, who has decided to leave Verinia for good and join us. After seeing our forces surround what everyone once thought to be impregnable, many Verinians soon began to question the power of the Coven. This, however, only strengthens their resolve. If it weren't for our light-shifting technology, the battle would have already commenced. I know we cannot hide here forever. Sebastian, along with my mother, walks over to me and sits. Are you all right? I ask. I'm sorry, Kyra, but I had to tell him the truth, my mother says. What truth? That my mother tried to rape and kill your father on more than one occasion. Sebastian confides. I stare at them both with a wrinkled brow. Sebastian has a look of shame in his eyes, as if he's responsible for his mother's actions. I rub his shoulders and let him know that he shouldn't harbor any guilt for what his parents have done. Nativ turns to my mother, surprised, as if he already knew about this. Finishing his blood bag, Nativ wipes his lips and moves closer to Baldassare. Are you sure it was wise to tell them that? This happened before either of them were born, he says to my mother. I think it's best to get everything out in the open. I want him to understand who his parents are. I'm sure he knows, Amy. I mean, they did torture him for months and threatened to kill him and Kyra. I wish Emmanuel had told us your identity before he passed. This fight could have started long before now if he had. I look around the table, confused. Want to fill me in on what you two were talking about? How did Sebastian's mother try to kill my father? I thought he was king of Verinia. It was sheer bloodlust, nothing more. It was decades ago. I assure you, your father handled himself amicably when confronted by her, says Nativ. I gaze at my mother and frown. I can't believe she's just now telling us this. But it does explain why she's always trembled with rage each time we mention Sebastian's parents. No matter how much she tries to hide it, I can sense the anger brewing within her. I'm so sorry for what my mother did. You don't secretly hate me, do you? Sebastian asks with a sigh. My mother gapes and then wraps her arms around him, hugging him tightly. Of course not. I could never hate you. You've brought my daughter all the happiness a mother could ask for. You two love each other so much it's truly heartwarming. To tell you the truth, you falling in love with my daughter is the ultimate irony. I wish Emmanuel were here to see it. I gaze at them both and smile when Vanitia enters the room with Evangeline. The look on Vanitia's face is one of fury. I stand up and back away, readying myself to run while everyone stares at us, mystified. You left me in there on purpose, she growls. I promise you it was an accident. She circles the table, but I'm able to avoid her. I briskly walk around the table with her giving chase. You owe me, Kyra, she hisses, walking faster toward me. I try to hold in my laughter as the contempt in her eyes becomes more dominant. If you hadn't tried to molest me, I wouldn't have had to lock you in that trunk. Her rushed walk turns into a fast jog. She reaches out for me, but I run away from her, jogging faster. For retribution, you should hand yourself over to me for one night. She laps the table and crosses Sebastian's path. He holds his arm out and wraps it around her waist, stopping her in her tracks. After standing, he takes her by the shoulders and sits her down in his chair. You are not going to have Kyra tonight or any other night. I suggest you calm down, he says in a commanding tone. I look around and all the men in the room are sweating bullets. She's exerting her lust influence to its fullest extent. Sebastian squeezes his eyes shut and gulps. That's not going to work on me anymore, he warns. I take Vanitia by the arm and rush her out of the room. I call out for Masego, who soon joins us in the hallway. All the men sigh in relief, as they can no longer feel her influence overcoming them. I warned you, I growl, tossing her against the wall. You can't blame me for that. He grabbed me first. Besides, my gifts are triggered when I get upset. I exhale. Masego, please teach her the meditative techniques you taught Sebastian and me. She needs them more than anyone else. Yes, of course. You needn't even ask. Vanitia scoffs and crosses her arms at me. I don't need to meditate. What I need is satisfaction. I need release after being locked in that damned trunk for so long. Masego takes her by the wrist and they both walk down the hallway. I swear, she will never learn. Chapter 4. Reversions. Ayumi and her husband Demetrius request an audience with Sebastian and me. After they and many others from Hymain relocated to my kingdom, things have been running smoothly. There are no long lines or segregated areas in Dragoius. Everyone lives integrated, humans and vampires alike. My father would have been proud to see his vision realized. Ayumi and Demetrius had befriended a couple a few days before I was captured by the Coven months ago, and now they inform us that they have news of this couple, who are too afraid to tell us what's going on with them. After years of living under Coven rule, it's difficult for vampires to break the old ways of living. No matter how many times I assure the masses they can come to me with anything, many are still timid around my nobility because of how they've been brought up. In due time, all of this will change. My mother accompanies her old friends, who greet me formally. I smile and wave my hand in a dismissing manner, letting them know that I'm not the absolute monarch who will condemn anyone who doesn't yield to my will. What's on your mind? I walk down from my throne and greet them. I've been so busy that I haven't seen them since the day we first met in Hymain. Demetrius is by Ayumi's side. His entire demeanor has changed. What I saw in Hymain was a battle-weary warrior full of rage. Now, he stands before me full of hope and far more relaxed. The same can be said about his wife. Looking at them and seeing the confidence in their eyes brings me joy. Seeing this only reinforces the notion that I've done the right thing. I hold my hand out, and Ayumi takes it in hers. She seems nervous, and our handshake doesn't seem to put her at ease. "We have something important to tell you. We've never seen anything like it," she says. Thoughts of infuriation flood my mind as her nervousness is making me think the worst. "Tell me, did you find someone here who was loyal to the Coven?" Her behavior changes from anxious to alarm. "Oh, no, nothing like that. It has nothing to do with the Coven. It's just that we witnessed something unbelievable. They were afraid to tell anyone, but I suggested they come to you first. I know you will understand." Relieved, I sigh and look around. "Well, where are they?" "They're coming. However, the couple asks that all the vampires leave first, except for your mate, Sebastian," says Demetrius. Whatever they witnessed must be pressing. I nod and ask Masego and all the other vampires to leave. "He can stay. He was once human," says Ayumi, pointing to Masego. "As you wish." I wave to Masego, and he walks over to join us. The vampires make their exit and close the doors behind them. Demetrius goes to the central doorway and opens it. In walk two vampires, covered from head to toe, hiding their faces. I recognize them both. The woman is from the kingdom of Merlotica, and the man, a former vagabond who helped build the northern human cities. They approach us, still hiding their faces. Sebastian becomes suspicious and makes his way to my side. "It's okay, Sebastian. They have no ill intentions, they're just afraid," says Demetrius. "Afraid of what?" I ask. They both look upright and remove the hoods from their heads and the scarves from their faces. Their hair has changed, as well as their eyes. No longer is their skin pale, and their fangs and claws have vanished. They're human. "What happened to you?" Masego exclaims. "We don't know what happened. We were having tea at Ayumi's house, and then suddenly, an overbearing pain overcame us both. Our bodies were illuminated in a white glow. It was blinding. When it was over, we awoke. Changed. We had reverted. We don't know how this is possible. There hasn't been a reversion for over a century. We didn't want to cause alarm, so we kept it hidden," the woman asserts. Sebastian and I look at each other, overjoyed. We now have our proof. Nevertheless, we have to be sure. I circle them, examining their bodies. They still seem nervous, fearful of what I may do. They don't know it yet, but they have stumbled onto something that means freedom for everyone on Earth. "May I ask you two a personal question?" "Yes, my queen," she says. "I need an honest answer. Try to be as truthful as you can. Now tell me, are you two in love?" They stare at each other and hesitate. "Don't be afraid to tell me your feelings. We are not the Coven, and Coven law doesn't apply to the lands of my kingdom," I assure them. The man steps forward, holding his head high. "Yes, we are in love. I fell in love with her the moment we gazed into each other's eyes," he says confidently. Sebastian and I hug each other and howl in excitement. We embrace the two reverts as well as Ayumi and her husband. "Do you know what this means? Do either of you have the slightest clue as to what this means?" Sebastian says, shaking the man back and forth, a bright smile on his face. The man stumbles when Sebastian lets him go. Everyone stands around, looking at us strangely. No one knows what's going on, but soon, everyone will. "Thus, passion becomes the cure," says Sebastian. My mother and Ayumi take my hands and pull me away from Sebastian's embrace. They want answers, and I'm all too happy to give them. I shake my hands from their grasp and wrap my arms around them both, still filled with joy. I can't seem to stop myself from smiling. What we seek to accomplish is becoming a reality, and soon, global peace will follow. Kyra, what's going on? Why are you and Sebastian so happy about this? My mother presses. I let them go and back away, moving toward Sebastian again. You tell them, my love, I say, looking into his eyes. Trying to hold back the enthusiasm in his voice, he takes deep breaths and approaches the group with his arm wrapped around me. When we were captured and held prisoner in Verinia, my father and I fought. During this fight, I discovered the reason for Coven Law 001. Love being forbidden, says the woman. Exactly. This is the reason that law exists. Love cures vampirism, transforming those who truly are in love into humans. The Coven wants to keep the world and society as it is, passionless, rigid, and subjugated. They want everyone to live in eternity without ever experiencing what it's like to gaze into your lover's eyes and feel truly at peace, to feel truly happy. You are proof that this will become a possibility for everyone. They're all stunned. They can't believe what they're hearing. For centuries, they have been led to believe in a lie. Those fucking bastards! Shouts the man, clenching his fist. They told us that if we were to fall in love, we'd die. I've been alive for centuries, and eternity grows weary for me. Now, I can live my life as a human, just as I've always wanted, with her by my side. Now do you understand why we're so excited? This is the future in the making. We will win this war without shedding blood. There will be resistance, just as there always has been, but that resistance will be short-lived when we spread the word, I say to them. They both drop to their knees, thanking me sincerely. I squat down and take their hands to lift them back to their feet. I should be thanking you. You're the reason we've come this far. You and everyone else who cries out for freedom. You are my heart, I declare to them. The couple joins Ayumi and her husband, hugging them tightly. Looks like you don't have to be afraid I'll try and drink you dry anymore, the man says to Demetrius. The four of them laugh, and I can tell Demetrius is relieved by that fact. Please, everyone, return to your homes. There is much to do. We must all prepare, I say. Having removed their hoods, they reach back to put them on, but I take hold of their wrists, stopping them. There's no need to hide what you are in my kingdom. Leave them down. They look at each other and bow to Sebastian and me. Ayumi and Demetrius accompany them out the door as they leave with new hope for the future. Out of everyone, Masego seems the most stunned by this news. I can sense something is troubling him, but don't quite understand what. My mother looks at us, and I know she's about to point out the obvious. I go back to my chair when Anastasia and Evangeline enter the room along with Alessandro. Is it just me, or did those two look human? Anastasia says, referring to the two who just reverted. The door closes behind them, and my mother continues to gaze at Sebastian and me. I meet her eyes. I know what you're thinking, Mother. We honestly don't know why we haven't reverted. I'm sure you can tell Sebastian looks more human than he once did, but he's still a vampire. He's also developing more gifts and becoming stronger. And me, well, maybe I can't revert since I'm half human. Would anyone care to explain what's going on? Asks Evangeline, coming in between us. We're talking about the future, Evangeline. The future of this war and the future of our world, says Masego. Alessandro, who's just walked over to Sebastian and is standing next to him, drops to his knees and howls in pain, as does Anastasia. Their eyes turn brown and their skin starts to redden. What the hell is going on? Shouts Evangeline. I run over to them and help them off the floor. Sebastian gives me a hand. He knows this feeling all too well. What's happening to them isn't lost on us. Their skin cools and their screams turn to aching moans. They embrace each other with fear in their eyes. What the hell was that? Alessandro pants. They tremble in each other's arms as Masego hands them some blood bags. They've been in love for decades, so I don't understand why this is happening to them now. It could be their time apart that has kept the reversion at bay. I hug my sister to keep her from trembling. What the hell just happened to us? Are you testing a new weapon that you forgot to tell us about? Sebastian rubs Alessandro's shoulder to cool him down. The same thing happened to me. Don't worry, it will pass, he says. Why are you testing a weapon on your people and your mate, Kyra? Anastasia hisses, throwing my arm from her. Sebastian chuckles. It's not a weapon. I think you misunderstand. This happened to me months after I realized I was in love with Kyra. I don't understand why it's happening to you now. You two have been in love a lot longer than we have. Yes, but your memory of Kyra's love wasn't erased repeatedly like theirs, Sebastian. My mother interjects. That's when I remember what Sebastian's father said while I was at his mercy, that Sebastian and I had been together for far too long and that his transformation had already begun. Unlike my sister and her mate, the courting moon binds Sebastian and me. Separation will most likely kill us if we aren't strong enough to endure the moon's radiance embedded in our bodies. I can only deduce the longer a couple spends together, the more likely reversion will occur. Anastasia and Alessandro have lived here peacefully for 6 months. It's the only explanation I can think of. I put my hand back on Anastasia's shoulder and rub it softly. Having regained her bearings, she overlaps her hand on mine and looks me in the eyes, still fatigued. Do you know what just happened? If so, tell us, she demands. Yes, but first, a few questions. How long were you and Alessandro together before you entered re-education the first time? She stands and moves herself to my throne. Alessandro steps beside her. She takes the blood bag Masego gives her and bites the mouthguard, then drinks slowly as Alessandro answers. 3 months. We were together for 3 months before we married. A couple of weeks after we mated, the Archduke Ohas discovered us. To tell you the truth, this is the longest we've ever been together without being torn apart by the Coven. I sit on Anastasia's lap and I hear the air exit from her lungs. You're heavy. Get up, she says, trying to push me off. You're sitting in my throne, remember? I move to the arm of the chair, taking the bulk of my weight off her. She finishes the blood bag and hands it to Masego. Thanks for that, she says to him. So is that what's happening? They're reverting, he says before tossing the empty blood bags away. They both jump up, shocked. Revert? What do you mean revert? There hasn't been a reversion for centuries, says Anastasia. That's what we were discussing before you entered. I discovered the truth. Love triggers reversion. That's the reason the Coven restricts it. Those in power want to be immortal. They want to continue ruling over the masses for eternity, says Sebastian. The three of them gaze upon us in bewilderment. They can't believe what they're hearing. Anastasia stands from my throne, walks over to Alessandro, and curls herself into his arms. He hugs her tightly, still processing the fact that if they stay together, their vampirism will eventually fade. So this is what becomes of us. We'll be able to live as humans without the need to feed on blood. We can have children without waiting decades or even centuries. Most importantly, we'll be able to walk out into the daylight and watch as the sun sets and rises. All this time, love was the answer. It's unbelievable, Alessandro says. Sebastian and I nod with glinting smiles. Which begs the question, why haven't you two reverted? Evangeline asks. We look at each other. We don't know, says Sebastian. Alessandro kisses Anastasia sensually and combs his fingers through her white hair. It will be so strange to be human, Anastasia. But if being with you means giving up my immortality, then so be it. You're all I want, all I need in this world, he says, looking into her glowing gray eyes. She kisses his forehead and twirls a lock of his hair between her fingers. They're so beautiful together. I'm sure if they do revert and have children, they will be as beautiful. Once this information gets out, the Coven will lose all control over the people, says Evangeline. That's what we're counting on, sister. We won't have to fight. All we'll have to do is wait them out. The key to mortality will be the end of them. I've spoken to Queen Goldrose and Queen Ariel. The citizens of their kingdoms are growing weary of immortality and subjugation. If this sentiment is the same in the other 7 kingdoms, then this news will set them free. It has already begun. I see the light in everyone's eyes except Masego's. He seems a bit off, and I can't put my finger on what's bothering him. Alessandro stands up with Anastasia in his arms and carries her to the door. "We'll be back later. We have things to discuss," he says with a little smile. I already know by the look in his eyes what they are going to do, and it won't involve much talk. We bid them goodbye as they walk out the door. Now that we have proof of what Sebastian and I saw in his father's thoughts, we must develop a plan to distribute this information to everyone on a massive scale. This isn't going to be easy, but if we're successful, we will have won. Masego walks over to the corner of the room next to the counter where the blood bags are kept. My brows furrow as I see him retreat within himself. I let go of Sebastian's hand and follow Masego. He notices me and tries to put on a happy face, but I can see through his facade when I approach him. I sit next to him, take his hand, and pull him so he faces me. "What's bothering you?" He gazes at me sadly. "Nothing." When he tries to look away, I turn his head toward me again with my index finger. "You can tell me, Masego." I press. He grabs a blood bag and caresses it with his fingers. He sighs. "I'm doomed, that's what." "How are you doomed?" "I'm doomed to be a vampire forever. I'm too old to fall in love, and my wife died decades ago. I'm afraid I'll remain this way forever," he says, gazing away again. Taken aback, I move closer to him and put my arm around his shoulder. It had never occurred to me that he would want to be human again. When he told me that my father turned him when he was on the brink of death, I believed him to be content with his life as a vampire. Now that the truth has been revealed, there's a chance for him and many others to become human. When I realize this, my fear of losing him sets in. I hug him and put my head on his shoulder. He's like the grandfather I never knew I needed. Vampirism saved him from death. If he is to revert, will death try to claim him? It's something I don't want to think about, but it's also a reality. And I don't think I'll be able to handle his passing. I need him as much as I need everyone else. He reaches over and pets my head. "It will be all right, Kyra. I'm fine remaining this way. I made my choice long ago. Decisions such as these have consequences, and I knew them all too well when I asked your father to turn me." I hug him even tighter. I know he didn't want to be a vampire from the beginning. Perhaps if he were to revert, the vampirism in his blood will have cured whatever illness almost claimed his life. He moves his hand from my head and places his index finger under my chin, raising my head so I can meet his gaze. "Don't worry about me, my queen. You have much bigger things to concern yourself with. This is about the future of humans and vampires alike. The goals your father died trying to accomplish are far more important. My life is nothing when measured against that. Besides, after existing for a little over a century, most of that time spent as a human, I can say I've lived a great life. If I die, knowing I've kept my promise to your father in realizing his vision, then I will die a happy man." I pull his head closer and kiss his forehead. His words give me comfort as well as sadness. I know I fear a future for him that may never happen, but even still, it makes me worried about him. "You go, my queen. You have things to take care of. You must spread the word, spread the truth," he says. He stands from his chair and retreats to his room, leaving the door open as he makes his departure. Sebastian stalks over to me and hugs me from behind. "Is everything all right?" I turn around and hug his waist. "For now it is. Let's go, my love. We have things to do." Chapter 5. Never Get Enough of You. Blood Moon, the sixth kingdom within the Circle Realm, will be the first place we venture. With the help of Queen Ariel, my forces were able to help me escape from Verinia. Therefore, this will be the place we start setting up our communication systems. This is the beginning of a network that will span across all 9 kingdoms. We plan to use the Coven's own electromagnetic communication systems to transmit our message to the world. Our scientists are working on how to hack into their systems undetected. Unfortunately, this also requires us to plant hardware in the computer mainframes of each kingdom for the transmission to work. It will be difficult, but not impossible. The Coven always restricts information from the 9 kingdoms. It will be embarrassing for the others to know the happenings within the walls of the enriched nobility, but they will understand. Soon, everyone will know. Of the 9, the kingdom of Arias, Sebastian's native land, will be the most difficult. Native informed me this kingdom was the reason for my father's downfall. Far too many vampires there are loyal to the Coven. I will learn from my father's mistakes and approach these lands with caution. Despite Sebastian being the son of the Count and Countess of Arias, it will still be dangerous for us. No amount of persuasion will convince them to help us. I will infiltrate them last. If all goes well with the other 8, then we'll have nothing else to lose. I have already recorded the message I wish to broadcast across these kingdoms. The information will flow, allowing us a foothold into the hearts and minds of the masses. They will see me, Kyra Lascar de Font, half human, half vampire, created out of love, and they will hear me expose the wrongs committed by the Coven, by Marcandi the First. We have another 7 months to prepare, as I made my wishes known that I want to broadcast on the night of the courting moon. It can only be at that time. Despite the Coven's control, on this night, the emotions of everyone shine their brightest. The people will be more open to my message. My only hope is that they will finally see the truth. Queen Ariel expects us to be at the doors of her kingdom within the next 2 days. I decreed all travel be done during the day. After what happened last time, I want the Coven to be as vulnerable as possible. I have the upper hand when the sun is shining, and I will take advantage of this strength. I don't want to be caught by surprise as we were at Verinia. That must never happen again. Ever. I've had our engineers look into creating personalized protective fields to shield individuals from the sun, similar to the technology that shields our kingdom. They've told me the tech requires far too much power, and that creating one will put the vampire's life at risk. In spite of this setback, I've asked them to keep trying. After 500 years of vampire rule and the technological advances that came after, I'm sure this can be done. With this technology, we can attack Verinia in broad daylight. I hope it doesn't come to that, but if it does, we'll have the edge. Sebastian enters the council's ward, where I sit alone with my thoughts. So many things are going through my head as I contemplate how far we've come. He rubs his hands on my back and sits next to me. "Are you ready?" he asks. I look him in the eyes and think of the time I believed I'd lost him. The day his father had me trapped in that illusion. As much as I want to tell him to stay here and out of harm's way, I will not. We agreed after that incident that we would never leave each other's side. If he fights, then so will I. As pissed as I was at him for rendering me unconscious so he could save Alessandro alone, all that anger faded to nothingness when I thought he was dead. Our bond has become stronger, and together we will fight and live for one another. "What's wrong? Are you thinking about it again?" he asks before wiping a tear from my cheek with his thumb. "I told you not to think about that day. It was an illusion. It never happened and never will happen. I'm here, and we're together." He kisses the space between my eyes. I run my thumb over his bottom lip, trying to rid my mind of what happened that day. After all this time, I still suffer those visions, and it's been difficult for me to stop thinking about them. Each time I look into his eyes, I fear that day may come, and it's killing me. "I'm not going anywhere, my love. I promise you this," he says. I put on a fake smile and caress his hair with my hand. I don't want to worry him with my feelings of insecurity. I need his mind in the right place, even if mine isn't. He scoops me up in his arms and lays me on the table. The light green dress I'm wearing is somewhat sheer, and I know it sets his blood on fire. He kisses my neck slowly and caresses my stomach. He thinks I don't notice him pulling my dress up my legs, but I do. "You know, Kyra, I never thought we'd get this far. All I ever wanted was to be with you. Never did I think I'd go against my family, nor did I ever think my family would try to kill me." I cross my legs and wrap my arms around him. I share his sentiments. Growing up in Hymain, I never thought I'd be where I am now. We're on the threshold of changing the world, all so we can be together. He continues to lift my dress, and it reaches my hips, revealing my lime green silk thong. Do you regret turning against your family? I ask. He smiles. I'd turn against the world if it meant I could spend a single day with you. He answers, and then slides his hand between my thighs. I take hold of his hand before he can get too close. His fangs grow. Sebastian, every time we make love out in the open, someone catches us. Moreover, we have to prepare for our departure to the Kingdom of Blood Moon, remember? He licks his lips before looking around the room, right and then left, to make sure we're alone. No one is going to catch us. He jerks his hand free and places it back on my inner thigh. My moisture flows when I catch the scent of his euphoric blood. He moves my panties to the side and inserts his middle finger inside of me. Just a taste, my love. A single taste. He pushes his finger deeper into me. My thighs shiver when he uses his thumb to massage my clit, up and down, side to side. I clamp my legs together and grab his wrist. I can't believe he's doing this to me now, and in the council's ward of all places. My juices drip onto the table, soaking my thong and dress. Why, Sebastian? Why can't you get enough of me? I beg him for an answer, legs shaking. Because you're my drug. I can't stop. I can never stop, he declares. Just when I'm about to reach climax, he withdraws his finger, brings it up to his mouth, and licks it like a candy stick. You know what would be a good idea? I open my eyes, breathing heavily. What? If I took some swanberries and rubbed the juices over your inner thighs and clit, I'll lick you clean and make you climax all at once, he says with longing. But Sebastian, we have to go. We have to get ready. Stay right here, he requests before walking down the hallway into the eatery. I sit up and fix my dress just as my mother steps in. My heart drops. Hello, sweetie. Are you and Sebastian ready? I'm frozen in shock. Had she walked in a moment earlier? Are you okay? She asks. Yes, I'm fine, Mother. I need to go change. We'll be down soon, I say, turning away to hide the wet spot on the back of my dress. Are you ready for more? Sebastian walks in with a handful of swanberries. I give him a wide-eyed look and gesture toward my mother. He gapes, almost dropping the berries on the floor. Are you two okay? Did I interrupt something? She asks, trying to hide her smile. This is so embarrassing. No, Mother. Could you please give us a minute? Yes, of course. I'll be waiting for you in the bunker. She turns back the way she came and closes the door behind her. Still waiting on those grandchildren, she shouts as she walks down the hall. We hear her through the door and are utterly mortified. She just announced to anyone within hearing range what we were doing in here. Your mother is very direct, isn't she? Sebastian says, red in the face. Yes, she is. He sets the berries on the table, but not before I take one and pop it into my mouth. My taste buds tingle as he raises another to my lips. The way your lips curl when you chew is tantalizing, he says. I smile, take the berry between his fingers, and put it in my mouth. Let's go, Sebastian. They're waiting for us. He pauses. But what about the berries? What about finishing what we started? His eyes tell a tale of wanting me, and I desire him just as much. I take a berry and place it on his tongue, but he doesn't bite down. He presses his lips against it so it's half out of his mouth and pulls me close. The scent of the berry and his breath makes me sweat. We're face to face as he draws the berry nearer to me. We each take our half of the berry in our mouths and consume it before engaging in a kiss. Moving his hand downward, he cups my backside and presses his body against mine. The essence of him entices me to take his backside in my hands as well and pull him in closer. Are you sure you're ready to leave? He whispers. As much as I want to rip his shirt off and kiss him from the neck down to his navel, I pull away slowly. There will be plenty of time when we get back. He smiles. You've always had more willpower than I, my love. Evangeline knocks on the door before entering. She's wearing silk lingerie, the color a light pink. The robe she's donned is also pink and transparent, leaving nothing to the imagination. What does she think she's doing coming in here dressed like that? I look at Sebastian, but his eyes are still trained on me. His hands shake and he has goosebumps. I can see now that I must satisfy him before we leave. Otherwise, his head will be clouded with thoughts of me. I turn my gaze back to my sister, who sits on the table and crosses her legs seductively. I can't believe how sexy she is. She's far more attractive than Anastasia or me. Out of the three of us, she's been gifted with exceptional beauty. Sebastian looks up and sees her sitting on the table, her panties in plain view. A look of surprise overcomes him. The last time he saw her like this was when we first met her outside the kingdom of Merlotica. She takes a swanberry and puts it in her mouth. I stare daggers at her. "Why are you here?" I ask firmly. She places another berry in her mouth. "You two are leaving, right? A couple of friends and I are going to have a little get-together while you're gone. Although by the look of things, and judging by the little wet spot on this table, I see you two have already started." She smiles at us and leans back. "You can always go after. There's plenty of daylight left," she suggests. The robe falls off her shoulders, revealing her soft, voluptuous white cleavage. The scent of her breath hits me, and that's when I know she's drunk. I can't believe her. Sebastian's eyes can't help but wander to her bosom. Her lust influence fills the room, and I can see Sebastian is starting to lose control. "If you'll excuse me," he says, before wiping the sweat from his brow and making his way out of the room. Evangeline laughs and throws another berry into her mouth. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I snap. "Oh, come on, little sister. I'm just having a bit of fun." She removes her robe and continues to devour the swanberries that are meant for me. I cannot stand it when she's drunk. She acts like Vanatia whenever she's intoxicated. The last time this happened, she almost put my and Sebastian's relationship at risk during that party. I take the bowl of berries away from her and throw the robe at her. "Hey," she says with her mouth full. "Were you trying to seduce Sebastian?" I confront her. She smiles a drunken smile and tosses the robe to the floor. Uncrossing her legs, she puts her hands behind her back to undo her bra, but I stop her. My fangs protrude. "What's wrong, Kyra? I'm just getting ready for the get-together. I had no idea you and Sebastian were even in here. I would never presume to seduce him," she drunkenly assures me. Patrons on the other side of the door barge in, men and women, human and vampire, all wearing close to nothing. When they see me with my hands on Evangeline's shoulders, they freeze in their tracks. I look at them, and then at Evangeline. Vanatia is leading this little group, and I'm shocked to see Demetrius and his wife, Ayumi, standing behind her. I remove my hands from Evangeline and look around, gazing at everyone. Not one of them says a word. I put my hands on my hips and turn to the stunned group. "Someone, anyone, tell me what in the world is going on. What the hell are you all planning to do in here?" Their gazes hit the floor while Vanatia walks over to Evangeline. "It was her idea," she says, pointing at my sister. Evangeline gapes in shock. "How dare you? You're the one who suggested it." "Suggested what?" I bellow. "Just a little party, that's all," says Ayumi shyly. My eyes widen with the realization of what's going on. I turn to Evangeline, pushing Vanatia out of the way. "You're planning to have an orgy in the council's ward of all places? Of all the rooms in the palace, the council's ward, Evangeline? Really? And on the day Sebastian and I plan to leave for Blood Moon. Have all of you lost your minds? We weren't going to do it here in the council's ward. We were going to get a few drinks from the bar and then migrate to the rooms down the hallway. A few humans want to experience what it's like, so I suggested, "All right, I've heard enough. Please, just clean up after yourselves when you're done, and no sex in the council's ward, understood?" Evangeline jumps down from the table, taking the bowl of berries with her. "Yes, of course. Down this way, everyone." Vanatia leads the group away, taking a few bottles of wine and hard liquor with her. "Are you sure you don't want to join us, little sister? I'm sure Sebastian would like some release. I could read his body language. I know you two were in the middle of something before I came in here." I roll my eyes. "Whatever Sebastian and I do, it will be done in private, thank you very much." She snickers. "I've told you, Kyra, you're going to have to be more open with him sexually. I know what men like. They tire of the same old things after a while." I stare daggers at her. "And I've told you what we have goes far beyond the physical. We will never grow weary of each other. I take it as an insult that you would even suggest that. "Evangeline, you coming?" shouts Vanitia. I can already hear the moans and blood-sucking coming from the room as Vanitia opens the door. "Coming," she yells. "Let's go." She takes my wrist and pulls me with her. I yank my arm out of her grasp and take a step back. I give her a look as if she's insane. "What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm not going in there." "You can lean against the wall and watch like last time. I'm sure Sebastian won't mind." I place my hand on her forehead and neck. "What are you doing, Kyra?" "I'm just checking to see if you're sick, because you have to be ill to think I'm doing that again." She takes my wrist. "Come on, Kyra. Let's have a little fun before you leave. There's no harm in watching." I pull my wrist from her again. "If you don't stop it, I will decree that you are not to have another drop of alcohol for the rest of your life." "You wouldn't." "I would." "Don't be such a prude, Kyra. I know you like being choked during sex," she says. A look of surprise crosses her face, as if she immediately regrets saying it. I'm both outraged and shaken. Despite the fact she's half a foot taller than I am, I come face to face with her and take her arm. "How in the fuck do you know that?" I whisper through clenched teeth. "I'm sorry, Kyra. Tell me." I feel my gift start to emerge, and I tighten my grip on her arm. "Kyra, you're hurting me." "You were listening while Sebastian and I were making love again?" "No, it wasn't like that. It's just that you and Sebastian are so loud that half the palace can hear you two." I loosen my grip and let her go. That's one fact I cannot dispute. "So you can hear us. That doesn't explain how you specifically know I like to... That doesn't explain what you just said." "Don't be upset, okay? It was just bad timing. I just so happened to walk by your room while you and Sebastian were together. I heard you shout it out. I didn't stop and listen. I just kept walking, I promise." I stare at her from head to foot. I'm not only upset, but also slightly embarrassed. Perhaps I can see if our engineers will be able to install some soundproof insulation in our room so this doesn't happen again. Go to your little orgy, Evangeline. Just be ready to receive communication from us by nightfall. I need you sober when that happens, so don't party too hard while we're gone, understood? She wraps her arms around me and kisses my forehead. "Of course, Kyra. I wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize our mission. It's just a real shame you won't join us. It's going to be a blast. We've never had humans participate before. Making love with the taste of human blood on your tongue is a euphoric experience. I'm sure you'd love it." I look down at my feet and shake my head. It's the alcohol talking, so I don't take it to heart. I pull away from her and spin her around. "Have fun," I say before making my way to the door. Just as I reach out for the handle, the door opens slightly. It's Sebastian, and he seems a bit calmer than before. "What's taking so long?" he asks, grabbing me by the waist. Evangeline turns back around and walks toward us. "A party. Would you like to join us?" she asks, much to my distaste. "What party?" Sebastian asks curiously. "I've been trying to convince Kyra for you two to join us before you leave, but she's behaving like a prude." My eyes flare red, and I grit my teeth. In the state Sebastian is in now, he just may agree. "Come on, you two. It will be fun," she entices. The thought of one of those women, human or vampire, touching Sebastian fills my mind, causing my fangs to elongate. I don't know why I'm so possessive of him, but I will not allow any other woman to lay hands upon him. Sebastian looks at me, and then at Evangeline. "Is Vanitia there?" he asks. "Yes, she is," Evangeline responds. "Then absolutely not." "I won't let her touch." "No, Evangeline," I say sternly. She sighs and bends over to grab her robe from the floor. "Suit yourselves, but you're missing out." She walks away seductively, tossing her robe over her shoulder. Sebastian takes my hand in his and holds it tightly. "No more alcohol for that one," he says with a smile. "You can tell?" "Yes, she reeks of it." I place my hand on the back of his neck and pull him in for a kiss. He caresses my cheek with the back of his hand. "Can I ask you something?" "Anything," he says softly. "Do you find her attractive?" "Who?" "Evangeline." He throws me over his shoulder. Stop asking me questions like that. You already know the answer. I grab hold of his waist and kick my legs, trying to wiggle myself free. Where are you taking me? A place where we can finish what we started, he states in a commanding tone. But I thought we were going down to the bunker to... Shh. This is your doing. You know I have to finish once we've started. That's the rule. Rule? Since when? Since now. He moves the fabric of my dress from the backs of my legs and bites me. I surrender to him. I close my eyes and plant my face into the small of his back. We walk past the room where my sister's party is taking place. We can hear the screams and moans of lust fill the hallway. Sebastian takes a deep breath. He can smell the human blood, but it doesn't give him the desire to drink as it once did. He bites me again and smacks my backside, causing me to flinch. This is mine, he proclaims while grabbing my left ass cheek. As he takes me down the hallway, the door to Evangeline's room opens. I gaze up and see Vanitia standing in the doorway, fully nude and dripping with sweat, staring at us, smiling. Sebastian, whatever you do, do not turn around. He rubs my legs and backside softly. I won't. With blood-stained lips, Vanitia leaves the doorway and starts to follow us. Go back to your room, woman. I'm not even joking with you. Her smile brightens. I can't. I'm in the moment. The bloodlust has me now, she says as she continues to follow us. One of the men from the room runs up behind her and grabs her arm, cock rock hard and dripping with womanly juices. Where are you going, Vanitia? I'm not done with you yet, he bellows. He throws her over his shoulder and re-enters the room, then slams the door shut behind them. I can't believe what I just saw. It seems as though I rule a kingdom full of sex-crazed maniacs. We make our way farther down the hall, and Sebastian stops at the last room on the left. He opens the door and tosses me onto the bed. Do I even want to know what all that commotion was about in the hallway? He asks, trying to hold in his smile. I remove my dress and toss it in his face. No, Sebastian, you don't. I remove my panties and throw them at his feet. He's drooling, and his fangs flash before me. I run to the shower, and he gives chase. The door is made of glass, and he can see me on the other side. I lock the door to tease him a little. Open the door, he says. I want you to watch me first. Watch you do what? I walk over to the shower head and turn on the water. It hits my body as I caress myself. Sebastian's fangs grow longer, and his eyes shift from blue to green. I sway my body back and forth, dancing as the steam from the water envelops me. I can see the desperate look on his face, and it only entices me to tease him further. I put my backside on the glass door and bend over slowly, seductively. He rips off his clothes and tugs on the door handle. Please let me in, he screams. Not yet, my love. Not yet. I bend over and let my hands touch the floor. I spread my legs and do a split until my ass hits the wet floor. Like a cat in heat, I crawl on all fours until I'm under the water stream. I flip myself over and allow the water to hit my breasts. Slowly, I move my hand down into my pleasure spot and slip a finger inside myself. I'm so caught in the moment that I don't notice Sebastian until he rips the handle clean off the door. It shatters the glass door to pieces. I laugh as he rushes towards me and buries his head between my thighs. Like a savage beast, he takes my backside in his hands and pushes my clit deep into his mouth until I can feel the back of his tongue. He gags, but doesn't stop. The water hits us both, and I claw at his back as his tongue engages every inch of my womanly lips. He pushes his tongue inside of me, forcing me to moan hard and loud. I pull on his hair, almost ripping strands out of his head. Regardless of the pain I think I may be inflicting on him, he doesn't stop. It's as if he's transformed. His body radiates a blue glow, which soon engulfs me as well. I wrap my legs around his head and squeeze tightly. I rub my breasts and run my hands through my hair as the water pours down on us. Each time we make love, it's like a different experience. Something new always comes forth, giving us more pleasure than before. Everything's in slow motion, and I can see the droplets of water form in midair before they break apart upon encountering a hard surface. He licks his way up my body, running his tongue from my navel to my stomach until he reaches my mouth. Just as he inserts his tongue on top of mine, I feel his warm, throbbing cock push itself inside of me. My inner thighs quiver, and I struggle to keep my legs wrapped around him. So much water, so many juices oozing from me. It feels as if I'm going to explode. He fists my hair and pulls my head back. I love it. He takes his other hand and wraps it around my throat. The more aggression he takes out on me, the more I squirt all over his cock. I slap his face as he chokes me with fury. Your teasing has awoken a beast within me I never knew existed. He puts his tongue in my ear and swirls it around while pounding the shit out of me. I climax continuously and my entire body shakes. Tell me who you belong to, he whispers. You, Sebastian! I shout. He chokes me harder, making it difficult for me to speak. Tell me who dominates this body. Tell me who this body belongs to, Kyra. He squeezes his hand around my neck tighter. I cough and scratch his back with my claws. He bleeds, but the wounds heal quickly. I fucking love you, Sebastian! I scream. The water stops raining down on us midstream, and everything goes silent. It's as if time itself has ceased to continue. We each expel an unfathomable shriek, and the room explodes around us. Everything is destroyed. The moment of lust engulfs us, transcending the physical world we now occupy. I open my eyes and see nothing but a cloud of smoke and the ditch we now dwell in. Everything within 5 feet of us is gone. Sebastian's head lies between my breasts, and he's having a difficult time breathing. That's when I realize I broke a few of his ribs when I tightened my legs around his body. I grab his head and pull his face up to mine. Sebastian, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm healing. Don't worry, my love. An overwhelming sense of alarm coupled with fear enters my heart. My gifts, they're dangerous. I almost crushed him to death. We roll over until I'm sitting on top of him. The feel of his body is warm as I run my hands over his ribcage just to see how much damage I've done. He takes a deep breath. That was fucking amazing, he says happily. No longer do I feel any broken bones, as he's already healed. I lie on top of him and hug him softly. What did I do to him? My body is shaking, Kyra. I've never come that hard before. We have to make love in the shower more often. His playful nature is the polar opposite of what I feel now. I'm both afraid and saddened, yet he doesn't realize it. He continues to run his fingers through my hair, and the radiance around us fades. I never knew the energy from the courting moon could be that powerful. We glow each time we make love, he says with a smile. I don't return his affection. Worry now consumes me. He tries to sit up, but the weight of my body keeps him where he is, and I won't let go. Kyra, let me up. I'm sure people are wondering where that explosion came from. I hold him tighter without saying a word. Is something wrong? He asks. He tries to sit up again, but I stop him. He takes my chin with his thumb and index finger and forces me to face him. Look at me, Kyra. Are you worried that you hurt me again? I close my eyes, but that doesn't stop the tears from flowing. Thoughts of me crushing him in a moment of uncontrollable passion fill my mind. My gifts are both a blessing and a curse. Look at me, Kyra. Tell me what's bothering you. I open my eyes and sniff back tears. I almost crushed you to death. He laughs as if my concerns are unwarranted. You could crush every bone in my body, my love. I'll still heal. As I've told you, I'm stronger now. Even if you heal, I don't want to cause you pain. I can't lose control with you. I can't bear the thought of you in pain. He moves my hair from my face and wraps it around my ear. Pain, pleasure. As long as I'm with you, I'll bear both. He pulls my head close to him and kisses me gently. Both are equally endurable. I smile and move in to kiss him again, but then we hear banging on the other side of the door, which miraculously still stands firm. The Coven has infiltrated us, someone shouts. Sebastian and I leap from the floor and grab whatever we can to cover ourselves. I swing the door open to see a group of guards standing in the doorway, ready to attack. Where are their forces and how far are they from our gates? I shout. Sebastian, covering himself with a piece of wood and torn sheets, comes to my side. They all gaze upon us, stunned. We thought the Coven infiltrated your bedroom, my queen. We heard an explosion and thought they planted a bomb or something, says one of the guards. Sebastian stares at the guards and curls his lips. That wasn't the Coven, it was just us, he says. They all stand down, embarrassed. Hiding my naked body behind a destroyed part of our bed, I close the door before telling them there is nothing to worry about. Sebastian lays the piece of wood on the floor and sighs, as do I. "We need to find a more private place if explosions are going to happen," he jokes. I look at him and then at our surroundings. How did this happen anyway? Our lovemaking shouldn't be triggering explosions. Drawing his focus away from the rubble at our feet, he looks me in the eyes. His expression is off, as if he's hiding something. He turns away and walks over to the hole in the ground that used to be our bed. Something troubles him. I follow behind and take his hand. He doesn't turn to face me. "Sebastian, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he mutters. I pull him closer and turn him around. His eyes don't meet mine, and he shies away. "No secrets, remember?" I place my index finger under his chin to make him focus on me. He holds me close and kisses me between the eyes. "I don't want you to worry, that's all." I raise my brow. "I'm going to worry more if you don't tell me what's wrong." He kisses me again and then pulls away. "I did this. I caused this explosion." I look at him, dumbfounded. "How?" "I don't know how, Kyra, but for months, I've been feeling myself get stronger. I'm sleeping less and feeding less, and I have all this energy. It's as if something is bubbling in my gut that I can't control. It feels like I'm going to fade away. I don't understand it, Kyra." My heart drops at the thought of losing him to some unknown force or transformation. I gaze at him, dejected. "When your parents held us captive, both your mother and father said something about a transformation you're going through. Did your father say anything to you about that when you battled him?" I ask with desperation in my voice. He hangs his head low. "He said nothing, I'm afraid. He was tight-lipped about everything. The only thing he would say is that I should forget about you. Nevertheless, he will tell us something the next time we meet. When that day comes, it will be on our terms." His confidence makes me smile. I caress his face and kiss his nose before bending over to find our clothes. I hope the explosion didn't destroy them. Otherwise, we will have to go out into the hallway naked to find new ones. And the last thing I want is to risk Vanatia or my sister seeing Sebastian naked. They're already enjoying their bloodlust orgy down the hallway, and I'm afraid they may not be able to turn that lust off if they catch a glimpse of him. I'd hate to have to put my sister in the infirmary if that happens. "What are you doing, Kyra?" Sebastian eyeballs me. "Searching for our clothes." I crawl around on my hands and knees, eyeing every piece of wood and rubble I come across. "I'm not going to be able to control myself if you keep doing that," he says. I look up at him. "I'm just trying to find our clothes." As I continue my search, he takes my hips and plants his face into my backside, giving me oral from behind. I stop my search immediately. "Sebastian!" I shout in laughter. He continues to lick me, and I feel his fangs graze me slightly. "We're going to be late," I stutter. I try to buck him off, but my resistance only makes him crave more of me. With every inch I crawl, he pulls me back and squeezes my cheeks harder. He runs his tongue over every hole I have back there, and it makes me drip with pleasure. The sensation is too powerful to ignore, forcing me to give in. I arch my backside into the air and lay my head down on the floor. I grip my teeth and fist whatever rubble is within reach. I'm about to come again, and he knows it. I try to pull away so his face isn't in the line of fire when I unleash my climax. He doesn't budge. He grinds his tongue and finger inside of me harder. The dirt and sweat covering us makes me feel filthy, which amplifies the pleasure. I scream while trying to crawl away from Sebastian before I come. He crawls right along with me, never letting go. It's too late for him to escape, and far too late for me to withhold any longer. Once again, I arch my backside and put my head on the floor. I unleash a moan and squirt all over his face and mouth. He massages my hips and thighs as I shiver and collapse on the floor. I can't stop myself from shaking. I turn over to look at him and see my juices dripping from his nose and chin. He licks his lips as well as the finger he had inserted inside of me. Words cannot explain how much I love him. He scoops me up in his arms and carries me to the far end of the room, which hasn't been touched much by the explosion. "You can never get enough of me, can you?" I say, panting. "I'd make love to you in this rugged room for a month straight if I could. We must cherish every moment we have together. even if it means stealing moments. He sets me down on the clean part of the floor and lies beside me. Using his thumb, he runs circles around my nipples and softly caresses my breasts. "We're going to be so late," he says. If Queen Ariel has ever been in love, I'm sure she'll understand. I move closer to him, place my head on his chest, and close my eyes. He plays with my hair. "Kyra, Sebastian, where are you two?" We hear someone shout in the hallway. Footsteps get closer, and we listen as elsewhere, a door creaks open. "Oh my God!" the person screams, followed by a swift slam. I jump up, rush to our door, and open it slightly. I stick my head out and see my mother standing in the hallway in shock. That's when I know she opened the door to Evangeline's little party. "Mother, come down here," I say, waving at her. She creeps over to me slowly, still shaken by what she just saw. "Ayumi, Demetrius, I can't believe those two," she mutters to herself. I hide behind the door as best as I can when she approaches. "Mother, do you think you can get Sebastian and me some new clothes or some towels or something?" Her eyes widen and she gapes at me. "Kyra, you and Sebastian weren't mixed up in that, were you?" "Of course not, Mother. Sebastian and I are here alone. That's Evangeline's thing," I assure her. She breathes a sigh of relief. "Our room kind of got destroyed. Do you think you can get us something to wear so we can get ready to leave?" She peeks inside and sees that the room is trashed. "Yes, of course, sweetie. I'll be right back." She turns to leave, and I close the door. "It's a real shame Evangeline didn't lock that door. I fear your mother may be traumatized." Sebastian jokes. "I'm sure she's seen worse." My mother returns with 2 robes. She cracks the door open and tosses them inside. "Hurry up, you two. There isn't much daylight left." I grab them and throw the blue one at Sebastian. "We're showering separately. Can't afford any more delays," I say seriously. He scoffs. "I can control myself. Somewhat." "Don't you two worry. I'll be watching you both get ready," Mother says from the hall. Sebastian puts on the robe and walks over to the door. "This is your fault," he whispers. "My fault? Look around. This is your doing," I counter. He gives me his usual seductive smile. "You shouldn't be so delicious then." He opens the door, and my mother guides him down the hall, away from me. "I'll be back in a minute, Kyra. You stay there," she says. I look on as she pushes him into another room. She comes back and guides me in the opposite direction. "You two get ready separately. You'll have plenty of time together when this is all over." She closes the door to the room and leaves me to get ready. It's somewhat embarrassing that my mother has to separate us forcefully. Either way, it's for the best. I remove my robe and head into the shower. I hope Queen Ariel isn't going to be upset about us being late. If she asks why, I'll invent a story. One she will believe. Chapter 6. Dreams and Suspicious. The times will turn, and the hardest things you'll ever accomplish will all seem like a memory once you've succeeded, he says like a whisper on the wind. Everything is cloudy. The trees and fog resemble the shadowlands we just left and block the sun. His bright red hair can be seen through the mist, and his muscled body approaches me. "My daughter, you have done so many things I wish I could have done during my time. Words alone cannot begin to express how proud I am of you." His warmth fills me like a bright fire, giving me no choice but to draw myself nearer to him. "Father?" I whisper. He takes a few steps closer and embraces me. I wrap my arms around him and hold tightly. I know this can't be real. This is a dream, just as before. He runs his hand through my hair and squeezes me tighter. I don't have to worry about my gifts hurting him, as he is the vampire I've inherited them from. We have the same amount of strength, which makes our embrace that much more powerful. "My sweet little Kyra, I miss you and your sisters so very much. I am so pleased you decided to finish what I started. I love you with my very spirit, all of me." I squeeze him tighter while fighting back tears. My emotions intensify with each vision I have of him. "Father, I escaped just like you said I would. I'm alive because of the hope you've instilled in me." "No, Kyra, you're alive because of the hope others have instilled in you. I look up into his glowing green eyes. With his thumb, he wipes a tear from my cheek. Are you real, or is all of this just my imagination? I want this to be real. He looks down at me and kisses my forehead. As I've said before, death isn't the end of us. With each vision, each dream, you and I grow stronger. You have the sight now, my daughter. You've unlocked the gateway separating our worlds. When you are successful, the truth will be revealed. Everything that makes up this world, you will be able to see, to understand. This isn't your imagination. The rule of 3 has allowed me to speak to you through your dreams. For this, I am eternally grateful to them. We break our embrace. I take his hand and then hold it up to my own. We have the same lines on our palms. It's as if I'm a replica of him. How am I to be sure this is real? And what is the rule of 3? He traces the lines on my palm, extends the claw on his index finger, and cuts a few strands of his hair. He places them in my hand. When you awake, these pieces of my hair will be with you, but only temporarily. I'm breaking the rules by doing this, but I want you to be certain I am telling you the truth. I clutch the red strands of his hair firmly in my hand. Thank you, Father. I'll keep these with me for as long as I can. He smiles. As for the rule of 3, I'm afraid I cannot elaborate on that. They will reveal themselves when the time comes. Hope fills my heart. The love I feel for him overwhelms me. I want to hold him tight and never let go. Never did I believe that I'd love a man as much as I love Sebastian. If only my father and mother could be together once again, just for one moment. I lower my head and stare at the hair he's given me. I wish I could keep it forever. Kyra, look at me, he says, raising my head with his index finger under my chin. I've come to warn you about one thing. Avoid the kingdom of Arias. There isn't a single vampire there who isn't loyal to the Coven. Trust no one within their gates, even your mate's family. I made the mistake of sending an envoy there, and it cost me everything, he says firmly. But Father, we have to set up a connection of communication to all the kingdoms. I'm afraid going to Arias is unavoidable. We're planning to infuriate Arias last. His eyes grow wary. He doesn't want his fate to become mine, nor does my mother. I love you, Father, but just as I told Mother, you must trust my judgment. I do not plan to cooperate with anyone within that kingdom. Nativ told me what happened. I'll be sure to be as malevolent as they are if it comes to that. The worry in his eyes fades and is replaced with confidence. I see you have your mother's fighting spirit. I think I have the best qualities of you both. He hugs me again, and the sky turns black. We both look up as it begins to rain droplets of golden sparkles. I'm afraid I have to go now, Kyra. My time is finished. I hug him with all my strength, refusing to let go. You can't leave yet, I shout. Our time has run out. The rule of 3 is calling me. The dark sky parts and a beam of blinding white light shines directly upon him. I love you, my little Kyra. I am always with you. Remember that. Always. He gives me a soft kiss on my lips before he becomes translucent and fades away in my arms. My tears flow without me even realizing it. Someone takes my shoulder and nudges me back and forth. Kyra, we're here, a voice says. I open my eyes to Sebastian standing over me, a beautiful sight to see after the feeling of loss. Are you all right? He asks. I sit up in my seat and raise my hand to my half-open eyes. My father's hair is clenched in my fist. It was real. It's all real. I jump up, wrap my arms around Sebastian, and kiss his face all over. He squints and backs away, trying to pull me off him. I'm so excited to discover these aren't just dreams that I continue to kiss his face. He gives up trying to fight me and just stands there while I kiss him. Pecks on the cheeks, forehead, and nose, everywhere. After close to a minute, he blocks me by putting his hand over my mouth. We gaze at each other for a brief moment when he slowly removes his hand. Is everything all right with you? He smiles as I do. Yes, my love. Everything is outstanding. I'd set the aircraft on autopilot so I could rest on the way here, not having realized the journey would be so brief. I look at the time and only an hour has passed. Sebastian shyly turns to face the back of the aircraft, and I glance over his shoulder. Queen Ariel's escorts stand there looking at us. They catch my expression of surprise, then look away. I had no idea they were already on board. I probably should have woken you before we landed. Sebastian whispers through the side of his mouth. You think so? I mock. I move from behind Sebastian and approach them. You are more stunning than our queen, says the man in front of the group. He's tall and dressed in all silk. His clothing, which is close to see-through, gives away his muscular build. His caramel-brown skin is flawless, and he gives off a scent of sweet chocolate. This man isn't wearing shoes or socks, and his bright blue pants drape down to his ankles. He has the look of an ancient nomad, yet beautiful and sophisticated. The color of his hair is similar to Native's, a shining blue which matches his clothing. He towers over everyone in the room, making his well-intended presence known to everyone. Just like every other vampire I've met, he is gorgeous. The members of Ariel's escort bow before us and take a few steps back. Sebastian looks at the man and then looks at me. I return his glance to assure him he has nothing to worry about. I take his hand and squeeze it tightly. The group makes way for us to leave the aircraft, all the while keeping their heads in the bowed position. The vampire, whom I can only assume is the leader of this envoy, approaches us. The smell of chocolate enters my lungs the closer he comes to us. He extends his hand to Sebastian, which Sebastian returns in kind. Hello, Sebastian of Arias. I am Count Amadi Vega of Bloodmoon. I am the personal assistant to Queen Ariel, her second in command and next in line to the throne of Bloodmoon. I am delighted to finally meet you, he says. The smell of his breath fills me with an aphrodisiac effect similar to when I taste Sebastian's blood. Sebastian shakes his head and returns a bow. Yes, Count Vega, I remember you somewhat. You lived in Varinia for a couple of years when I was a child. I was under the impression that all counts lived in Varinia. You are the first noble in line to succession I've ever seen living in this kingdom, says Sebastian. The Count puts on a smile that exposes his long, sharp fangs. His scent becomes more lust-inducing, and I feel beads of sweat form on my forehead. What the hell is going on with me? Yes, that is correct. I left Varinia 17 years ago. Unfortunately, your mother and I never really saw eye to eye, he says. Yes, well, my mother never really sees eye to eye with anyone, Sebastian jokes. They both laugh and disengage from their handshake. Sebastian turns to me, and I'm sweating bullets. My hands are shaking. Immediately, the Count takes a few steps back. I'm so sorry, Queen Kyra. I didn't realize my lust influence was affecting you so strongly, he says. Sebastian's fangs grow with the very mention of me being affected by his lust influence. I back away from him as well and take a deep breath of fresh air. You're a male. How can you have lust influence? Asks Sebastian with a hint of anger in his tone. The Count takes a few more steps back. It isn't an actual lust influence per se. My blood has a strong aphrodisiac running through it. It's so strong that it leaks through my pores. Everything from my breath to my smell is immersed in it. It is my gift. He hangs his head low. However, luckily, our kingdom is 70% male, and it isn't an issue in my everyday life. He continues. I take a few more deep breaths to compose myself. I've never felt anything like this before. Sebastian starts to growl uncontrollably with jealousy, and the blue of his eyes fades, slowly transitioning to red. Can you please give us a moment? I ask in haste. The group nods and exits my aircraft. The Count lingers a while before following behind them. Sebastian's claw extends, and his eyes glow a bright red. Sebastian, look at me. I take hold of his face so his eyes will be on me, and me alone. He's affecting you. You want him now, don't you? I kiss the bottom of his lip and touch our foreheads together. Never. He pulls away and looks me in the eyes. He has the same gift of aphrodisiac as I do, but more potent. Much more potent. No woman will be able to resist him, not even you. I grab his head again. Don't be ridiculous, Sebastian. I would never betray what we have. I would never betray you or my heart. But I saw the look in your eyes when he came near you. I've seen that look 1,000 times. Tell me truthfully, do you think he's attractive? My brow wrinkles and I back away. It doesn't matter what I think of. Answer the question. he commands. I pause for a moment and lower my gaze. He puts his index finger under my chin and raises my head. Your answer, he presses. I sigh. Yes, he's attractive. And if he were to exert his lust influence on you, would you willingly give in? My fangs and claws begin to grow. I wield my power over him and slam him up against the controls of the aircraft. We kiss furiously, passionately, and I dig my claws into his shoulders. I prick his bottom lip with my fangs and suck on the droplets of blood. He doesn't fight back. He allows me to do as I wish. After a few more seconds of my tongue caressing his, I pull away and look at him. He looks at me in kind, and I can see the fear in his eyes, the fear of losing me. Listen to me, Sebastian. I am yours, and you are mine. No amount of lust influence or aphrodisiac will ever make me forget that. Just as you've said to me on so many occasions, I'd die before I betrayed you like that. Must I get my own dagger? He smiles at my reassurance. No daggers for you, I'm afraid. But there will be a dagger for him, or anyone else who thinks they can take you away from me. Not even death could make me leave your side, I remind him. We hug each other tightly, and then I bop him on the forehead with my knuckles. What was that for? He says, rubbing his head as if that little blow actually hurt him. That's for asking me if I'd give in to him willingly, I sneer. He gives me a small half-smile and then presses the button that reopens the exit door. I don't want you to be alone with him, he whispers. I look at him side-eye and reluctantly agree. I guess I now know how he feels when I get jealous. Even though deep down I know I have nothing to worry about, I still do, just as he feels now. The door opens and the group is waiting for us. The Count stands ahead of the group. He approaches the aircraft door and holds out his hand toward me in a kind gesture to help me down the steps. Sebastian moves in front of me and takes my hand instead. We clear the doorway and are met with an impressive view. Every kingdom I've been to thus far has the appearance of heaven on earth. From the houses to the buildings to the palace in the center of this little kingdom, everything is a vibrant red, almost crimson. I now see why they call it Blood Moon. It's as if the courting moon were to be painted red as a delicate flower. It's beautiful. This is our home and where you two will be staying, says the Count. He points to the magnificent palace that stands tall in the center of their kingdom. The texture appears to be a mixture of crimson and white marble. The architecture is that of the ancient Baroque era I read about in books during my time as a translator at the Council of the New Age in High Maine. It's so massive yet elegant, almost sexual in a way. I can't wait to see the inside of this marvelous wonder. Sebastian and I step off the aircraft and I activate its stealth mode. It vanishes right before their eyes, and they look at us, stunned. How did you do that? One says. It's new technology our scientists and engineers developed some time ago. We'll be sharing this with you once we meet with Queen Ariel, Sebastian says. They smile with glee. The Count approaches me again and holds out his hand. Allow me to escort you to the palace, he says. My hands begin to shake, and I suddenly wonder if this Count is purposefully projecting his aphrodisiac over me. He keeps trying to grab hold of my hand, no matter how many times I shy away. I take Sebastian's hand and back away from him. Surprised, he moves his hand back to his side and bows slightly. As you wish, he says softly. By the way, Queen Goldrose, as well as Queen Saphia of the Kingdom of Dawn, is with our queen as we speak. Sebastian pulls away from me and stands still, shell-shocked as if he's seen a ghost. Queen Saphia? He stutters. Yes, says the Count. I can't believe it. This has to be a trick. I stand in front of him and stare into his eyes. Sebastian, what's wrong? I take his hands in mine. Queen Saphia is what's wrong. Have you two met before? He looks at the Count and then again at me. I turn my gaze to the Count. He's smiling. What is going on? I ask. Kyra, Queen Saphia is my auntie, my mother's sister. I find it unbelievable that she wants to be a part of this rebellion. She must have some other motive for being here. I must speak to her at once. I stand there flabbergasted. I can't believe he's never told me this. I pull my hands away and place them on my hips. You never told me your auntie ruled one of the 9 kingdoms, Sebastian. I'm sorry, my love. My family is prevalent within the Coven. It's the reason my mother and father were paired. The Coven is all about centralizing power. Pairing my father with the sister of a queen ensured that support for the Coven and Markandi I would be unwavering among the populace, which is why I find her presence here so unusual. I assure you, Sebastian of Arias, Queen Sophia has no ulterior motive. The late King Emmanuel Escardefont saw to that, says the Count. My father? I ask, with just a small hint of disbelief. That is correct. A little over 2 decades ago, Emmanuel sent an envoy to the Kingdom of Dawn. I'm sure someone within your kingdom has told you about it. That's when I remember Nativ mentioning this very piece of information to me a few months ago. I knew of the convoys, but I had no idea my father was successful in convincing anyone of anything, least of all a queen, and more importantly, a member of Sebastian's family. I want to meet this woman for myself to see if Sebastian's concern is justified. Now, if you will, I shall take you to see them. The Count extends his hand to me once again. There will be no need for that, says Sebastian. He scoops me up in his arms and tells me to hold tight. We'll see you all when we get there, he says to the group. The gravity around us becomes lighter, and the wind blows suddenly. They all back away and keep an eye on Sebastian, wondering what he's about to do. I, however, already know. His feet levitate from the ground, and within seconds, he shoots us both into the air and flies towards the palace. I hold him tightly and look on as the group becomes smaller and smaller. I still can't believe he can fly. Of all the gifts a vampire can possess, this one has me in a state of wonderment. The wind blows in all directions until Sebastian manipulates the air around us, causing my hair to settle down. With my head planted on his chest, I hear his heartbeat. I have to stop myself from biting him, as the urge always surfaces when I feel his heart palpitate. We near the palace, and Sebastian begins his descent. A large group of people, all dressed in clothing similar to the Count's, crowds around the front of the palace. I suppose I'll land there, he says. I hold on tight as he speeds downward and lands in the center of the crowd. They all look at us, speechless. Most recognize Sebastian and give him and me a bow. I've never seen anything like that. A vampire who can fly, a bystander whispers. Queen Goldrose approaches from the gates of the palace in all her emerald glory. She's wearing a bright green sari and gold crown, just as enchanting as I remember her. 2 other women follow behind her. One with dark burgundy hair, and the other with hair the color of coal, similar to Sebastian's. All 3 are intriguingly beautiful. That's my auntie, Queen Sophia, the one with the black hair, Sebastian whispers to me. I suspected as much, I reply. The crowd fans out as the 3 approach, followed by their escorts. The same bodyguard whom I met in Merlotica accompanies Goldrose. I can tell Sebastian is on edge when his auntie gets sight of him. I look down at his hands, his claws extended. I take his hand and walk toward the 3 of them. We meet in the center of the massive walkway overlaid with crimson carpet. I bow slightly to them as they do the same. With formalities out of the way, Queen Goldrose leaps toward me and gives me a warm hug. I return her affection, placing my hands around her waist and hugging tightly. The woman with the burgundy hair approaches me and extends her hand. I release Goldrose to return the gesture. She has the scent of crystallier flowers dipped in swanberries. The dress she's wearing is the same color as her eyes, red swirled with white. She's the same height as me, and her skin the same shade as Anastasia's. The look in her eyes tells me she could have any man she desires if she so willed it. I sense a confidence yet weariness within her. She has the look of someone who's been hurt. The suppression of emotions, I presume, is taking its toll on her. She kisses my cheek and then slowly moves to my lips, kissing me gently. 1, 2, 3 kisses before she backs away and smiles. It's an honor to finally meet you, Kyra Lescar-Defont. I am Queen Ariel. Welcome to my kingdom, she says. Do you have the same gifts your father had? I step back to Sebastian's side. Yes, I do. I've learned to control them, however. That is so very wonderful to hear. Your strength will be most needed if this rebellion turns into outright war. A vehicle pulls up at the end of the walkway near the crowd. It's the Count and his armada. He exits the car and makes his way down toward us. Sebastian, Aunt Sophia. They lock eyes with one another, giving the rest of us an uneasy feeling. Is everything all right between you two? Queen Goldrose asks. We'll see in due time, Sebastian answers. What's that supposed to mean? His aunt responds in turn. You know what I mean, Aunt Saphia. Why are you here? You've been loyal to the Coven for centuries. Why would you betray them? If you're here to infiltrate us, I swear I'll... Sebastian, please. Let us discuss this inside, Ariel interrupts. They have yet to break their suspicious glares, and I, too, want to know what their motives are. It's strange they didn't tell us about her involvement beforehand. Their notification would have gone a long way in easing the distrust Sebastian now feels. The Count joins us and takes his place by his queen's side. The aphrodisiac I sensed from him before isn't as potent as it once was. This tells me he can suppress it when he so wishes. This also tells me that he was, in fact, exerting his lust influence over me deliberately. I'll have to keep an eye on him. I dare not inform Sebastian, or else he may do something we'll both regret. I'm on your side, Sebastian. I always have been, cries his aunt. The truth will reveal itself soon, Queen Saphia, Sebastian says in a sarcastic tone. The massive gate to the palace opens. This way, please. There is much to discuss, says Ariel. The Count leads the way, and we all follow behind him. I put my arm around the small of Sebastian's back as we walk toward the palace. He puts his arm around my shoulders and slows down his pace so we are the last to enter the palace. If this is a trap, I'll scatter this entire place into the winds, he whispers to me. Don't worry, my love. I'm sure Goldrose and Ariel can be trusted after everything they've helped us with. Everything will be fine. We enter the palace, and the doors close behind us. Chapter 7. Queen's Meeting. We enter a large throne room made of glass, steel, and marble. The interior is as luxurious and elegant as the exterior. On each side of the hall leading to the Queen's throne, men and women dressed in a bare minimum hold plates of food and glasses filled with blood and wine. In the center stands a large round table midway between the Queen's throne and the exit doors. I can tell she placed it here specifically for us. It has 10 chairs around it, and in the center sits a bowl of red grapes and maps. This way, my lady, says the Count, once again holding his hand out to me. I feel his aphrodisiac coming and breathe it in. This confirms it. He's trying to seduce me with his gifts. I'll manage, I respond, avoiding him altogether. He bows, and I catch a glimpse of the sly little smile he displays when he realizes the effect his influence has on me. I pull out a chair next to Sebastian. Goldrose sits on the other side of me, while Saphia and Ariel sit on the opposite end of the table. I suppose it's a good idea for Sebastian and his aunt to keep their distance from each other. Something else must be going on between them. I've never seen Sebastian this distraught over seeing a member of his family who hasn't directly caused us any suffering. We all take our seats, and the men and women standing against the walls approach us. They set food, wine, and blood on the table in front of us. Refreshments, if you're hungry, says Ariel. She picks up an empty glass and mixes the wine and blood before taking a sip. The Count has his eyes trained on me from across the table as he tosses a grape into his mouth. I suspect the remorse he displayed on my aircraft when he saw how he was affecting me was nothing more than a ruse to quell Sebastian's jealousy. I've seen expressions such as his before, and I can only imagine what's going on in his head. I look to Sebastian, who stares daggers at him, causing the Count to look away. I rub the back of his hand to focus his attention on me. So, Queen Kyra, I hope you appreciate my offering of ships and supplies, Ariel says. Your planning and development statistician, Nativ Abdel Noor, explained to me what you're going to do. I've lived for centuries, and out of all the would-be rebellions and revolutions I've seen, you're the first to make it this far. You have my full support. I need reassurance that the probability of success will be greater than that of failure. If we fail, we all will die. She takes another sip from her glass, and I grab a grape from the bowl and put it in my mouth. It's a perfect blend of sweet and sour. I assure you, the chance of success far outweighs that of failure. We will win this. We know the Coven's secret. We have technology that leaves us virtually invisible to our enemies. The day we spread the truth to the masses is the day this rebellion will be over, and we will have won. I tell her confidently. She smiles and takes another sip. And what secret is that, pray tell? Asks Safiya. Secret? Sebastian says. Yes. You said you knew the Coven's secret. What secret would that be? We know why. I begin to say, but Sebastian takes my hand and squeezes it before I can utter another word. You want us to tell you so you can go back to the Coven and reveal our plans. Is that it? Sebastian's eyes become dark as his suspicions grow. Is there a way I can talk to my nephew in private for a moment? Safiya asks, turning her gaze to Ariel. Setting her glass down on the table, Ariel gives a nod. If you will, Sebastian of Arias, his aunt says while holding her hand toward the door that I assume leads to a private room. Never taking his eyes from her, he gets up and follows her out. I see the Count smile as they leave. Should we begin our discussion on the transfer of technologies now, or wait until they get back? Asks Ariel. We can discuss it now. You can fill Safiya in on everything afterward. I reply. Goldrose takes the maps from the center of the table and spreads them out. They look like blueprints, but to what exactly, I'm not sure. There are 9 of them in total, some similar to others. What are these? I ask. Blueprints for each of the 9 kingdoms. I won't go into the details as to how difficult it was to obtain these, but suffice it to say it was extremely challenging, says Ariel. I look them over. These are just what we'll need to accomplish our goal of hacking into the communication systems of each kingdom if they will not cooperate. The challenge, however, is getting to the satellite, which orbits the northern hemisphere of the planet. The Coven uses that satellite to transmit a majority of its communication. What do you think, Kyra? Do you think these will be useful to you? Asks Goldrose. Yes, you have no idea how useful these are going to be. Ariel traces her finger over every one of the blueprints and gazes at me. So, when are you planning to invade Varinia and every other kingdom which has a majority population that supports the Coven? She says. I flinch at her question and give her a confused yet concerned look. I thought I made my intentions clear when I ordered us to withdraw the day I was rescued. Queen Ariel, I'm afraid you must have misunderstood the purpose of this rebellion. I have no plans to invade Varinia. If we can avoid bloodshed, then we will. She fists the blueprints and her eyes glow a light yellow. The only thing the Coven understands is bloodshed. Don't be naive, Queen Kyra. Her fangs protrude. If it comes to that, then yes, we will use violence. However, I will not be the first to strike. That's not what my father intended for the Alliance Sanctuary. This will be a revolution born out of peace and understanding. The last thing I want is to show the people, human and vampire alike, that I am no different from Queen Maria or Markandi I. Then how do you plan to remove the Coven from power without force? Through compassion and understanding, and most of all, the truth. The truth? What truth? Says the Count. The reason behind certain Coven laws. The reason they have separated each kingdom by gender. The reason love and compassion are suppressed. Once the people know the truth, the grip the Coven has on the minds of the people will loosen. My father was once king of Varinia, and if he believed the Coven could fall by revealing this information, then so must we. I say sternly. The Count sips his wine and turns to his queen. You truly are passionate about this, aren't you? Says Ariel. The only thing I'm more passionate about is my love for Sebastian. I need you, all of you, to be just as passionate about this. We will see this through at all costs. Ariel stands, as does the Count. They raise their glasses to me and bow. You have our full support. However, know that I will not hesitate to resort to force if your methods fail. She says, If my methods fail, Queen Ariel, then I'll be more than willing to resort to your methods. They sit back down and eat from the grape bowl. Tell us what you need, says the Count. I need you to weed out anyone and everyone still loyal to the Coven. I've been betrayed far too many times to risk it again. Interview everyone, and I mean every single vampire in your kingdom. I want to give you the technology that will conceal your armies as well as your entire kingdoms from anyone who wishes to do you harm. But I must be certain there is no one in your kingdom still loyal to the Coven. We absolutely cannot have this technology falling into their hands. We assure you, there isn't one individual here who supports the Coven. When your father sent that envoy to us over 20 years ago, the Archduke came to us with executioners. He discovered we had planned to work with him to bring down the Coven. Thousands in my kingdom were slaughtered. I was only spared due to plausible deniability. Those who were loyal to the Coven saw firsthand how brutal they could be, thus washing away any support they had left in them. We've been waiting decades for these bastards to be challenged once again. I see devotion in her eyes. It's the same level of determination I saw in Goldrose when I first approached her. I feel I can trust her. The Count pushes the bowl of grapes aside, stands from his seat, and walks over to me with one of the maps. The scent of him is driving me insane, and at this point, I know what he's trying to do. He sits next to me and spreads the map out on the table. My hands sweat, and I try to shift myself back so I'm not directly facing him. This is the map of our kingdom. I understand you will need access to our communications systems. From here, you will be able to connect to our transmitters, which will broadcast throughout our entire kingdom, says the Count. The more he talks, the more powerful his influence becomes, and it's making it difficult for me to concentrate. I cover my mouth to keep the lust-filled scent of his breath from entering my lungs. He moves nearer to me and slides the map closer. Chills cause my body to shudder. The Count tactfully touches my wrist with his pinky as he pushes the map away. His lips move toward my neck, and I feel the breeze of his breath on my skin. "I'd like to see you in private, alone," he whispers. "Do you think that plan will work, and is it to your liking?" He continues. I give him a disconcerted side-eyed glance. Yes, that will work. We must release the message to all kingdoms simultaneously. The entire world must hear it. We will reveal this message on the night of the courting moon, which is about 5 months from now. All kingdoms must be connected at that time. The challenge, however, is getting to the satellite in orbit. We can't risk going into Verinia to hack into their system. It's best if we go directly to the source, which is that satellite. They look at me, speechless. "Isn't there a way you can hack into the satellite?" asks Goldrose. "I'm afraid we've explored that option. A piece of hardware must be installed in the satellite for this to work. The Coven has firewalls on top of firewalls built around their software infrastructure, making it impossible for us to hack into their system. Once we install our hardware into the satellite, we'll be able to take control of all their communication systems successfully. Queen Kyra, you do know that satellite orbits the northern hemisphere of the Earth, right? The Coven put it there for a reason. The satellite rotates in unison with the Earth, always staying on the light side. No vampire is able to get within a couple miles of it without turning to dust," says Ariel. "You're right, no vampire can, except for my mate and me." "Wait, you're not planning on going up there yourself, are you?" asks Goldrose with concern. "What other choice do we have? What if something goes wrong? We can't lose the leader of the rebellion if whichever aircraft or spaceship you choose to fly up there happens to malfunction. I understand you have humans in your kingdom. Why not train one of them to do it?" suggests the Count. I sigh and look down at the maps on the table. Sebastian and his aunt emerge from the private room, seemingly calmer than when they went in. The Count immediately removes himself from my side and goes back over to his seat next to Ariel. With him goes his lust influence, which stills my nerves and desire. He glances at me and smiles before taking his place across the table. I don't know what he thinks he will accomplish with his silly flirtations, but I do wish he would focus on the mission and not me. I turn to Sebastian as he takes his seat next to me. "Is everything okay?" I ask. He looks at me and smiles confidently. "We can trust her," he says, and then rubs my back. As Count Vega was saying, "Is there any way you can get one of the humans in your kingdom to do it?" says Ariel. "The human lands once known as Hymain are nothing like you would believe. Everything you see here, everything around you, is considered futuristic to your average human. The Coven kept us ignorant of the world. We had no idea hovercrafts, anti-gravity aircraft, or any of the like even existed. No human in my kingdom would know how to operate an aircraft, let alone a spaceship. Sebastian and I must make the trip. There is no other way." Dazed by my decision, Goldrose and Ariel sit back in their chairs and drink their wine. "I sure do hope you know what you're doing, Queen Kyra," comments the Count. "If you're referring to us going to the satellite, then yes, we do know what we're doing. Every precaution will be taken, and every contingency has been thought of. There is no need to fear us going," Sebastian says. "Very well. When would you like to start working on our communication systems?" Ariel asks. "Tonight, when the sun sets. Nativ and a couple of our engineers will make their way here with the equipment. They need to synchronize your systems with ours. They'll also bring with them the technology to make your kingdom transparent. It will be as if the kingdom of Bloodmoon was never here," I tell them. "That sounds extremely promising, Queen Kyra. We look forward to receiving it. We still have a couple of hours of daylight left. How would you and your mate like to join us at Riley's Club for a few drinks to celebrate? It's quite the upscale lounge, meant only for nobles in my kingdom. Would you like to join us, or do you prefer to rest?" Ariel asks, smiling. "We'll go," Sebastian says, taking my hand in his. I look across the table and see the Count's eyes light up. Goldrose gathers the maps and hands them to one of the men standing off to the side of the room. "Don't leave my side while we're there, Sebastian," I whisper in his ear. The Count's lustful gaze is not lost on me. If Sebastian finds out he's emitting his aphrodisiac purposefully, I don't know what he may do. We stand and push our chairs back under the table. One of the men, draped in a translucent blue toga, which exposes half of his muscled, hairy chest, guides us through the door in the opposite direction of his queen. Goldrose follows behind us, as does Safiya. I put my hand on the small of Sebastian's back and hold his hand with my other. "What did you and your aunt discuss?" I ask. He smiles at me and gently kisses my forehead before we walk through the doors toward the vehicle that will take us to the club. "Many things, my love. I'll tell you later. I had no idea what she's been through with my mother and father. It seems Markandi I and Queen Maria have damaged more lives than I care to imagine." "This way," says our guide. He stands aside and reveals a luxurious vehicle that stretches at least 20 feet long. I've never seen anything like it. "What kind of vehicle is this?" I ask. Our guide chuckles. "It's a limousine." He opens the door, and we are hit with bright neon blue lights and soft, tranquil music. You will find that the Kingdom of Bloodmoon is like no other kingdom. We enjoy the finer things in life. Goldrose and Safiya open their own doors in the front of the vehicle and enter. Sebastian takes my hand as I sit inside. "We'll be stopping by a spa on the way to the club. I'm sure you two would like to freshen up a bit beforehand." The guide closes the door and walks toward the front where the driver is located. "What's a spa?" I ask Sebastian. I haven't heard that term used in years. It's like a bathhouse for nobles to enjoy a luxurious treatment. I'm sure you'll like it, he says. I lean back in my seat and rub Sebastian's knee. I hope Nativ and the others don't run into any trouble on their way here later tonight. I'm sure our light-shifting technology will give them protection if the Coven is out scouring the flatlands for us. Either way, I see this as a stepping stone to accomplishing our goals. I lie down and put my head in Sebastian's lap. He pets my head softly, and I fall asleep. Perhaps we should have just rested as opposed to going out. I hope the Count can keep his hands to himself while we're there. Chapter 8. The Test. I'll have to recreate a spa within my kingdom. The massages and the spring water bath that steamed and filled my pores were both magnificent. It's a beautiful concept I'd like to enjoy again sometime in the future. The baths were separated by sex, and I was glad of it. If Sebastian and I had bathed together, we'd probably still be there. We pull up to the front doors of Riley's club, and there are 5 guards on each side of the walkway leading to the entrance. The entire place is glowing from the outside in. The sun sets across the flatlands, bringing with it the night. The protective force field around their kingdom radiates, which offsets the shining lights that emit from the club. While at the spa, I received word that Nativ will be leaving Dragoius within the hour. That was 30 minutes ago, so I don't plan to enjoy myself much here. Linking our communication systems with theirs is far more critical than celebrating right now. It's the only thing on my mind. Our guide opens the door, and each of the guards peeks into our vehicle to get a look at us. They whisper among themselves as Sebastian and I make our exit. "Do you see her hair? She looks just like him," one whispers. A crowd forms around us as the nightgoers and revelers come from across their saloons to get a glimpse. "It's her. The Coven said she was dead. I can't believe she's here in our kingdom," we hear these vampires murmur. "You're quite popular with the natives," Sebastian jokes. I nudge his shoulder before he loops my arm with his. We enter the club and hear music I've never in my life heard before. The rhythm is fast and bubbling, almost hypnotic. So many things in this kingdom are new to me. Every new experience is more enjoyable than the last. Queen Ariel greets us at the bar when we take our seats. "Join us in the VIP room," she says, taking Sebastian's hand. I shoot her a confused look. "What's a VIP room?" She laughs, as does the Count standing behind her. "It's a room where the very important people sit." The bartender hands us our drinks. They're dark and thick, yet the scent is pleasant. "What is this?" asks Sebastian. "It's my own mixture. I call it Doomed Treasures. Reposado tequila, swanberry juice, 10 drops of Cointreau, and a spoonful of carrot juice mixed with lime and orange juice and blood. I've laced the edges of the glass with ghost pepper extract, just to give it that little kick." Sebastian takes a sip, and immediately his jaw clenches. "Wow," he shouts. "What's wrong?" I ask, setting my glass on the bar. "This drink hit my taste buds like a flying stone. It's delicious." He continues to drink. I take my glass, put it up to my lips, and sip. The peppers on the edge of the glass burn like hell, and I almost drop my drink on the floor. "Fuck!" I scream, and then hastily set the glass back on the bar. "Water! I need water!" "Are you all right, Queen Kyra?" asks Ariel. "Water, milk, something, anything!" I continue to shout. Sebastian takes hold of my head and breathes a stream of cooling air into my mouth. It soothes the burning, but doesn't stop it. "My love, allow your vampirism to surface. The sting of the peppers will subside once you do," he says. I close my eyes and my fangs lengthen. The burning dies down, and the hint of blood on my lips makes me grow thirsty. I breathe a sigh of relief the moment the burning completely disappears. "My apologies, I should have warned you," says the bartender. Fangs fully extended, I take another sip. It makes my taste buds tingle, and I yearn for more. "I can bear it now," I tell him. He bows nervously while looking at his queen for forgiveness. Ariel nods and smiles. The bartender returns the smile and goes back to mixing drinks. "Excuse me, I have a question about this drink," states Sebastian. "Sure," he replies. "Why do you call this Doomed Treasures? Isn't it obvious? When you taste the first drop, your tongue will treasure every sensual flavor. Conversely, if you continue to drink, you will be doomed to a night of inebriation." We all look at each other and burst out laughing. Sebastian finishes his drink and asks for another. He orders another for me as well. "He's a character, that one. Come, the VIP room is this way," says the Count. Goldrose and a collection of young vampires who look like teenage girls are sitting in the room, waiting for us. They're all wearing bright pink lingerie, and their eyes glow a subtle yellow. They look enchanting. "May I speak with you for a moment?" the Count asks of me. He grabs my hand and pulls me in the opposite direction of the group. Ariel takes Sebastian by the arm and pulls him away toward the VIP room. What the hell is going on? Sebastian and I let go of each other's hands as we're pulled in opposite directions. We lock eyes, and the farther the distance between us, the more worried I become. "Can we talk later?" I ask. "It won't take but a moment," he says with a devious smile. The girls are moaning and giving us sensual glances. Sebastian is led to the room, and they close the door behind them. I can no longer see them, and my jealousy intensifies. The music of the club doesn't drown out the laughter I hear beyond the door. The Count takes me behind the bar and opens a hidden door leading to a lounge room with various couches and a large bed. Everything is red and white, draped in satin. I can smell the scent of sex in the air, which makes me apprehensive about going any farther. I stop in my tracks and pull my hand away. "Why have you brought me here?" "To talk, that's all, just a little talk." He removes his shirt, and the aphrodisiac in his scent overwhelms my senses. I immediately begin to sweat. He notices and grins. "What the hell is going on?" I ask firmly. He steps closer to me and wraps his arms around my waist. I can't resist him. His influence overpowers my logic. "This is the way of the vampire," he whispers. He pulls me farther into the room, and the bartender shuts the door behind us. I flinch when the door closes. I turn to him and look into his eyes with desperation. "Please don't do this to me," I beg. "This is the way of the vampire," he repeats. His lips move closer to mine, and I shut my eyes. I think of Sebastian. The thought of Ariel and Goldrose and those young, lustful girls doing the same thing to him enters my mind. An uncontrollable fury wants to burst out of me. Seconds before his lips can touch mine, I push him away, hard. He flies across the room and crashes into the wall, leaving a gaping hole. I run to the door and rip the handle clean off. My gifts have me now. I put my hand through the hole where the handle used to be and tear the door open. To my shock, Sebastian is standing there with eyes the color of molten lava. He looks at me and over my shoulder, where the Count lies on the floor, covered in dust and pieces of stone. Sebastian looks at me again, and we grab each other, ready to accuse the other of giving in to temptation. As the Count grunts in pain, I have to stop Sebastian from going near him. With the anger I see in his eyes, he may end up killing the Count if given the chance. "What the hell is going on in here? Why did you come in here with him?" he growls. "Sebastian, please calm down. Did you touch him?" "No." "Then why are you in this sex room with him? He used his aphrodisiac on you to lure you in here, didn't he? I'll kill him," he shouts. He moves me to the side and launches himself at the Count. "Sebastian, no!" I yell, but it's no use. His claws extend as he swipes at the Count, but the blow passes right through him as if he's a mirage. All the lights flicker and the Count disappears, as do the satin walls of the room. Walls of glass and light emitters replace them. We both look around, confused. The bartender approaches us and bows. "You passed the test, Sebastian of Arias." Our brows scrunch as we give dumbfounded glances to one another. "What test?" he bellows. "Where is the Count?" Goldrose and Ariel appear behind the bartender. "Kyra knows of the test," says Goldrose. "That's when I remember what she did to me the day we first met. She tested my resolve to be faithful to my mate." "Why would you do that?" I scoff at them. "It was necessary," says Ariel. "What was necessary? Would someone tell me what the hell is going on?" Sebastian hisses. I put one hand on his shoulder and massage him slowly. "Do you remember when I told you Goldrose put me in a trance to test my loyalty to you?" He gasps in shock, and his eyes mellow from the burning red they are to a light blue. "How dare you do that to me? You have no idea the shit we've been through and how loyal we are to each other. How dare you?" Sebastian screams. He raises his arms, and I feel the wind conjured beneath us. I grab him and kiss his neck to calm him down. "Sebastian, my love, it's okay. What happened wasn't real. It's all right. Just calm down. For me." He gazes at me and lowers his arms to his sides. "I had to see it with my own eyes. I needed to know that no amount of temptation would make you betray your mate. It was necessary for the mission," says Ariel. "You could have just asked," Sebastian snarls. "No, I'm afraid simply asking is irrelevant. Loyalty must be experienced. I'm sure your aunt informed you that I tested her in the same way. Isn't that the reason you now trust her intentions?" Balling his hands into fists, he looks down and sighs. Ariel and Goldrose both smile. They actually believe what they've done is okay. "How is this test aimed towards Sebastian? The Count has been flirting with me from the time we met." "The Count's part in all this was to get you and Sebastian to separate. When he asked you if he could speak to you alone, it was all pretense. What you didn't see, Queen Kyra, was what Sebastian endured when you were here," she says. As I approach them, I feel my eyes shift to red, and I give them both a murderous glare. "And what exactly did he endure?" I hiss. "Temptation, which he vehemently refused. His love for you is unparalleled." We look at each other, both agitated and offended. I am the leader of this rebellion, yet they treat me as if I'm the one who should be analyzed for trustworthiness. Out of everyone in this room, my mate and I are the only ones who are in love. We're the only ones who understand what it's like to have passion running through our veins. Nativ will be here any moment. Now that this is settled, we should make our way back to the palace and... Not just yet. I interrupt Ariel mid-sentence. She flinches and looks at me. I know she can hear the annoyance in my voice. Nevertheless, she acts as if everything is cordial between us. Are you all right, Queen Kyra? No, I am definitely not all right. Who are you to challenge us? You too, Gold Rose. Have either of you been so deeply in love that the thought of being away from that person is equivalent to death? Have either of you alienated your family or put the lives of everyone you've ever known at risk to stay with the one you love? Have either of you been tortured or been beaten or seen your loved ones die, all for the sake of the cause? I fume at the both of them. They stand there, looking at me, unable to give a response. Well? I press. We apologize for continually testing you and your mate. We wanted to be certain you're ready for what's ahead. We've seen firsthand other rebellions get crushed before they even start. This time, with this uprising, we want to see success, says Gold Rose. I stare at Sebastian, who has his hand on his forehead. We will succeed, or we'll die trying, he mutters. I approach the both of them and stare them down. The anxious looks on their faces isn't lost on me. Listen, because I will not be repeating myself. From this point forward, no more tests. I've had enough of hallucinations and tricks and such. I am the daughter of Emmanuel Lescar de Font, and I don't need to prove myself to anyone. Are we clear? I try to keep from showing signs of aggression, but my fangs grow all on their own. Both Gold Rose and Ariel take a step back and bow slightly. We understand, says Gold Rose. The door to the gray room that was once full of holograms flies open. It's the Count. Did everything go as planned? He says, seconds before Sebastian rushes him without a moment's hesitation. Sebastian slams him against the wall, his hand around the Count's throat. Sebastian, wait! It wasn't actually him, it was just a hologram, shouts Gold Rose. I'm not upset about that. I'm upset about him tempting my Kyra while I was away with my aunt. He growls. I'm sorry, Sebastian of Arias. I was just following orders. He pants, struggling to breathe. Ariel stands frozen, unable to comprehend Sebastian's hostility over something so small. This is the blood's passion I've talked about. Even something as minor as flirtation will trigger an insanely jealous reaction. We've been learning to control it, but sometimes it's challenging. I say to them all. I walk up behind Sebastian and place my hands on his shoulders. Let him go, my love. Remember to meditate. I whisper to him softly. I see his rage die down, and he loosens his grip until the Count falls to his knees. I spin him around and kiss the space between his eyes. Go outside until you've calmed down a bit more. He won't flirt with me again. He presses his forehead against mine and sighs heavily. Okay. He opens the door and leaves, stepping over the Count. I've never seen anyone react like that in my life. I see now it was wrong of me to test you, says Ariel. I'm glad he wasn't around when I tested you, says Gold Rose. I help the Count to his feet and approach Gold Rose. He'll be fine, he just needs a moment. His reactions are nothing compared to my own. I wonder, will this volatility come into play if you're faced with the wrath of the Coven? Says the Count, holding his neck. We've both faced the wrath of the Coven on more than one occasion. Our love is a source of strength, and I, for one, do not see it as volatility. I see it as a reason to keep going, a sign that things will change. It is love that will bring about the end of the Coven. The bartender steps outside for a brief moment and returns with a blood bag. He hands it to the Count, who drinks it swiftly. I look outside and see Sebastian sitting at the bar, drinking another one of those doomed treasures the bartender gave us earlier. Now that we understand each other, how about we go meet up with Nativ and my engineers so we can do what I came here to do? Yes, of course, Queen Kyra. This way, says Ariel. She leads us out of the room and into the club, which is now empty. I walk up behind Sebastian and put my arm around his shoulder. Are you all right? I ask. He swallows the rest of the drink and steps down from the stool. I'm fine now. You know something? I didn't want to tell you this since I don't want you to worry, but I can't seem to get drunk, he says. What do you mean? I can't get intoxicated. I've had 3 of these drinks, and I don't feel the least bit tipsy. When we're home, I drink bottles upon bottles of wine, and nothing happens. This all started the day in the bunker when we were about to test your new aircraft. You mean the day you first started flying and your gifts became more powerful? Yes, that day. It's as if I'm a super vampire or something. It can't be a part of my physical development from my gifts because I've seen my father drunk on many occasions. I don't know, Sebastian. Remember when I almost drank you dry when we made love? You recovered so quickly without even having to drink a blood bag. Perhaps I'll ask my father if he knows anything the next time I sleep. I pause when I realize what I've just said. Your father? He asks with a strange look on his face. I probably shouldn't mention anything about the visits or I'll sound as though I'm insane. I take the empty glass from his hand and lick the edges to get any last drop. I set it down and hold his hand. I'll explain later. Chapter 9. They Arrive. I'm happy to report the tunnels leading to Verinia are complete, my queen. We can infiltrate them whenever we see fit. All that needs to be done now is the communication link to each kingdom. May we begin? Says the head scientist who accompanied Nativ and a few others to Blood Moon. Tunnels? Asks Ariel. The Count is beside her with a puzzled look on his face. They're both wondering what my scientist is referring to. I don't know whether I should tell them about the tunnels. If one of them were to be captured by the Coven, there's no telling what methods of persuasion they'll inflict to get the information they want. I side-eye Nativ and the scientist. My look gives the impression that I don't want this information to be known by everyone, or at least I hope that's the sense they're getting. Nativ flicks his shiny blue hair near the face of the Count and takes to Sebastian's side. He's referring to the holographic tunnels we've set up in a training simulation just in case a full-on war with the Coven is to erupt, says Nativ, flicking his hair again. You think that's funny? Says the Count. 100 years ago, you thought it was funny, did you not? States Nativ. I haven't forgotten, and just so you know, I won that game. You won nothing! Oh, yes I did. Why else do you still harbor this 100-year-old grudge? Nativ flicks his hair again, and this time it hits the Count in the face. Ariel smirks at the two of them as they bicker. Why don't we settle this once and for all? I challenge you. When this is all over, we'll have another game, and winner gets it all. Agreed? Says Nativ in a bold tone. There is no reason for this challenge since I already won, Nativ. Nevertheless, if you wish to be embarrassed so badly, then I accept your infantile challenge. The Count responds. They shake hands and take their places next to their queens. The Count to Ariel and Nativ to me. The hell was that about? Asks Sebastian. Revamp game. They say in unison. Without another word, Sebastian nods, as he knows all too well the bragging rights involved in that game. If you two are quite finished, we have some serious matters to discuss. The head scientist says sternly. The Count snickers at Nativ before guiding my team to the communication system within the tower of their palace. Once we've interlinked into your systems, we'll affix your protective field with the light-shifting technology we're currently using. It shouldn't take any longer than an hour to complete both tasks, says the scientist. Thank you so much. This will provide us with the protection we need in the event the Coven decides to attack our kingdom again, says Ariel. They won't attack. By the time they figure out what's going on, it will be too late, Sebastian says. While they're preparing for an invasion supplemented with foot soldiers, aerial attacks, and bombs, we'll have persuaded the masses to join our cause the day they learn the truth. It's all only a matter of time. How can you be so sure, Sebastian? Asks Saphia. He turns to her. I know what my father is planning. He and Queen Maria think alike. They're planning a purge within each kingdom. If they are unsuccessful in finding Dragoius. As I've said before, when I was held captive, my father and I fought. I bit him and tasted his memories, what they're planning to do, everything. I suppose that's the reason he was so furious when he discovered that I escaped. When he came to my chambers and found I wasn't there, he was so angry his screams almost made my ears bleed. He ended up killing the guard who was in charge of watching over me. Little did he know, I was there the whole time, hiding behind the wall where I had dug a hole to conceal myself. I escaped when they left the cage door open. They thought I had escaped, but it was him leaving the door open that freed me. At any rate, they have no idea what we're planning, but we know everything they are. Perhaps your father altered the Coven's plan after you bit him, Safiya says. Unlikely. It's been 8 months, and they're still looking for our kingdom. They're no closer to finding it, and when squads of the Varinian army do get too close, the Daggerwolves push them back. Yes, I've heard about the deal you struck with those feral demons, the Daggerwolves. That was brilliant and quite dangerous, says the Count. When you don't have much, you must work with what you have, I say. We walk into the tower, and Ariel opens the door to their communications room. It has multiple holographic projections and liquid crystal display screens, with surveillance throughout their entire kingdom. A vampire in a white coat turns from his screens, stands from his chair, and walks toward our head scientist. His skin is as pale as his attire. He holds his hand out to our scientist with a wide grin, as if he hasn't seen a person outside of these walls in years. It's so nice to meet you, Florian Kuhn. I've been following your work since before you were exiled from Varinia. It's an absolute honor to meet you, he says. Your name is Florian Kuhn? I thought you said it was scientist, says Nativ. The scientist smirks and looks at Nativ as if he can't be serious. You actually thought my name was scientist, Nativ? Come on now, I'm kidding you. All the same, yes, my name is Florian Kuhn. I left that name behind when Queen Mireia exiled me from Varinia. I haven't used it since. I prefer to remain nameless. However, if you wish to call me Florian, then go ahead and do so. It doesn't bother me if you do. I approach him from behind and turn him to face me. Listen, Florian, I understand what it's like to be cast out and feel as if you're not wanted. However, you shouldn't remove your identity due to one close-minded fool. You've accomplished more in Dragoius than you ever could have in Varinia. You are hereby reborn as Florian Kuhn under my rule. The old Florian is gone. What stands before me now is the new you, the new Florian Kuhn, who will go on to accomplish so much more than he could ever dream. I'm not going to continue calling you the scientist when you have such a beautiful name. He sighs when the ecstatic vampire who so blissfully shook his hand comes to my side and takes his hand once again. She's right. You're a genius who shouldn't allow someone like Queen Mireia to have power over you. Those days are gone now. Soon, the Coven will fall, and you will have played an integral part in that. He looks around, and everyone is staring at him in agreement. All right, you've won. I'll use my given name once again. Now, let us get to work. Yes, please, take a seat here. I've laid out everything you need. Please, here. The ecstatic vampire says hastily. Florian looks at him strangely before taking his seat. Looks like our scientist has a fan club, Sebastian whispers to me. I chuckle as the rest of our team members take their seats at different stations around the room. Well, what do you say we leave them to it? Says Ariel. The Count opens the door leading outside. You can go with them, Nativ, unless of course you're proficient in the inner workings of the particle physics surrounding multidimensional spectrums of... I'm leaving, Florian, don't worry, says Nativ in an annoyed tone. Florian laughs as Nativ rushes out the door, followed by Ariel, the Count, and me. He's tortured me with his science talk the whole way here. I think he was getting a kick out of it, complains Nativ. I'm afraid you're going to have to endure his torture for a while longer. We have 7 more kingdoms that need to be interlinked with our systems before we can transmit our message, not to mention the satellite in orbit, Sebastian reminds him. His eyes widen and his jaw drops. But you're the one who volunteered to go with them to each kingdom, Nativ. Hast thou forgotten? Sebastian says with a smirk. Nativ knows he's mocking him, but deep down he also knows Sebastian's right. I didn't know he was going to annoy me the whole time on purpose, but it's fine. I'll just lay down the law on our next trip. In the meantime, I'm in need of a blood bag. Is there anywhere around here a thirsty vampire can get a drink? The Count takes hold of his shoulder. Right this way, old friend. I'll take you to Queen Ariel's personal bar. When we're done, I'll go ahead and embarrass you in this race. Again, he says. Keep dreaming, Amari. You never won the first time, so what makes you think you'll win this time? Your defeat is inevitable. They sneer at each other and walk down the steps and through the hallway. We follow down the stairs and leave our science teams to their work. This brings us one step closer to our goal. I hope the other kingdoms go as smoothly. Chapter 10. Tactical Advantage. We stay until night falls so we can see firsthand if the field we retrofitted onto their protective shield will function properly. Ariel and a few of her subjects want to view it from outside of their kingdom, but to do that, we had to wait until sundown. Florian and the eccentric scientist who seems to be obsessed with Florian's work are in the tower, ready to receive orders for activation. The rest of us are outside the field, facing the front of Blood Moon. Sebastian is above the tower on the outside of the field, hovering over the kingdom like an angel, ready to give the signal. Communication with Dragoius confirmed. Communication with Merlotica confirmed. Communication network a go. All systems are functioning properly. Ready to initiate light-shifting field. Florian says over the transmitter. Initiate. Sebastian commands. Florian flips the switch, and the entirety of Blood Moon flickers before it's pushed entirely out of phase. In the vast plains that make up the flatlands, nothing can be seen but hills, rocks, and mountains underneath the shining moon. In the distance, we see the glow from the fifth kingdom, Academicus. "This is amazing," Ariel says, clenching the arms of the Count. The system is generated by solar power, which is continuously recycled during the day. If you so choose, you can have this field up for as long as you wish, I say. However, I would caution against using it indefinitely, lest you draw attention from the Coven. It might look strange if kingdoms begin disappearing left and right. I would advise you to use it only when in danger or in times of war. Florian deactivates the field, and their kingdom comes back into view. The protective shield re-emerges, glowing brightly. Sebastian flies down to our location and hands the Count the transmitter he used to communicate with the tower. "Just like Merlotica, you will now have two-way communication with us at all times without the Coven knowing." They all look at us in awe. "This is happening. This is really happening," says one from the crowd. The Count comes to my side and places his arm around my shoulder. "You did it, Kyra of Dragoius. You are an amazing woman." Sebastian growls and his eyes tint red. The Count releases me and backs away the second he notices Sebastian's death stare. Ariel and Goldrose hug Sebastian and me. They are developing hope in their hearts, and the more they do, the more determined I become. "Thank you for this, Queen Kyra. You're a godsend," says Ariel. "Please, just call me Kyra. The time for formalities is over. I consider you my friends now, and as friends, we will see this through to the end." Goldrose kisses me on the forehead and lips while cupping my face in her hands. "I've waited for decades for someone like you to come along. Thank you for giving me hope again," she says. Ariel moves Goldrose aside and lays a kiss on each of my cheeks, and then softly on my lips. "I think I'm in love with you," she says tearfully. I smile and hug her tightly. It's then that I realize she must have been in love once, and due to Coven laws, that love was ripped from her. I hope now she receives justice as we all witness the fall of this oppressive regime. We release each other, and Sebastian intertwines his fingers with mine and kisses the back of my head. "We should be getting back, my love. We'll have Nativ and our scientist team accompany my aunt to her kingdom. Once that is complete, we can strategize a way to reach the other 6 kingdoms. By my count, we still have Jordania, Civitas, Red Song, Academicus, Carissa, and..." He sighs. "Orius." "We'll get through this, Sebastian. Florian has already laid the groundwork for making my aircraft space-worthy. If all goes as planned, this will all be over within 5 short months. If the Coven doesn't discover Dragoius or suspect other kingdoms' involvement, then no blood will be shed. We've got this, Sebastian." He takes me in his arms and kisses me passionately. I wrap my arms around him and return the kiss with my tongue. "You are the love of my life, Sebastian. I would never have made it this far without you." I look over his shoulder and see Safia gazing at us, smiling. She looks so much like Sebastian. The genes on his mother's side of the family must be predominant. "Excuse me," she says, tapping Sebastian on the shoulder. He releases me and turns to his aunt. "You two should get going. I'll meet up with Nativ after they've finished up in the tower. We should be in my kingdom within a couple of hours before sunup." Sebastian nods and turns to me again. I gaze at Safia, but she still doesn't take her eyes off Sebastian. She has a hint of sadness in her, and I can't quite pinpoint its source. We all proceed to the gates. The Count informs the tower and Nativ of our plans to head back to Dragoyas. Sebastian takes me in his arms and readies to fly us over the gate and straight to our aircraft. A moment, I say. He sets me down and I approach the Count. Would you mind coming with us to Dragoyas? I ask. Sebastian's eyes widen and he grabs my arm, pulling me aside. Why do you want him to come with us? He asks me sternly. The Count is smiling. However, I think they both have the wrong impression. I place my hand over Sebastian's ear and draw my lips close to him. I think I found a solution to the Vanatia problem, I whisper. Within moments, he goes from agitated to calm. You're a genius, he chuckles. I kiss his nose and head back over to the Count. So, would you like to come with us? He looks to his queen, who gives him an approving nod, and his eyes light up. Gladly. Good. We'll meet you at our aircraft. Don't take too long in getting there, Sebastian says. He scoops me up in his arms and takes off into the air. A crowd assembles beneath us, both human and vampire, all waving into the sky to welcome us back. The Count looks down at them and is amazed. I haven't seen a human in decades. To think, humans and vampires all living here peacefully. The Coven's collective head would explode if they saw such a thing, he says. I see Masego and the rest of my family on the steps of our palace. Once we enter the field, they reactivate the light-shifting shield. Dragoyas has once again vanished from the map. The gates open to the underground bunker, and I take us in steadily. The Count is still amazed by my kingdom, so much so he has yet to take his eyes off the scenery. Anastasia and Evangeline are in the bunker, ready to greet us. We land, and Sebastian opens the door to the aircraft. Where's Nativ? Asks Evangeline. I remove my helmet and set it down on the controls. Sebastian makes sure the Count and I keep our distance from each other. I'm not sure why he still suspects the Count of wanting me. I suppose he'll never get over what happened before. The Count steps off the aircraft and both my sisters gasp before stepping back. Alessandro's eyes glow green and his fangs grow. The Count of Blood Moon? Why is he here? Asks Evangeline. She clenches her fist as if she's ready to attack, as does Alessandro. What's wrong? The Count asks with a smile. Why would you bring this sex-crazed bastard to our kingdom, Kyra? Sebastian and I look at each other, confused. What do you mean? Sebastian asks. What do I mean? I know you two are young, so you probably haven't heard the stories, but this fucker here tried to sleep with every vampiress in Varinia, which is why he was exiled. He even tried to sleep with my mother. With the aphrodisiac in his blood, he was able to coerce many into his bed. The Queen of Blood Moon was the only person who could tame him. Now that he's here, there's no doubt he'll try the same thing, she says. Sebastian and Alessandro growl while shielding Anastasia and me. I knew something was iniquitous about him the moment we met. Sebastian scoffs. The Count laughs. That was decades ago. I have changed my ways, he says. You said the same thing when you tried to sleep with me when I was only 13, Evangeline says in anger. I promise you all, I am no longer that person. Queen Ariel has helped me to suppress my desires well. The only thing that matters to me now is the mission, and I... He stops mid-sentence and glares at something in the distance. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, says Vanatia before she locks eyes with the Count. We all look at each other in bewilderment as the Count and Vanatia stand in total stillness, staring at one another. Who is she? Mumbles the Count. Vanatia breathes heavily. Must have him between my legs. She finishes in a whisper. Well, my love, I think your plan is working, Sebastian says. Without uttering a single word to one another, they walk briskly into each other's arms. They grab each other's forearms, and they're both sweating bullets. His aphrodisiac fully connects with her overwhelming lust influence. My name is Count Amari Vega of Blood Moon. I don't know who you are, but would you... I'm Vanatia. She gulps. A pleasure to meet you. You never told me you had such a beautiful gem dwelling within the walls of your kingdom, Queen Kyra. We all give each other dumbfounded looks. Did he just call Vanatia a gem? Anastasia whispers mockingly. Both their eyes swirl with purple and gray. I never expected them to have an instant connection as powerful as this. It looks as if they're trying with all the willpower inside their bodies to keep from tearing each other apart. Would you two like a room? Sebastian asks as a joke. Yes. They both scream in unison. No, actually, we'd make too much noise for any room in this palace. I think it's better if we go out into the forest, says Vanatia. The forest? For what reason? Asks the Count. You'll see. She smiles before flicking his nose. They turn to us with fangs in plain view. I've never seen Vanatia like this, even during the orgy Evangeline hosted before we left for Blood Moon. I hope they don't end up killing each other, says Evangeline. Hand in hand, they walk out the bunker doors. Vanatia turns back to us and smiles, waving goodbye. Evangeline looks at Sebastian and me and gives us some side-eye. Did you two plan this? She asks. Don't look at me. It was Kyra's idea, Sebastian says. I turn to him and gape before hitting his shoulder. What? He says, smiling. I attempt to put on an innocent face, as if I didn't know this would happen. I brought him here to help us with, to see if the communication systems with Blood Moon was properly synced. I lie. Sure you did, little sister, she says, nudging me with her elbow. Anastasia hugs me from behind and sighs. You just saved her life. If she came on to Alessandro one more time, I was going to be left with no other choice but to murder her, she says. Sebastian chuckles, and I turn to face her. She isn't that bad, Anastasia. You don't know what she did while you were gone, she exclaims. Sebastian and I flinch as Anastasia snaps at us. Her eyes turn shades of red, and at first, I didn't want to ask what Vanatia did. However, my curiosity is piqued. What'd she do? I ask. Must we go through this again? Says Evangeline. Yes, we must. She needs to hear this. Anastasia presses. Sebastian backs up and walks over to Alessandro. I think I'll leave you three to talk among yourselves, he says, motioning for Alessandro to follow. He gives me a gleaming smile and leaves me here with a fuming Anastasia. The engineers pretend to ignore us while stealing glances every now and then. Anastasia grabs my arm and sits me in a nearby chair. She takes a seat next to me. Evangeline walks off. I suppose she's heard the story already, or at least saw what happened. I think we should kick her out of Dragoius. Otherwise, I'm going to end up beating her to death, Anastasia says, fangs extended. Calm down, Anastasia. Just tell me what she did. I respond, trying to bring her anger to a simmer instead of a boil. She sighs. The bitch put her blood in Alessandro's wine. Her lust influence had taken full control of him. After a couple of drinks, he became drunk with lust. I was with Masego at the time. He was teaching me how to meditate. Anyway, the little whore was waiting for Alessandro in our room, fully nude. He was so drunk he didn't know what was going on. He took off his clothes and hopped into bed, not even knowing she was there. I wasn't around, so he decided to pleasure himself to release some of the lust that bitch put into him. That's when she removed the covers from over herself, pinned him down, and cuffed him to the bedpost. She was inches away from taking his cock and pushing it inside of herself when I walked in. Evangeline and your mother had to stop me from killing her. If they weren't here to stop me, Vanatia would be no more. I look at her, stunned, and my blood rage boils my skin. If she had done that to Sebastian, there would have been no stopping me. I place my hand on her shoulder and rub back and forth. I can't believe she did that, I exclaim, sympathetic. Anastasia looks up at me with tears of frustration in her eyes. She knows not to be in the same room as me. I have never wanted to kill someone so much in my life, she says. I know what you mean. I'm sure the Count will be able to sate her desires. If not, I'll personally send her back to Goldrose's kingdom. She wipes her face and gives me a soft hug. The front door creaks and Sebastian bursts in, waving his hands in the air. Whoa, time out. What did you say she did? Are you serious? He bellows. Startled, we turn around to face him. Sebastian, I thought you left. I say, I was right outside, listening. Alessandro went upstairs to grab some blood bags, but that's beside the point. Are you saying she drugged him with her blood and tried to sleep with him? Don't you think that's the final straw, my love? I look at them both and heave a sigh. I knew she was going to be a problem the moment I saw her. I just never thought she would go this far in trying to get Alessandro. As much as I want to expel her from my kingdom, I can't. She's the only one here who knows how to breed the Calcanae birds we use in exchange for the Daggerwolf's protection. I've always wondered why she's been so reluctant to teach anyone else how to breed them. She's probably using it as leverage just in case I decide to kick her out. But that ends today. I take Anastasia by the hand and stand her up. Listen, we'll have a meeting with her later. Nonsense like this will not be allowed within these walls. In the meantime, Evangeline, could you please summon Ayumi and her husband? I have a task for them, if they're willing. Alessandro comes back in with a blood bag in each hand. My expression is sad but angry. He looks at us all, wondering what he did wrong. Are you all okay? He asks. No, we're not okay, Alessandro. Don't ever get drunk around that woman again. I scold. He drops the blood bags, and along with them, his jaw. He stands there in shock. So she told you, huh? He says nervously. Yes, she told me. What the hell? Why would you get drunk with her? You know how she is. I wasn't getting drunk with her. She wasn't even in the same room. I was by myself, watching the holographic history documentaries the IHP provided us. I left the room for only a moment, and when I came back, I knew the wine I was drinking tasted strange. As I explained to Anastasia, I had no idea. I sigh, having never suspected drama like this would unfold while I was gone. All right, fine. What's done is done. I'll talk with her later. How about we get something to eat? I'm starving. Alessandro picks up the blood bags and tosses me one. Drink up, he says. I hand it to Anastasia and shake my head. I'm part human, remember? I need human food. I place my hand on his shoulder when I walk by him. Sebastian smiles and follows me out. As we make our way up into the council's ward, Alessandro snickers at us and follows, as does everyone else. My mother, Isaac, and Monica are in the dining area eating supper, roasted chicken stuffed with cheese with a side of potatoes and broccoli. My stomach growls as the heavenly scent fills my nose. Kyra! Shouts Monica as she runs toward me. She jumps into my arms and hugs me tightly. You've been so busy with everything, big sister. We miss you, she exclaims. I set her down and sit at the table along with Sebastian. Isaac places a plate in front of me with a knife and fork. Mother made this for you. Hope you like it, he says. With food bulging out of my mother's cheeks, she takes a sip of water and swallows. I'm glad you made it back safely, Kyra. Did everything go as you had hoped? She says. I take a piece of broccoli and put it in my mouth. Salted with hints of spicy pepper. It's delicious. Yes, Mother, everything went great. Nativ and the others are going to press on to the other kingdoms, excluding Orius and Academicus. I understand those are the two kingdoms that gave my father the most difficulty. We'll have to devise a plan before going forward with those two. She looks at me with a twinkle in her eye. I think that's for the best, she says. The melted cheese seeps out of the chicken as I cut into it. I contemplate whether I should tell her about the visions of my father that I've been having. Now that I know they're real, it won't be as if I'm getting her hopes up for nothing. Perhaps I should consult him before I tell her anything. He mentioned something about rules of 3, and the last thing I want to do is violate one of those rules. The next time I dream of him, I'll get better clarification. I take a bite of the chicken, and it makes my taste buds tingle. My mother is quite the chef. I love her cooking, and I can never get enough of it. Can I try? Asks Sebastian. My mother smiles. Developing a taste for human food, are you? Sebastian winks at her, and I feed him a piece of my chicken. His eyes transition to brown for a moment as he chews slowly. Where did you learn to cook like this? This is delicious. My father taught me everything I know. I wish Kyra could have known him. He was a wonderful man, so full of life. He cooked for the Council of the New Age back in Hymain before he became sick. I feed Sebastian some of my broccoli dipped in melted cheese. His eyes become blue again. I didn't know vampires could eat human food, says Monica. We can, we just don't need to. After finishing a couple of blood bags down the hall, my sisters and Alessandro join us at the table. I can't believe all of this, says Evangeline. All of what? Asks my mother. This. All of this. Us being here in defiance of the Coven, the fact that we're on the verge of changing the world, the fact that Kyra even exists is a miracle in itself. It's just amazing to me, that's all. There's a massive bang as the doors fly open. My guards flood the Council's ward with UV weapons. "Queen Kyra, the Varinian army has stormed the Shadowlands," shouts one of the guards. I jump up from my seat, as does everyone else at the table. "Mother, could you please take Monica and Isaac to their rooms?" I say in haste. She does just that without question, as she knows the seriousness of our situation. "Where are their forces now?" I ask. Sebastian's eyes glow red in anticipation of battle. "We've already defeated them. I'm sorry for his premature outburst, Kyra. It wasn't the entire Varinian army. It was only a small 5-man squad led by Archduke Ohas," says Masego from behind the crowd of guards. My heart damn near drops into my stomach. The Archduke of all people. How could he have gotten so close to Dragoyus without the Daggerwolves finding him? "So where are they now?" asks Alessandro. "The fighters are ash. The Archduke had the bright idea to cover himself and his squad in Daggerwolf's urine so they wouldn't be detected. When we saw them crossing the field, we acted swiftly. We have the Archduke held captive in a small shack out in the woods. They're hosing him down as we speak to get that disgusting stench off him," says Baldassare. Sebastian's fangs grow, and his skin illuminates from the fire of his gifts. "Time for some payback," he says, cracking his knuckles. I'm astounded they were able to capture the Archduke of the Coven. This is insane. It's as if a strategic and tactical blessing just fell into our laps. "His exact location?" says Sebastian with a fury in his eyes. His contempt for the Archduke is evident, though I don't want Sebastian to hurt him before we can extract information. I look down at his hands. His claws have lengthened. I know of the tortures the Archduke inflicted on him when we were captive, and the look in his eyes tells me he's ready to bestow upon the Archduke the same level of suffering. I wrap my arm around his waist and pull him close to me. He still has his eyes on Baldassare, waiting for him to give us the location in the woods. "Well?" he asks impatiently. "Sebastian, are you sure you're cool enough to be in the same room as him?" I ask, stroking the small of his back. He puts his hand on the back of my head and kisses my forehead. "I'll be all right. Let's just get to him and find out what he knows." Baldassare gives us the location. "I'll come with you if you don't mind," he says. Sebastian nods. "Sure, I'll need you to protect him from me," he snarls. We head out to the vehicle and make our way there. Whatever information the Coven is hiding, I'm sure this bastard knows. Soon, all the knowledge he has will be ours, with the right influence. Chapter 11. Deception. We exit the vehicle and approach the shack. Sebastian has calmed himself, which makes me grateful for the long drive it took to get out here. His urge to kill no longer resonates within me. Baldassare opens the door, and we see the Archduke sitting in a chair with his hands behind his back, bound in steel chains. "Ah, so you survived the serum after all," he says with a sadistic grin. We can still smell the horrid stench of Daggerwolf urine on him, and it makes me want to vomit. I cannot fathom anyone going this far to find us. "Sick bastard," Baldassare exclaims, covering his nose. I order our men to open all the windows, as this interrogation will be uncomfortable enough without his disgusting smell poisoning our lungs. "The Lascar de Font bloodline must be severed," he shouts, tugging his chains. Sebastian rushes to him, grabs him by the neck, lifts him into the air, and throws him down like a rag doll. The Archduke laughs on impact. Sebastian then kicks him in the stomach, and he flies across the floor and into the wall. He coughs up blood, and his laughing stops. One of the guards picks him up and sets him upright. The Archduke spits blood at the guard's feet and gives us a fiery look. "You will never win this," he says in defiance. Sebastian grabs him by the shirt, and they trade devilish glances. "We already know the Coven's secret, you sadistic fool. It's you who will not win this," Sebastian says. The Archduke fangs retract, and his eyes become bloodshot. "Impossible!" he exclaims. I move Sebastian to the side and approach him, my vampirism fully engaged. The Archduke looks at me with disgust. I return his sentiment. What possessed you to cover yourself in daggerwolf urine? And how did you know where to find us? I ask him sternly. He kicks dirt on my feet and scoffs at me. One of the guards smacks him across the face for such an insult. I raise my hand to let them know there will be no need for that. I will get what we need from him, but with minimal violence. If he didn't smell like the third ring of hell, I'd just bite him to get the information we seek. What's wrong, half-breed? Can't bring yourself to do what is necessary to survive? He mocks. I look to Sebastian, and he gives me a sly grin. We talked about this on the way here, and with the Archduke's continuous insults, I'm afraid we're left with no other choice. Sebastian tips his chair over, and the Archduke lands on his back. He emanates a ball of fire from his right hand and a ball of ice from his left, leaving the Archduke both speechless and horrified. "This can't be possible!" he shouts, trying to back away. "You small, small creature. I am Sebastian of Arias, son of the most powerful vampire alive. My gifts are developing and I'm becoming stronger. But the thing is, I don't know why. No one knows why. Now, if you don't give us some information, then you'll feel the full force of my evolution," he says before clapping his hands in the Archduke's face with a puff of smoke. Terrified, the Archduke quivers and his eyes turn colorless. No vampire in history has been able to do that, not even Markandi the First. You two have been together for far too long. If you do know the Coven's secret, then you should also know that neither of you should still be vampires. Why haven't you reverted? He asks. Sebastian and I look at each other. He can't be serious. We thought you could tell us that, I say, annoyed. I don't know. He persists. Baldassare takes his head and slams him and the chair up against the wall. Don't play stupid, Ohas. You're one of the founding members of the Coven, and you're an elder. Tell us what you know, he shouts. He spits in Baldassare's face and smiles insidiously. All I know is that you will fail. As I've told you, I know nothing of whatever transformation the son of Arias is going through. Perhaps it began with this abomination of a witch causing him to change. They both should be human by now, so I have no idea why they're becoming stronger. Maybe she made a pact with the devil, which granted them both unusual powers. Maybe that's the only way she'll be able to defeat the Coven. Maybe. Before he can say another word, Sebastian moves Baldassare aside and chokeslams the Archduke into the wall. Insult my mate once more, and you won't live long enough to see who will be victorious in this struggle, he says. The Archduke takes a breath, and the chair he's strapped to starts to fall apart. He pulls on the chains binding his wrists and tears himself away from his confines. Two of our guards rush him, throw him against the wall, and chain him to a hook protruding from one of the stones. Sebastian forms a fire around his feet, causing everyone to back away. Remember when you whipped me 6 hours a day for a week straight? How would you like to be burned 6 hours a day for eternity? Sebastian says, raising the flames. The once devious grin the Archduke wore is wiped clean off his face as fear sets in. Sebastian displays his fangs to the Archduke as his eyes glow red. Now, tell us what you know. What has my father told you about my bloodline? Why am I changing? The flames draw nearer to the Archduke's body. I know nothing of whatever changes you're going through, Sebastian of Arias. Doesn't feel too good to be on the receiving end, now does it? Sebastian smiles. The flames die down, but not too much. Singed, head bowed to the floor, the Archduke starts to laugh again. You two were my only mission, he whispers. Say again? Asks one of the guards. Slowly, the Archduke raises his head and looks directly at me. You and your mate were my only mission. I may have defied Queen Morea's orders in coming into the lands of the Daggerwolves, but it was worth it. I told the Coven that your kingdom was just beyond their borders, but they wouldn't listen. And now here I stand, with you in front of me. Despite our patrols and the continuous aerial bombings of the Shadowlands, you still eluded us. No more. I'm here to tell you one thing. In 2 months' time, you will all be dead. Elaborate, says Baldassare. The Coven is building a weapon. A devastating weapon, one of mass destruction. He howls proudly. What do you mean, mass destruction? I try to hide the worry in my tone. Soon. He spits a mixture of blood and saliva onto the floor. There will be no more Shadowlands. We're building a kingdom killer, unlike anything the world has ever seen. With one shot, everything you see will be gone. He laughs hysterically. And that, he spits again. That will be the end of your rebellion. The end of you. Everyone looks at each other, stunned. If what you're saying is true, then why risk coming here? Why risk being slaughtered by dagger wolves? Asks Sebastian. The Archduke tugs at his chains and grits his teeth until one of them cracks. To ensure neither of you lives long enough to see the end of your kingdom. He shouts and then sticks his tongue out, revealing a white pearl. Goodbye, you fucking traitors! When he bites down on the pearl, a white glow emerges from his chest. It's a bomb! Shouts Baldassare. Before any of us can react, the Archduke is engulfed in a UV ray of light, followed by a massive explosion. Everything within a 500-yard radius vanishes in a blinding white flash. Sebastian and I are blown to the ground. Baldassare and our guards are reduced to ash. Kyra! Sebastian shouts, not knowing whether my vampirism had surfaced before the blast. Covered in rubble and soot, my hair and eyebrows singed, I'm dripping with blood. As the wind dies down and the dust clears, I see Sebastian standing across from me with the same golden wings I thought I had imagined before. Kyra! Kyra, answer me! He shouts desperately. I look away for a brief moment and the wings are gone. The blast must have distorted my vision. I'm here, I whisper, holding my arm out from underneath the rubble. He rushes over to me, chucks away the stones, wood, and glass lying on top of me, and scoops me into his arms. He's covered in dirt, and he's severely burned, just as I am. If I hadn't been in my vampire state, I would have died without question. I never thought the Coven would send a top aristocrat on a suicide mission. Oh my fucking god, I thought I'd lost you! He shouts, holding me to his chest tightly. I cough and wipe my eyes so I can look up at him. The blast alone wasn't enough to kill us. My guess is the Archduke was hoping it would be. The UV light, however, did away with everyone else. Sebastian takes off into the air with me in his arms. As we fly through the sky, our wounds heal, but our pride and ego are far from recovered. Revenge is the first thing that comes to mind. The Coven will pay dearly for what they've done. We run away, and they kill. We try to reason with them, and yet still, they kill. Never again. The line has been drawn, and it ends here and now. This is fucking war. I say we invade Verinia and kill everyone, shouts Nativ through the monitor display from the Kingdom of Dawn. I've assembled my council, and with our telecommunication system, we're able to have a holographic teleconference with all the kingdoms connected. Telling Nativ that his companion Baldassare was killed in the explosion has pushed him over the edge. He wants blood, as do we all. I've locked Sebastian in the bunker downstairs so he can calm down. The thought of losing me overwhelmed him, and I had to use my gifts to keep him from going to Verinia seeking retribution. I've never seen him this uncontrollable and furious before. Queen Kyra, we must attack now! Nativ persists. Everyone nods in agreement, eyes aflame. Everyone, please listen. I understand that what happened today was vicious and unforgivable, but we can't allow our emotions to cloud our judgment. But you could have died, Kyra! My mother shouts, tears streaming down her face. But I didn't, Mother. It'll take a lot more than a UV explosion to do away with me. I am my father's daughter. I remind them all. But they killed Baldassare. They killed him, says Nativ, distraught. I understand how you all feel. Being in an explosion of that magnitude was no picnic, and I can't even reason with Sebastian right now, he's so pissed. Nevertheless, as I've said before, we cannot allow our emotions to break us. The Archduke told us he was working against the Coven's orders. All this was his doing, and now he's gone. He killed himself, so I see no need to attack Verinia full on. Not when we're so close to uniting the 9 kingdoms against them. Everyone bows their heads and sighs. I can't imagine what's going through Nativ's mind right now, but I hope this trauma doesn't overpower his logic. She's right, everyone. Attacking the Coven would result in nothing but needless blood spilled, says Safia, who stands beside Nativ, massaging his shoulders. It would be easy for us to invade Varinia. The tunnels are complete. All you have to do is give the order, says Masego. There's no point in invading Varinia if our kingdom no longer exists, says Sebastian from behind me. I turn around, surprised to see him. I'm all right now, my love. I'm calm for the time being. Alessandro led me out, he says. He takes a seat beside me and entwines his hand with mine. We need to infiltrate Varinia as soon as possible. Not to attack the Coven, but to find that weapon and destroy it, he says. Weapon? Asks Goldrose. Yes, I was getting to that. Before he died, the Archduke told us the Coven is building a weapon of mass destruction, capable of destroying an entire kingdom. They will use it to destroy the Shadowlands and Dragoius along with it, I say. They all look at each other, shocked and terrified. In all my centuries, I never thought the Coven would go this far. They must be stopped, says Goldrose. They will be. I will see to that, says Sebastian. I tighten my grip on his hand and look into his eyes. Rage still clouds his judgment, and I don't want him to do anything reckless. I can see that's precisely what he's planning to do, something reckless. We have to formulate a plan before we use the tunnels. I want you to lead a team there, Nativ. As soon as you're finished in Dawn, I need you back here. We have only 2 months before this weapon is operational. But, Kyra, I think I should be the one. My love, I know what you're thinking. However, I think Nativ will be better suited for this. His companion was killed, and I'm sure he, more than anyone, has a vested interest in shutting them down. That's not the real reason you're keeping me out of there, Kyra. He whispers to the side of my face. Yes, my queen, we'll be finished here shortly. Our team will head back there at once, says Nativ. Do you need reinforcements? Asks Ariel. No, Nativ's team will be enough, I tell her. Baldassare would have been perfect for going into Varinia to collect information about this weapon, but now that he's gone, we'll have to find someone else. I know what you're thinking, my queen. I'll go, says Masego. No, I'll go, says Sebastian. Neither of you are going anywhere. We've already lost one of our own, and I will not risk losing anyone else. End of discussion, I tell them firmly. Can we talk alone for a moment? Sebastian asks. I face him, and he gives me a sweet smile. I know him well enough to distinguish when he's putting on a facade. We'll discuss our strategy once Nativ returns. In the meantime, let us find ways to refine Dragoius' security. Something like that can never happen again. We'll take care of this weapon, that I can assure you. We have full confidence in you, Queen Kyra. Not just your kingdom, but also everyone is in danger if this weapon exists. We'll leave it to you, says Ariel. Nativ deactivates their holographic projector, as does Goldrose. You all have your assignments. Let's get this done, I say. I take Sebastian's hand, and we retreat to our room. Chapter 12. Makeup. My love, listen to me. You can't keep me out of there. This is something I must do. Sebastian pleads with me. I won't allow you to go there in the state you're in. I almost lost you so many times before. I'm not going to let it happen again. He takes me in his arms and brushes his cheek against mine. Planning on drinking me unconscious again? I ask suspiciously. He pulls away and looks me in the eyes. My worry for him shows, no matter how hard I try to hide it. I will not let his emotional recklessness get the better of him. I see the look on his face. He wants blood, no matter the cost. You could have died, Kyra. Do you understand that? If you had died, But I didn't die, Sebastian. I'm here, with you. We're here together, stronger than we've ever been. Don't let your emotions control your judgment. I'm not letting you go to Varinia until I'm convinced your inner rage has calmed. I know you, Sebastian. Sometimes you let your anger get the better of you. He pulls away from me and sits on the bed with his head down. I follow and sit next to him. I hug his waist and put my head on his shoulder. This is what they want. The Archduke knew the blast wouldn't kill us. He wants us to go charging into Varinia unprepared. He brushes his hand through my hair, and I hug him tighter. You are my savior, Kyra. Thanks for keeping me grounded. I love you, he says, and kisses the top of my forehead. I move my hand to his waistline and caress his stomach. I can feel the ripple of his abs under his shirt. I look into his eyes and part my lips, revealing my fangs. Make love to me. He smiles and rubs my arms before kissing my forehead for a second time. After that explosion, thoughts of losing him polluted my mind. To think the Archduke believes in the power of the vampire and the Coven to such an extent that he would sacrifice himself for it, it's insane. They're all mad. I can't lose my Sebastian over it. I'll bring this world to its knees before I allow that to happen. You haven't eaten since the explosion, Kyra. Are you sure you're up for this? He asks. I unbuckle his belt and move my hand down his pants. I need to feel you inside of me. That's all I care about right now. We both lie down on the bed, and he pulls me closer. I take his cock in my hand and motion up and down until he's throbbing hard. Take this. He puts his wrist to my lips. Drink a little. It will give you some strength to endure what I'm about to do to you. He smirks. I bury my fangs into him and suck the euphoric essence from his veins. Our mind-thought connection is engaged, and I see what he wants to do in Varinia. I pull away, blood dripping from my mouth, and look at him, gaping. I thought you said you were calmed, Sebastian. The expression on his face is one of surprise. I am calm. Those are just thoughts. I have no intention of carrying them out. He assures me. I sit up on the bed and climb on top of him, pinning his arms down. I swear, Sebastian, I will lock you in that closet until this is all over if you try and do something so thoughtless. But I'm stronger now and... I raise my voice. I don't care if you have the power to consume planets. You're not going to fight your father again. He wiggles his left arm free and caresses my face with the tips of his fingers. Promise me, I shout. He flinches and pulls his hand away. I'm fucking serious, Sebastian. Promise me you won't do it. I told you I wouldn't, Kyra. Tell me that you promise, on your love for me. Promise you will do no such thing. He turns his head to the side, refusing to answer. I claw his wrist slightly. Ow, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why won't you promise me? Because one can't break a promise they never made to begin with. So you're going to do it? I scream, with tears forming in my eyes. Someone has to. I grip my teeth and feel my eyes turning red. That's it, you're going in the closet, I proclaim. I pull him off the bed and use my gifts to put him in a bear hug. I lift him off his feet and carry him toward the door. All right, Kyra, I promise, he shouts. I put him down and spin him around to face me. You know, it's inconvenient that you're so strong. Look me in the eyes and promise me, Sebastian. He sighs. I promise you, my love. I rip off his shirt, throw him back on the bed, and climb on top of him. If you're lying to me, I'll pay the Count of Bloodmoon a visit, I warn. His joking eyes become deadly serious, and he throws me off him. He jumps on top of me, pinning my arms to my sides. You'll do what? He sneers, flashing his fangs. Don't break your promise and nothing will happen. I smile. Nothing will happen regardless, he shouts. His claws grow and his eyes burn red. Calm down, Sebastian. I'm just joking. All jokes have some truth to them. Perhaps I should kill him now so this joke doesn't become a reality. He jumps off me and marches to the door. I run over to block his path. It was a joke, my love. I would never betray you like that, even if you did break your promise. Using his vampire speed, he scoops me up in his arms and tosses me onto the bed. Before I realize what's happening, he's on top of me, pinning me down. You promised me you wouldn't joke like that, he fumes. I just want you to understand the seriousness of this issue. You are under no circumstances to go into Varinia alone to confront your family. If I wake up tomorrow morning and you're gone, so help me. I won't be gone. I'll be right here by your side. The last time I ventured on a rescue mission alone, it got us both captured. I will never do that again, regardless of how pissed I am at the moment. I hold out my pinky toward him. Swear it, just like we used to do. He smiles and holds out his pinky. We interlock our small fingers in a promise. Remember, Sebastian, if you're lying to me, the closet awaits. He laughs and kisses me gently. He releases my arms and I put my hands on his hard, muscled back. Slowly, I ease my hands down to his backside and pull off his pants and boxers. He rips off my panties and I'm already dripping wet. All this arguing and screaming has made me so hot that the only thing I want right now is his cock throbbing inside of me, but penetration will have to wait. I must remind him why I'm his woman and why I love him so much. I lift his body an inch off mine and move myself down, breaking our kiss. Kyra, what are you doing? He asks, but I give no response. He should already know what I'm about to do. He puts his hands on the bed and lifts himself higher as I motion myself to his waistline. He's pulsating, and I can sense the lust within him. I take his cock in both hands and move them up and down while sucking the tip. Holy shit, Kyra, he moans. I engage his manhood faster, twisting my hands in a circular motion. With my tongue teasing the tip of his cock, I remove my hands and place them on his backside. I feel him fist the sheets in anticipation of what I'm about to do. No, Kyra, not yet, he says, but it's too late. I grip his backside, push him downward, and shove his cock deep into my throat. I gag a little, and it makes me all the moister. Shit, he screams. His balls touch my chin, and I hold him there for a good 7 seconds before I release him. He grabs the back of my head and takes us both up until I'm resting on the headboard of the bed. I take hold of the headboard and allow him to ram his cock in and out of my mouth. Saliva drips down my chin as I caress his legs and backside. I'm soaking wet, and I desperately want him inside of me, now. With one last push, he shoves his cock deep into my throat, choking me slightly. When he tries to pull out, I take hold of his backside and keep him in my mouth. I'm so wet, I've created a spot on the bed where I sit. I'm going to come, Kyra, he shouts. 5 seconds more, and I let him go. With saliva dripping off my lips and chin, I cough a little. Sebastian strokes his cock and flips me onto my stomach. I arch my backside in the air, and he enters me without hesitation. Fuck! I yell as his throbbing manhood penetrates me deeply. Only having stroked twice, he pulls out and starts slapping himself. I turn around and look at him. Are you okay? I ask. I almost came. I'm trying to calm myself. I smile and turn onto my back. I take his cock and push it back inside of me. Oh my fucking god, Kyra. I'm close. I want you to come first, he says in desperation. Using my gifts, I slam him down on the bed and climb on top. I control your orgasm, I say, repeating what he's told me before. But Kyra. Shh, I whisper. I ride him like a mad woman. He lifts himself up and engulfs my right nipple in his mouth. He sucks and caresses me. His cock, as always, grows larger right before he climaxes. I feel it pulsing stronger with each passing second. I don't want to come yet, Kyra. Don't make me come. I block out his pleas and ride him faster. It doesn't matter if I come. All that matters is his pleasure, so he doesn't forget what he has and what he will never lose. He tries to push me off, but it's no use. I dig my claws into his back and lock my legs around him. I have him now, and I'm not letting go until he explodes inside of me. You haven't come yet, Kyra. Stop this, he shouts. I pretend I can't hear him and sink my fangs into his neck. He moans loudly and cups my backside. I can't. Ah! He screams in climax. I laugh and continue to ride him until I'm sure every drop of his seed has been unleashed. I remove my fangs from his neck and smile. As I've said, I control your orgasm. He flops onto the bed and breathes heavily. Blood still on my lips, I lick his nipples and then lay my head on his chest. That's my line, he says, laughing. I move my hands through his hair and look into his eyes. It belongs to me now. He looks down at me. Why'd you do that? I wanted you to come first. Because I never want you to forget all that I have to give you. And if you decide to break your promise and go into Verinia alone, You'll never be able to experience that again if you're caught. So once again, I want you to promise me that you won't disrespect my wishes." He runs his fingers through my hair, and his eyes glow an ocean blue. "I promise, my love." Chapter 13. Rays of Death. The sun hits the protective field, which glows radiantly. Morning has bestowed our lands, and I wake up in our bed, reaching out for Sebastian. However, he is nowhere to be found. I look out the window, and my aircraft is right outside the palace walls. Frantic, I jump out of bed and look around the room, trying desperately to find him. "Sebastian?" I shout, but receive no reply. Stumbling, I rush to the closet and put on some clothes. I know damn well he didn't leave after he promised he wouldn't. "I'm going to freaking kill him," I mumbled to myself. I open the door, and there's Sebastian, holding a plate of bread, cheese, grapes, and hard-boiled eggs. "Why are you dressed?" "I thought I'd bring you breakfast before you woke up," he says with a smile. Surprised, I take hold of him and hug him tightly. He nearly drops the plate to the floor. "Are you okay?" he asks. I look up at him, relieved. "I thought you broke your promise and left again." "I told you I wouldn't. I'm done breaking my promises to you and defying your wishes. Here, I hope you like the grapes. We're out of swanberries. Ignacio and his brothers ate them all." I take the plate and set it down near the bed. He walks through the door with a gloomy look on his face. He's hiding something. He's no good at giving me bad news. I sit on the bed and take a piece of cheese and some bread. "I'm afraid I have some bad news, my love." I take a bite and move closer to him. "What's wrong?" I ask while chewing. "Nativ and our science team won't be able to make it back here. The Coven is using their satellite to cut us off from the rest of the 9 kingdoms. They've put a protective field over the flatlands, separating us from them. We won't be able to venture into any of the other 9 kingdoms. I'm afraid it's just Varinia and us." "What kind of field is it?" I ask, stunned. "A UV field capable of penetrating any protective measures we could come up with. They're reflecting the rays of the sun along certain points within the flatlands that not even a human could bear. It will fry anyone who tries to go through it." Wait a moment. If the Coven is bypassing the planet's electromagnetic field and bringing the sun's radiation directly into Earth's atmosphere, they may end up killing us all, them included. "Yes. Our scans have revealed that magma is starting to form in the surrounding areas. If we don't stop this, everyone in the world will be at risk." Sebastian and I sit on the bed, looking at each other in shock. I never thought the Coven would go this far. This is madness. It's mutually assured destruction, and they're more willing to kill us all than to accept change. "What do you plan to do?" he asks. I'm without a choice, as time is of the essence. "You'll get your wish, Sebastian. We have to go into Varinia tonight and put a stop to their weapon and deactivate that satellite. I don't see any other way. Florian is trapped in the flatlands with Nativ and the other scientist. How will we be able to deactivate it without their help?" Francesco, the youngest of the 3 brothers. He has the power of extended mind thought. If he can extend his powers to reach them, we'll be able to have Florian talk us through it. If push comes to shove, we'll destroy everything in Varinia. That satellite must be disabled before earthquakes and lava reach our doorstep. "I'll follow you through hell if that's what it takes, Kyra." He hugs me gently. I return his affection and kiss his nose. "Could you do me a favor and assemble the council while I finish eating and take a shower? I want to inform everyone of our plans. Get Goldrose and Ariel on the horn as well. They need to know what's going on if they don't already. Tell Nativ to push on through the other kingdoms in setting up our communication systems. We can draw the Coven's attention away from our efforts in the Flatlands by infiltrating them tonight." He massages my arms and plants a kiss on my cheek. "Yes, my love. Take your time. I'll take care of everything else." He caresses my bosom before walking out the door, and I retreat into the bathroom. I am beyond distraught. First the Archduke and his suicide mission, and now the Coven and their mass destruction tactics. My father was right. The Coven must be brought down. "Kyra? Kyra, where are you?" I notice Anastasia screaming from within my bedroom. The door is slammed shut as I hear 2 people rummaging through my room. I wrap a towel around me and rush back to the bed area. Anastasia and Evangeline look around, trying to find me. "What are you two doing in here? Can a woman get some privacy, please?" They rush toward me, pluck me off my feet, and set me on the bed. "You will not believe what we saw," says Evangeline in excitement. I fix my towel and scoff at them. "Excuse me, but I don't enjoy being thrown around like a rag doll." "I'm sorry, but it's important. Anastasia and I had a collective conscious dream. As in, we both had the same dream and were able to interact with each other." I look at them both, confused. "You interrupted my bath time and threw me on the bed just to tell me you're able to dream share? You both have the gift of contact mind thought, so—" "No, Kyra, you don't understand. Father was there," exclaims Anastasia. That's when my confusion fades and the realization of what they're saying hits me. If Father is visiting me in my dreams, then it isn't a stretch to assume he's doing the same to my sisters. "He's just as I remember him, Kyra. Beautiful red hair, tall, muscled, pure green eyes, everything," says Evangeline. "Did he give you any proof that it was him?" I ask. Evangeline digs in her bosom and pulls out strands of red hair. It's really him. The hair he gave me has already faded into oblivion, so I can't compare the two, but it's him. I know it's him. I wasn't sure if I should tell you this, but the same thing happened to me. He came to me in my dream when Sebastian and I were on our way to Blood Moon. The first time he came to me was when I was held prisoner in Verinia. Father gave me the strength to survive. I thought I had imagined it all until he came to me recently and shared his hair with me. It's since vanished, but I'm excited to know he's making contact with you as well. I tell them. "Wait, he came to you? Why didn't you tell us?" "Because I didn't want you to think I was going insane." They take my hands and squeeze them tightly. "That was the first time I ever saw him in person. My mother wouldn't allow me to go near him when he was alive. I didn't even know he was my father. Touching him was too much to bear. I didn't want to let go," says Anastasia. I see tears of pride and joy form in her eyes. Meeting our father has given her the strength she needs to reaffirm what we're doing is right. "What did he say to you?" I ask. Evangeline wraps her arm around my shoulder. "He said to support you in any way we can. With our combined strength and resolve, we will see our goals realized. He also said to stay away from the kingdom of Orias," says Anastasia. I caress the arm Evangeline has around my shoulder. He informed me of the same thing. I tuck my towel tighter around my chest and stand up. "We have a lot to discuss regarding the Coven. Find Sebastian in the Council's ward. He'll tell you everything you need to know. In the meantime, please don't convey to my mother about our father's visits. I want to be the one to let her know." "Of course, Kyra. I'll find Vanitia and get the Count of Blood Moon to join us. I'm sure he'll need to hear this important news as well," says Evangeline. I nod and head back into the bathroom to shower. They close my bedroom door upon making their exit. Fear doesn't come to me quickly, but hearing about the death ray the Coven has unleashed on the flatlands has me nervous as hell. They're putting the safety of the planet at risk just to protect their power over the masses. I see now they cannot be reasoned with, and diplomacy is as foreign to them as human rights are. I drop my towel into the hamper and turn on the shower. I'll need the cooling water to even out my boiling temperament. Chapter 14. Momentum. As I've said before, we must invade them before they destroy everything, Nativ repeats for the third time. Sebastian explained the situation before I was able to accompany everyone, and all the vampires' tempers are on edge. Nativ and Florian saw the rays with their own eyes as they were forced to retreat to the Kingdom of Dawn with Sebastian's auntie. The other 9 kingdoms are outraged, demanding a reason for the Coven to take such action. Verinia has kept the world in the dark for far too long, and with this single act, the Coven may turn all vampires against them. I don't understand why the Count of Orias or the Coven would allow this. This isn't tactical or discreet. We have to find out what's going on in Verinia before it's too late, says Safia. I know what's going on, says Evangeline. Everyone in attendance turns to her, including the holographic projections of Nativ and Safia. Anastasia moves to Evangeline's side with her head down. They know something. What is it? Asks Masego. This is the work of our mother, Queen Maria. Only she would do something so savage. She's probably taken full control of the Coven now that the Archduke is gone. We must confront her. I must confront her. Evangeline says adamantly. Doesn't she believe you to be dead? Asks Anastasia. That woman knows I'm alive. It's been over 100 years since I last saw her. I'm sure it will be of no surprise to her that I'm part of the resistance. Then I'll go with you. There's no way I'm going to allow my older sister to face our mother alone. Everyone, please. Let's try to think about this rationally. We can't go barging into the Coven's palace, nor can we invade them. Despite their death rays and mass destruction weaponry, we have the upper hand. I interject. How could we possibly have the upper hand? Asks Nativ. Due to the Coven's aggressive actions, more people are turning against them. We'll win the hearts and minds of all vampire kind. If we counter their aggressive action with that of our own, then the masses will only see us as more of the same. We must finish interlinking all 9 kingdoms and usurp that satellite so I can broadcast my message. Their savagery will be their undoing. My queen, if I may, says Masego. He places a holographic pad on the table. Its screen displays the flatlands in real time. Our calculations indicate that within 57 hours, the magma will begin to erupt from the Earth's crust. Lava will pour out of the cracks, causing the plate tectonics to shift. The cracks themselves will engulf not only the flatlands, but also the shadowlands. We all look at the holographic projection in horror as the streams of light cut through the atmosphere and hit the Earth's surface. They're out to destroy us. Forever, says my mother. They'll never get the chance. Have faith in your daughter. Everyone here must have faith in the Alliance Sanctuary. We will see this through. We will be victorious, Sebastian says proudly. He takes my hand in his and kisses my wrist. His glaring confidence gives me hope that we will, in fact, be the victor in all this. My queen, before you leave, please go down to the bunker and retrieve a metallic-looking device, says Florian. It will appear to be made of liquid silver. When you touch this device, it will glow and seem to shift in and out of our time continuum. It's what I like to call Quant Seeker. Upon reaching the Institute of Histories, where I hope the Coven's Central Command is still located, you will find their quantum computer core. This regulates everything within Verinia and the 9 kingdoms. It also controls that satellite. When you get there, place Quant Seeker near the base. I was the team lead who designed their quantum computer, and I know how it works. This will automatically hack into the Coven's systems, giving us full control of everything. However, please be cautious when you approach the core. The Coven's mainframe contains a controlled artificial intelligence program that can sense danger before it occurs. Once it senses danger, it will notify all high-ranking members of the Coven immediately, and its shields will activate, making it virtually impenetrable. Under no circumstances are you to appear hostile while in its presence. You must enter the control center with no hatred in your hearts. It can sense this. You have to have a clear mind if you are to succeed. It is of the utmost importance that you understand this. I was planning to deploy the device myself when we got back, just so I could see the looks on their faces. Nonetheless, I guess my pride will have to go without, says Florian. My body fills with hope. I wish he'd told me about this beforehand, but either way, I'm glad he's figured out a way to hack into their system without physically being there. Thank you, Florian. Your skills and ingenuity are without equal. The Coven will rue the day they cast you out, I tell him. Nativ's fury starts to die down as he hears Florian's plan. You said we'd have control over everything once we hack into the Coven's mainframe, Sebastian says. Would we still need to go into orbit to interlink their communication systems with ours? It would be extremely convenient if we didn't have to go into space and do it. I'd be able to disturb their communication with the satellite from the ground and shut down their signal that's causing those death beams. However, to broadcast our message, QuantSeeker must be installed on the satellite, says Florian. Sebastian sighs, as do Masego and I. I never, in all my days, thought I'd go into space. But if that's what's necessary to defeat this barbaric aristocracy, then so be it. How long do you think it will take to make Kyra's aircraft space-ready? Asks Evangeline. It shouldn't take my team and me more than a day or two to make the necessary additions. That's if we can even make it back, says Nativ. Nativ, I understand how you feel, but please keep your resolve. I think we should leave for Verinia now, while it's still daylight. They wouldn't suspect anyone crossing into their lands now, says Anastasia. Now? Asks Gold Rose. Yes, right now. I know how my mother thinks, and she would be expecting us to infiltrate at night, especially now that she thinks she's invulnerable. Evangeline and I will take the tunnels while you and Sebastian take your aircraft. I know their command center well, and it will be easy for me to sneak in and out of there undetected. You and Sebastian use your time to find that weapon they're building and destroy it. This is as good a plan as any, Anastasia says. Everyone looks at me, waiting for my input. I turn to Anastasia and nod. If we do this, I need you and Evangeline to understand that we cannot let the Coven know we're there, which means you cannot confront your mother. She mustn't know our moves or the tactics we plan to use. You can confront her when this is all over. Until then, be a ghost when you enter Verinia. Agreed? My sisters look at each other and then at me. All right, we will be ghosts, as you request, says Evangeline. Excuse me, if I may, my mother says. Yes? She walks over and sits in between Sebastian and me. I know how you must feel about the members of the Council of the New Age, but they're still being held prisoner by the Coven. Do you have any plans to rescue them? She asks, concerned. The Council members are the only humans left in Verinia, and we haven't heard a word about what the Coven plans to do with them. For all we know, they're already dead, or worse. We'll free them, Miss Lescar de Font. We haven't forgotten about them, I assure you, says Sebastian. I thought I told you to call me Amy. You make me feel old when you call me Miss, she says with a smile. Sebastian returns the smile and bows slightly. Of course, I apologize, Amy. We'll get them out of there. That's what the tunnels are for. Evangeline, Anastasia, do you feel up for that? He gestures toward them. You want us to save those humans? Are they anything like that Bruce guy? Asks Evangeline. No, Bruce was a special case. They're good people, and I know most of them personally, my mother says. But walking at human speed, it could take a full day to cross the tunnels back here to Dragoyus, says Anastasia. You'll manage, I have confidence in you, I tell her. She sighs, and Alessandro puts his hand on her shoulder. I'll go with you, love. Remember, I have the gift of mind thought when it comes to humans. If they wish to live, they'll run in the tunnels the entire way if need be, he says. Then let it be done. Everyone, please be sure to feed before leaving, particularly you three. I don't want you to be thirsty around those humans, I tell them. I've already fed, Kyra. I'll head out to the gate and meet the rest of you by the entrance of the tunnel, says Alessandro. All right, everyone, we'll see you on the other side. Oh, and before I forget, take these. I hand out small watches to each of them. These will allow us to communicate from a great distance. I had Florian make these a while back. I never thought they would be useful until now. Put these on so we can communicate and coordinate with each other once we're inside Verinia. And remember, the sun is up, so please be sure to take precautions, I warn them. As I put my watch on my wrist and reach over to deactivate the holographic panel, Queen Ariel interjects. Excuse me, but where is Count Vega? She asks. I turn to Anastasia, who shrugs. He's indisposed at the moment, but don't worry, I'm sure Kyra will brief him on everything later. Evangeline says nervously. Very well then, we'll leave it to you, she says before deactivating her communications. Gold Rose does the same, and Alessandro heads to the door, followed by my mother. This is the moment of truth. Let's try and get through this without being captured like last time, says Sebastian. I take hold of his shirt and pull him close to my lips. Unlike before, we have the element of surprise on our side. No more traitors to tip them off. Just promise me you'll stay by my side at all times. I made that promise the day I told you I loved you. I move in for the kiss, but Evangeline distracts us by clearing her throat loudly. She puts her hand on my shoulder and whispers in my ear. I have to speak with you, she says softly. I peck Sebastian on the nose and join her off to the side. Can't you see I was in the middle of something? I scold her, but with humorous undertones. Sorry, but it's about the Count of Bloodmoon and Vanitia. My brow furrows and my eyes widen. Yes, you're right. What happened to them? I thought you were going to bring him along for our meeting. I tried, but, I don't know how to say this. She whispers. Did something happen to them? I ask, concerned. They've barricaded themselves in her home. They won't let anyone in. The only thing that can be heard is their constant growls and screams of lust. It's just bang, 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 non-stop. Wait, you mean to tell me they've been making love this whole time? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. They won't stop. I know Vanatia ran out of blood bags some time ago, and I don't know when the last time either of them fed was. If they keep this up, they'll both starve to death. I laugh and pat her on the shoulder. Then leave them be. I'm sure we can get along without them. No, Kyra, you don't understand, she says in a worried tone. Understand what? We have to stop them. I've seen this before. When two vampires who have aphrodisiac in their blood make love, it's physically impossible for them to stop. They couldn't stop, even if they wanted to. They're probably begging for help as we speak. Vampires like this lose control and have no sense of reality. I was afraid this would happen when they met. But seriously, Kyra, we have to stop them before they starve. I look into her eyes and sense the concern in them. All right, Evangeline, we'll go check them out before we leave. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You know where she lives, so lead the way. Chapter 15. Witness. We approach Vanatia's home. All the windows are sealed with steel plating from the inside. Her home looks as if it should be condemned. We hear the screams and moans. It sounds as though packs of wild savages are consuming raw meat. I've never heard anything like it before. I thought bringing them together would satisfy their urges, but I never suspected it would turn into this. A crowd of humans and vampires surround the house, trying to open the door. Demetrius has a sledgehammer, pounding on the steel-plated door, trying to force it open. Ah! We hear Vanatia scream, followed by a daunting moan from the Count. Why would they barricade themselves in there like this? I ask. After a few of us tried to stop them, they decided to isolate themselves away from everyone, hence the steel plating over the doors and windows, says a woman from the crowd. They're going to either starve or end up killing each other, says Evangeline. Demetrius continues to wield his hammer against the door, to no avail. I never realized this many people cared about her, Sebastian whispers to me. Yes, well, despite her lack of empathy for other people's relationships, she's a very likable person, says Ayumi, approaching us from behind. She's kind, and always willing to go out of her way to help anyone who asks anything of her. She's quite selfless when she wants to be, she continues. If you say so, Sebastian says. I walk up to the door and place my hand on Demetrius's shoulder to stop him from his fruitless efforts. I'll take care of this, I tell him. He stands aside and the crowd backs away. I allow my gifts to surface and my fangs lengthen. With both hands, I grip the door and rip it off its hinges, then throw it to the ground. The smell of sex and blood hits me like a whirlwind. The humans cover their noses while the vampires lick their lips and their eyes turn green with delight. I step back and contemplate whether I should go inside. I don't even want to imagine what lurks inside her home. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Vanatia shouts from within the house, coupled with the sound of skin slapping against skin. Sebastian comes to my side and pauses. I don't want to go in there. I mean, I really don't want to go in there, I say. I nudge Sebastian farther in, but he takes my wrist and tugs me in closer while I'm pulling away. Suddenly, we're in a tug of war, trying to pull the other deeper into the house. Stop it, Sebastian, you can't make me go in there. Kyra, you're the only one here who has the strength to pry them apart if it comes to that. You have no choice, he says, trying to hide his smile. I'm going to fuck you to fucking death, you fucking fuck! Vanatia screams. Then we'll die together, do you hear me? We'll die together. To die balls deep inside of you is the only death I wish for, the Count shouts. Most of the humans and a few vampires walk away in disgust. Wow, those two are vulgar, says Anastasia. They have no control over what they say or do. The blood passion has them now. We have to free them before it's too late, Evangeline says. I take a deep breath from the doorway and exhale slowly. I can't believe I'm doing this, I murmur to myself. I sigh and walk deeper into the house. I should never have introduced these two. Sebastian and Evangeline follow me as we take the trail of torn clothes on the floor. The clapping sounds and moans become louder, and the smell intensifies. His aphrodisiac and her lust influence hit us like a wall made of stone. The four of us stop in our tracks, and it takes every ounce of willpower I have to keep myself from ripping Sebastian's clothes off right here. I turn to look at my sisters, who are shaking like crazy, their eyes shining bright pink. "I have to get to Alessandro right now," yells Anastasia. Evangeline grasps her hands on Sebastian's waist and pulls him close. Sebastian turns to her and puts his hands behind his back to keep from touching her. "Let's share him, little sister, just this once," Evangeline says desperately. Anastasia makes her move by caressing Sebastian's chest softly. "Alessandro is too far away. He's just too far away," she says. They slowly begin to undress him, but then I slap both of them across the face. "Snap the hell out of it, will you?" I scream. They both fall, and Sebastian stands behind me. He places his hands on my shoulders, which sends me over the edge. I spin around and throw him to the floor with my sisters. "I need you inside of me," I say, my voice filled with passion. My sisters laugh and crawl over to us. "Perhaps it is you who needs to snap out of it," Evangeline says to me. All three of us climb on top of him, fangs ready to penetrate. With the impulse of Vanitia and her mate's influence running through me, I no longer care that my sisters are joining in. The only thing that matters is having Sebastian here and now. I rip off his shirt with my claws and lick his chest. Anastasia and Evangeline each kiss the sides of his neck. Moments before all three of us sink our fangs into him, Sebastian tosses us off and crawls away until a reasonable distance is between us. He seems to be the only one who isn't affected by the Count's and Vanitia's lust influence. "I can't allow you to do this. You're under their spell, and you can't let yourself succumb to it," he says. "Come on, Sebastian. No man on this planet would refuse to have 3 sisters at once. I know you fantasized about it. Just let it happen," says Anastasia. My lust overpowers my anger at her words, and I can't control it. What the hell is happening to me? We stand and rush over to him, pinning him down. I tug at his belt, trying desperately to pull off his pants. "Let's see that thick, throbbing cock you've enjoyed for so long, little sister," says Evangeline. Before we realize what's happening, Masego and Alessandro pull us off him and place gas masks over our faces. "Calm down, love. Breathe. Just breathe," Alessandro says to Anastasia. We struggle, caught in the influence, unable to comprehend what's happening. "You shouldn't have come in here without protection. What did you think was going to happen?" says Masego. We breathe through the masks, and the lust influence starts to fade. Both Alessandro and Masego are wearing the same kind of mask. Sebastian stands and dusts himself off in relief. My senses and logic return to me, as does my anger. I cannot believe I was about to allow a foursome with my mate. I don't know if I'm more pissed at my sisters or myself. Are you okay now?" Sebastian stutters. I throw myself at him and hug him tightly. "Thank you for having enough strength for the both of us," I shout through the mask. He wraps his arms around me and kisses the top of my head. "It's okay. I know how irresistible I am," he jokes. Anastasia and Evangeline take deep breaths through the masks to calm themselves. Their senses return to them as well, and their eyes widen with the shock of what they've done, or rather, what they were about to do. Sebastian looks up at them and smiles. "I don't blame you two, nor do I blame you, Kyra. You had no control over yourselves," Sebastian says, trying to ease our shame. "How is it that you're not affected?" asks Masego, his voice muffled by the mask. "I don't know. In any event, we have to get them separated before this spreads any farther," he says. "I'm afraid it's a bit too late for that. You all really should have shut the door when you came in here," Alessandro says. "What do you mean?" I ask. "Well..." Alessandro hesitates. "Have a look for yourselves," says Masego. He steps aside, and we all glance out the door. Every single member of the crowd outside is engaging in sexual intercourse. It's a massive orgy, and my jaw nearly drops to the floor upon seeing it. Holy shit, I exclaim. For the love of crap, would one of you shut the door? Kyra, you ripped the door off the hinges, remember? Says Anastasia. I look around, unable to decide if I should seal the door shut or just press on and find Vanitia and Count Vega. I'm surrounded by sex, and this whole situation is getting out of hand. Let's just go and find them so we can put an end to all this. I sigh. We continue to follow the trail of torn clothes until we reach a door that appears to be sealed shut. They're on the other side of this door. I can hear them, says Sebastian. I'm not ready to see what lies inside this room. Their screams penetrate the walls, as do the clapping sounds of their bodies. I hang my head low and sigh before putting my hand on the doorknob. I say a silent prayer to the gods before pulling the door open. Their eyes flaming red, they both hiss at us for a moment and then continue in their savage lovemaking. Covered in blood, Vanitia and the Count have gashes and scratches all over their bodies. They look feeble, yet they continue to bang each other violently. I nearly gag upon gazing on them. Masego tosses them blood bags. They don't even bother using the mouth guards as they bite the bags in the center and then suck them dry instantly. More! They scream at us. Masego throws them 2 more each, and they suck them dry just as fast. Now get out! Shouts the Count. Look, you two have to stop this or you'll end up dead, says Evangeline. Then so fucking be it! They yell in unison. They dig their claws into each other and pound even harder than before. Enough of this, Sebastian says. He raises his right arm toward them, summoning his gift. Water forms in his palm, then transforms into a fountain. He shoots it toward them, and it hits them both forcefully. They fly away from each other as the water splashes them in opposite directions. No, I cannot do without him inside me, yells Vanitia. Sebastian encapsulates them in separate bubbles of water, then throws the Count from the room and leaves Vanitia near the far corner, against the bloodstained wall. Both bubbles pop, leaving them soaked, lying on the floor. I take a nearby blanket and wrap Vanitia within it. Alessandro attends to the Count, who shakes violently. I sit Vanitia against the wall. She, too, begins to shake forcefully. I've never been in love before, Kyra. He's the one, she says, shivering. Count Vega fights with Alessandro, trying to free himself so he can embrace Vanitia once again. You can't keep me away from her, he shouts. Amari, come back to me, yells Vanitia. These two are 1,000 times worse than Sebastian and I were when we first fell in love. Vanitia tries to scratch my arms like a feral cat when I don't let her go. I've found my mate, Kyra. You can't keep me away from him, she cries out. We're not trying to keep you away from him, Vanitia. You two just need to rest before you end up exerting yourselves to death. Vampires need to rest and feed just like anyone else, I say, trying to reason with her. Love doesn't need rest. She slithers out of my arms and runs toward the Count. Anastasia grabs her before she gets too far and pulls her away. Listen, just rest for a day, then you two can be together again. Just enough so that you can regain your strength, encourages Evangeline. A force of unknown origin explodes from within the Count and Vanitia, throwing us from them. Wind blows us against the walls, and a blinding light emerges from their chests. They float in midair, limbs extended. Their skin flushes pinkish brown. The light from their bodies becomes more intense. It surrounds the interior of the house, and they both unleash a deafening scream. Moments later, all their wounds are healed, and they fall to the floor, born anew. Their fangs and claws are gone, yet they still display their bright blue hair. The wind subsides, allowing us to focus on them. What the hell just happened? Asks Masego. Vanitia crawls on her knees and tries to stand. The Count lies on the floor, huffing and shaking. I approach Vanitia and help her to her feet. She's fragile, and her lust influence is gone. I remove my mask so I can look her in the eyes. Her eyes no longer glow, though her beauty remains the same. I can't believe this, I exclaim. What? What is it? Asks Masego. They've reverted, exclaims Sebastian. The Count stands and looks upon his hands. He touches his face and teeth in amazement. He breathes deeply and smiles. I'm human again, he says proudly. You were right, Queen Kyra, and you, Sebastian of Arias. Love is the cure for vampirism. Every one of us looks at them in disbelief. "Vanitia, look at me," says Evangeline. She grabs Vanitia by the arm and turns her around. She smells her neck and looks her up and down. "I can't believe it. You really are human," Evangeline shouts. Vanitia and the Count walk over to each other slowly. We no longer interfere. They embrace each other, tears streaming down their faces. "You are a gift from the gods, Queen Kyra. I never thought this could be. I never believed I would see my own blood flow in my veins. I owe you everything," says the Count. Everyone else removes their masks, just as shocked as I am. This is the first time I've ever witnessed a reversion with my own eyes. It's stunningly beautiful, as if an angel touched them both with a high purity that rid them of the evil they were cursed with. The most amazing part is that it happened so soon. Vanitia and the Count have known each other for less than a week, and they've already reverted. Alessandro and Anastasia have been in love for far longer, yet they've only just begun to experience the pain that comes with reversion. If only we had answers. If only someone knew the ways in which a vampire reverts. The Coven knows, and we'll soon find out. The lovers look around and gaze upon the destruction they've caused. Their human senses concentrate on the savagery of their actions, and they both gawk in disgust. "Look at what we've done," says Vanitia. Dried blood covers their naked bodies as they stand before us. I wrap them in separate blankets and walk them out of the room. Upon realizing Vanitia is no longer a vampire, I become relieved. This means her lust influence is gone, and I will never have to worry about her using her gifts on Sebastian or Alessandro again. I suppose bringing these two together worked out for the best after all. "What will happen to us, Kyra?" Vanitia asks, worry written on her face. We walk out of the house. The crowd has dissipated, taking their clothes and all their belongings with them. I rub Vanitia's back and give her a warm smile. "We're going to take you to the palace, where my mother can see to it that you get cleaned up and get something to eat. Blood bags won't be needed anymore. I'm sure you'll enjoy some human food," I tell both of them. I can't imagine what my queen is going to think when she sees I'm no longer a vampire. She'll probably revoke my title. A panicked look overcomes the Count. "I'm sure she'll understand, Count Vega. Is this not our end goal, to bring everyone back into the light?" I say. He puts his arms around Vanitia and hugs her close while we walk. I'm still mesmerized by the way they reverted. How could the Coven suppress something so beautiful? Why would they not want to return to the way things once were? Power has corrupted them to the core, and I now feel that it isn't only my calling, but also my obligation to free the world from them. "Once you've been settled, I want you to get with Ayumi and show her how to breed and care for the Kalkane birds. I'm sure you'll need all the help you can." "But Kyra," Vanitia cries, cutting me off. "I don't know how to be human. I was born a vampire. How am I going to function as a human?" The Count takes the side of her head and kisses her temple. "Do not worry, my moon and stars, love of my life. I was once human many centuries ago. I will help you transition. There are plenty of humans here who will be delighted to guide you in the ways of humanity. We shouldn't fear this. We should embrace it. Just imagine, we'll both be able to see and feel the warm sun's rays of light. I have dreamt of this day for so long. Things will finally be able to go back to the way they once were. Words cannot describe how invigorating this is. My aphrodisiac is gone, and with it, my insatiable lust for anything with two legs. I am yours, and yours alone now, Vanitia. I give myself to you as a human. As a man," he says softly. I release Vanitia's shoulder as Count Vega embraces her for a kiss. They run their fingers through each other's hair. It's almost as if they're entirely different people now. Evangeline takes Vanitia by the wrist and pulls her along. "Time is of the essence, you two. You can kiss and hug later," she says. They get into the car as the driver starts the engine. "We'll see you at the palace." I wave to them as they make their departure. Gazing up at the sky, I realize we don't have much daylight left. If we don't go soon, the night will befall us, and every Verinian protector will be out in the Shadowlands, looking for us, as they always do. "I think it will be better if we go on foot, or rather, if I fly us in there," suggests Sebastian. I stare at him strangely. "You don't want to take my aircraft?" I ask. "I'm just contemplating what happened last time. Luckily, you were able to destroy your aircraft before the Coven could seize it. I don't want our technology to fall into their hands." "He has a point," Anastasia interjects. "There isn't a doubt in my mind that if you fly us in there, we will be caught. We need the stealth mode of my aircraft to get us there undetected," I say. Evangeline smiles. "Well, there's one way we can do it without being detected." I side-eye her. "Don't even suggest it," I sneer. "You've touched my mate enough for one day." "Come on, little sister. They'd never suspect flying vampires to infiltrate them." I sigh and look at Sebastian, who seems to agree with her. I clench my fist and grit my teeth. "All right, fine. Let's do it. Sebastian, do you think you can carry both Evangeline and me all the way there?" "Of course, it's not a problem." "Okay then. Anastasia, you and Alessandro take the tunnels. The three of us will fly into Varinia. Make sure you feed beforehand, Evangeline. I don't want your light shifting to fail halfway there." She climbs onto Sebastian's back, triggering my jealousy about what occurred just minutes ago. "I've already fed, Kyra. Let's go," she says. I growl when Sebastian approaches me and scoops me up in his arms. "I know what you're thinking. Don't even entertain the idea." He kisses my forehead and squeezes me tightly into his chest. "Hold on tight, my love." He elevates us into the air slowly, and Evangeline closes her eyes to focus her gifts on the three of us. "Good luck, you three. We'll see you soon," says Alessandro. The light around us fluctuates until we can no longer be seen by the naked eye. We travel higher into the air when I realize the life-threatening mistake we're about to make. "Sebastian, wait!" I scream. We stop midair, and Sebastian nearly loses his grip on me. "What happened?" he asks nervously. "The second we make it out of the Shadowlands toward Varinia, we'll be exposed to the sun. Evangeline will be ash if we do that." The light around us sways again, and we become apparent. "Oh my God, you're right. What the hell am I thinking?" she exclaims. Sebastian takes us higher into the air, nonchalantly. "By the time we make it out of the Shadowlands, the sun will have already set. There's no need for concern," he says. Evangeline begins to pant, and her grip on him tightens. "Are you sure, Sebastian?" she asks apprehensively. "You don't trust me?" He smirks. Evangeline digs her claws into his shoulder. I respond by tapping her on the forehead with the palm of my hand. "Stop worrying, Evangeline. I trust him, as should you." We rise higher into the air until we reach the protective field. Sebastian stops just before we make our way out. "If you're having second thoughts, we can just take Kyra's aircraft and leave you here until sundown, Evangeline." He rests her face on the side of his neck and holds her tighter. "I trust you. Let's just go," she says. "Make sure you keep your fangs to yourself," I hiss. Evangeline lifts her head and rests her chin on his shoulder. "Of course I will." She smiles, flashing me her fangs. I growl for the second time, and my eyes turn red when Sebastian kisses me on the cheek. "If she bites me, I'll just drop her." He chuckles. "Hey, I'm just joking," she says, retracting her fangs. "I'm still pissed about what happened earlier, so don't get any ideas." "You can't blame me for that. We were all under the influence of Vanitia and the Count." "Even so." "Oh, come on, you two. Are you planning on talking about that the whole way there?" Sebastian interrupts. "She's the one who keeps bringing it up," Evangeline says. "Bringing it up, you say? We haven't even addressed it yet." Sebastian sighs. "Listen, you two. We can talk about that when we get back. In the meantime, how about we focus on more important things, like stopping the Coven from destroying us all?" My sister and I look at each other for a moment. We then realize we're bickering over something that, when weighed against the bigger picture, is utterly unimportant. "You're right, my love. We'll discuss this later." Evangeline holds on to Sebastian tightly. She once again summons her gifts, making us transparent. We fly out of the protective field and toward Varinia. Learning from the mistakes we've made in the past, we will be ready for whatever challenges lie ahead when we get there. Only this time, there will be no traitors. Chapter 16. Infiltration. Circling Varinia's protective field, we notice the dome overlay has electrical charges running through it. There's no way for us to get in from the sky. We have no choice but to make our entrance either through the gate or under it. This is not the Varinia I remember. They've fortified their kingdom with a 50-foot wall made of titanium. While it's easy for us to fly over it, we'll still be met with the electrically charged dome that encompasses their whole kingdom. I won't be able to lift the dome using my strength. I'll be electrocuted. Evangeline and Sebastian were right after all. Coming here in my aircraft would have been too risky. Sebastian descends to the ground and sets us down. Well, I wasn't expecting this, he whispers. I don't see how we're going to get in, says Evangeline. We pace back and forth behind a tall oak tree as Varinian protectors make their way outside the gates with UV weapons. We have to think and fast before they surround us. No doubt, they're going into the Shadowlands to search for us again. One would think, with their weapons of mass destruction they plan to use against us, they'd give up their search. Perhaps they're still hopeful of getting Sebastian back. Or maybe they still want to harvest my blood for their sick experiments. Either way, we must be careful. Not just my kingdom, but also the entire world is depending on us. A few of the protectors fan out to surround the front entrance of the gate and stand guard. Their heavily armed aircraft ascend from the center of the city and fly into the air, circling the airspace. Varinia is wholly fortified from every angle. Maybe it would have been a better idea to come during the day, says Evangeline. I look at her and then back at the front gate. There's no way we're getting in there now. I hope Alessandro and Anastasia made it in through the tunnels. I have an idea, Sebastian whispers. Hover trucks armed with UV weapons drive past the tree we're hiding behind. We back away, deeper into the forest, to avoid being spotted. Get on my back, Evangeline, Sebastian says before taking a knee. What are you going to do? I whisper. Something dangerous? He kisses my forehead as Evangeline climbs onto his back. I thought we established earlier in our relationship that you putting your life at risk was forbidden, I remind him. He elevates into the air and hovers above me. Sebastian, I say in a warning tone. He looks down at me, then back up at the Varinian forces who are coming closer to our position. Listen, my love. I'm going to fly to the center of the dome, above the clouds. I'll use my gifts to trigger an electric shock that should disable the charges covering the dome. When I do that, do you think you can lift the dome so we can sneak in? My jaw drops. You mean you're going to summon a bolt of lightning that will most likely kill the both of you? Have you lost your mind? Evangeline tries to jump down from his back, but he clenches her legs tight around him. You're not going to kill me too, she says and tries to push him off. Would you stop moving? You're going to make me drop you. That's the point, she exclaims, wiggling. No one is going to die. I only say it's dangerous because everyone below may be severely electrocuted. The bolt won't even touch us. I can control the elements, remember? I grab hold of his foot and bring him back down to the ground. Sebastian, I don't like this. There has to be another way. There is no other way. This is our best option. In fact, it's our only option. I look up at Evangeline. He tightens her arms around his chest and plants her face in the side of his neck. You told me you trusted him, Kyra. If you trust him, then so do I, she says. He elevates again and takes my hand in his. I love you, Kyra, but you have to trust me. We don't have much time left. More protectors pour out from the gate and run toward the forest, flanking the entire area. I look at them and then at Sebastian. All right, go. Please be safe. I've never seen you do anything like this before. I will, my love. Climb this tree and stay off the ground. You'll know it's safe when Evangeline and I make it back to the surface. He kisses my hand before releasing it. They fly into the air. Evangeline focuses her gift on them, and they disappear. I climb the tree like he asked and look into the sky. Nervous as hell, I gaze at the stars, hoping Sebastian knows what he's doing. Out of nowhere, clouds gather in the air and it starts to rain heavily. Electric bolts flash in the sky like a powerful, angry deity in search of souls to collect. What the hell is that? One of the protectors shouts. The wind becomes that of an inferno as the temperature increases dramatically. All of us, the protectors and I, look up into the sky. The bolt focuses on a single point seconds before it strikes the center of the dome. The shockwave of it travels throughout the entire protective field and down to the ground, spreading across the lands. Oh shit! Shout the protectors as the shockwave hits them. Each one of them is electrocuted brutally, and they fall to the ground one by one. Soaked from the rain, I climb down from the tree once everything is settled. I run over to the dome and crack my knuckles, hoping I'll be able to lift this thing. The thick mud I ran on slushes beneath my feet as I hear the legion of protectors moaning in pain. I scale the wall and hop down to the dome near the front gate. Sebastian and my sister join me, and they're both soaking wet as well. With adrenaline rushing through me, I hardly notice Sebastian's shirt half torn off his body. I squat down and summon every bit of my gifts. I dig my hands into the mud until I reach the base of the dome, which is down to my elbows. Clamping my hand under the bottom of the dome, I lift slowly. To my surprise, it isn't as heavy as I imagined it to be. The whole of Verinia shifts as the dome slowly rises. I lift the dome up to my waist and hold it steady. Evangeline and Sebastian make their way through, and I crawl underneath before letting go. It falls back into place. The three of us are covered in mud, but that is of no importance at the moment. We run and hide behind the gated wall Anastasia and I used over a year ago. With the tunnels near the gates sealed, we have no choice but to walk the streets to get to our destination. This is going to be extremely risky and dangerous. Nevertheless, if we can get to the tunnels in the middle of the city, we'll be all right. If Alessandro and Anastasia made it here safely, then they should already be at the Coven's palace. I've entrusted them with the device our scientists created to hack into their systems. All we have to do is find that weapon the Archduke mentioned and destroy it before they're able to use it against us. Hold my hand, Evangeline says. The light shifts around us as more protectors run outside the gate to see what's happening. We scurry past them and into a nearby store. It's utterly empty, as is every other store and building in the vicinity. Evangeline lets us go, and we become visible. We kneel and look through a window to make sure the protectors are no longer in sight. My heart thumps wildly as memories of what happened the last time I was here run through my mind. Here, take these, Sebastian says, handing us clean clothes from the racks of the store. He takes off his burned, dirty shirt and throws it away. What happened to you two up there? Did you get hit by the lightning or something? I ask in a whisper. It was amazing, Kyra. Your mate is incredible. I never thought a vampire could wield such power. You don't happen to have a twin, do you? Evangeline asks, smiling. Sebastian takes a cloth and wipes away some of the mud from his face and arms. No twin, I'm afraid, but yes, Kyra, the force of the volts sent a backlash of electricity that hit me. It didn't hurt, but it was shocking, he says. Nice pun, Sebastian. I laugh. He unbuckles his pants and pulls them down. I hastily grab Evangeline's head and cover her gawking eyes. I throw a shoe at him and pull Evangeline away. Would you go behind that counter to change? I hiss at him. He gives me a surprised look as if he doesn't realize what he's doing. Sorry, he says before gathering his things to finish changing out of sight. Evangeline peels my hand from her eyes and looks. You were too late, Kyra. I saw everything. Well, not everything, but enough. Enough? Enough of what? I growl at her. Enough to know that you're a fortunate woman. She licks her lips. I'm examining her expression when it hits me. You lied, didn't you? I sneer. Lied about what? You didn't feed before we came here. Your sense of lust is heightened. That only happens when a vampire hasn't fed. She pulls a clean shirt down on her body and backs away. I did feed. Yesterday. My brow curls in frustration. What the hell, Evangeline? I exclaim. I'll be all right, little sister. I didn't want to waste any more time than we already had with the whole Vanitia and Count debacle. I'm not even that thirsty, she says. I cannot believe this woman. Listen, Evangeline, until you've fed, you are not allowed to touch Sebastian. You've never looked at him the way you look at him now. I can't believe you put us in this position. Now we have to find some blood bags so you can feed. I'm fine, Kyra. I don't need to feed. Sebastian comes from around the corner, wearing a skin-tight black shirt made of fabric derived from crystallier flowers and a pair of jeans. His abs and the veins running through his muscled chest are all too apparent. Both my sister's eyes and mine widen. Evangeline breathes in deeply, and she licks her lips again. I think you're right. Maybe I do need to feed, she says. Sebastian looks at the both of us, confused. Are you two okay? I sigh. Yes, my love, we're fine. Let's get to the Institute of Histories before anyone finds us. And I'll hop on Sebastian's back and... No, you won't, Evangeline. Keep your distance until you've fed. She backs away from Sebastian with a sad look on her face. But, Kyra, we need her gifts to evade the Coven. We're in the heart of danger here, says Sebastian, utterly oblivious to the situation. Evangeline lied about feeding before we came here. She's thirsty, and with that, she's aroused by you. He takes a few steps back. Oh, I see. I finish changing and look out the window. The streets are empty, and it appears now will be as good a time as any to move forward. Are you good to go, Evangeline? I ask, still gazing out the window. She gives me no reply, so I turn around and see that her eyes are glued to Sebastian. Her fangs are in full sight, and her hands shake. Sebastian tiptoes around her and joins me by the window. We have to get her a blood bag, and quick, he whispers to me. I'm fine. I need to get on Sebastian's back so we can get out of here undetected, she says. Not in the state you're in, I counter. You don't trust your sister? She smiles, flashing her fangs. As I've said, not in the state you're in. Do you realize that you've put our entire plan in jeopardy because you didn't feed? Lights from the tower of the palace scan the outside of the gate and make their way to the streets in front of us. We duck down out of sight from the window. Evangeline crawls over to us and leans up against me. I'm sorry, Kyra. I just wanted to get here as soon as possible. I'll be all right, I promise. I give her a side eye. Then stop looking at Sebastian as if he were a meal. She hangs her head and twines her fingers together. Let's just get there. I'm sure we can find a blood bag or two on the way, she says. Sebastian crawls over to one of the racks of clothes and pulls 3 robes down from the mannequins nearby. Put these on. Hide your faces as best you can. We'll have to walk there. We need to stay out of sight, as I'm sure the curfew the Coven has in place extends to everyone, commoner and noble alike. It shouldn't take us long to get to the tunnels in the center of the city. We should be safe once we get there, says Sebastian. The lights from the tower fade and circle around to the other side of the kingdom. The majority of the protectors make their way either outside or to the front of the gate. We stand and head to the door. Evangeline opens it slowly, and we walk outside. Sebastian summons his gifts to cover our movements, placing a thick layer of fog all around the city streets. I can barely see 5 feet in front of me as I take small steps in the direction of the palace. Sebastian grabs my hand and guides my sister and me through the mist. The light from the tower circles around again, but doesn't focus explicitly on the streets. Sebastian raises his hand and creates a tunnel through the fog, just as he did back in Hymain. Visibility increases, and we're able to walk straight without restriction. I know you're out there, Sebastian. I can feel you. Come home to us, and all will be forgiven. A loud voice surrounds us. What the hell was that? Exclaims Evangeline. I know that voice, the voice that haunts my dreams. It's my father, the Count of Arias, Sebastian whispers. We look around frantically, trying to find the source, but it isn't anywhere in sight. After what you've done to me and my mate, I will never return, Sebastian calls out. I don't know what you hope to accomplish or why you've come back, my son. All I know is this will be your last chance to right the wrongs you and that abomination have caused. Rejoin your family and your coven so we can be done with this, I implore you. The Queen is willing to destroy everything just to see to it that you fail. You are my son, Sebastian of Arias. Don't you forget that. Yes, Father, I am your son. So you should know more than anyone that I cannot be without Kyra. I'd rather die than be separated from her. Then, I will have no choice but to destroy you. My sister and I tremble as the thunder of his voice rattles the fog surrounding us. Death would be a fitting end if it means I died fighting for the woman I love. Do you hear me, Father? Sebastian shouts boldly into the night sky. The voices stop and everything falls silent. Sebastian takes my hand and Evangeline's to move us forward. He knows where we are. How are we going to get into the Institute of Histories if he knows where to find us? Evangeline says. He doesn't know where we are, don't worry. He can only sense our presence. I feared something like this would happen, which is why I've been developing my mental abilities to block him out. He won't be invading anyone's mind. In any event, his voice was coming from the tower of the palace. I'm sure now he has protectors roaming the streets looking for us. We need to hurry. We scurry across the street in search of a well that leads to the tunnels. We hear footsteps in the distance, but can't quite make out who's there. They have to be protectors. "It's not going to end this way," says Sebastian. "Both of you, hold on to me tight." The earth around us trembles as we try to maintain our footing. He crosses his arms over his chest and closes his eyes. "Sebastian, what are you going to do?" I ask nervously. "Hold on tight. Dig your claws into me if you have to," he shouts. "I heard something. They're over there," yells one of the protectors. Right then, it feels as if time has stopped. Sebastian unleashes a deafening scream and extends his arms. An unnerving blast of wind forces its way outward in all directions, blowing everything away. The fog, the protectors, the streetlights, the windows in the surrounding buildings, everything. It's as if a bomb went off with us at its center. All we can hear is the sound of debris and protectors hitting buildings, walls, and the ground as they are blown away. For miles, there is nothing. Sebastian has cleared a path for us to walk unimpeded. "You truly are powerful, my son," says his father from a speaker within the tower. Evangeline clings to Sebastian's back while I have my arms wrapped around his waist. I look up and see that her fangs are out and her eyes are an ocean blue. She's going to bite him. "Evangeline!" I shout, forcing her to come to her senses. She pushes herself away and shakes her head. "What the hell happened?" she asks. Sebastian breathes soothingly and opens his eyes. He squats down toward me and brings me up, cupping my head in his hands delicately. He kisses my forehead and holds me tight. "Did I hurt you?" I return his kiss and look into his eyes. "I'm fine, my love. Let's just get the hell out of here before the Coven sends more guards for us." The fog surrounds us once again, hiding us from view. Sebastian turns to Evangeline and then looks at me. "Come on, let's go," I say. Evangeline hesitates and her eyes appear to be wary. "What's wrong? Come on, Evangeline, let's get out of here," Sebastian says. She inches herself closer to us, but stops. "Are you all right?" he asks. "No, I'm not all right. I don't know what the hell is going on with me, but I feel an insatiable urge to bite you, Sebastian. I want to taste your blood and feel you inside of me. It's getting harder to resist each moment," she confesses. My eyes burn red with jealousy. I've never heard her speak this way to Sebastian. She must really be thirsty. "Having trouble with your hormones, my daughter?" says Queen Maria in the distance. Her voice is coming from the same location as the Count's voice. She starts laughing like a maniac, and it echoes from every corner of her kingdom. "You should have died a century ago, traitorous child," she bellows. "Mother?" says Evangeline. "Yes, you disloyal child. Why have you come back? You should know the only thing here that awaits you is death. I made a promise to your father that I would leave you in peace. However, since you chose to step foot into my kingdom, I will have no choice but to fulfill the wishes of Marcandi I. Not one of you will make it out of here alive. I will not allow you to slip through my fingers a second time." Evangeline falls to the ground, holding her stomach. Her fangs and claws are emerging, and she desperately tries to crawl over to Sebastian. "What's happening to me?" she cries out. "Lust! Lust is what is happening to you. Soon, you will take Sebastian in front of your abomination of a sister. We will show you just how fast love can wither," says the queen. Evangeline makes it to Sebastian and takes hold of his ankles. She crawls her way to his belt buckle and tries to unlatch it. "I don't have control over what I'm doing. I need him. I need help." I rush over to her and put her in a bear hug. I pull her away from Sebastian, who takes a few steps away from us. "Help me," she shouts, clutching her stomach with her hands. "There's no point in resisting, Evangeline. Take Sebastian in front of your sister. Destroy their love. Break their connection," the queen screams. Sebastian's body glows blue, and his hands turn a fiery orange red. "This ends now." Sebastian's palms conjure 2 balls of fire. He brings his hands together, forming a massive ball. With one hand, he cocks back and hurls it at the tower of the palace. Within seconds, it makes an impact that illuminates all of Verinia for a brief moment. The fog around us becomes even thicker, and Evangeline breathes slowly. "It's gone. The sensation is gone, she says. I let her go, and we both gaze at the tower, which is now nothing more than bright flame and smoke. Are they? No, my love. I'm sure they weren't in the tower, and if they were, my father would have survived it. Evangeline's fangs and claws retract, and she sighs in relief. Without further words, Sebastian takes our hands and runs in the direction of the palace. All the lights in the protective field flicker continuously. Sebastian takes me in his arms and lets go of Evangeline. We're going to use our vampire speed. Brace yourself, Kyra, he says. I put my face in his chest, and they both take off running. There's a tunnel right ahead, I hear him say in the wind. This is not the way I had planned to enter Verinia. Sebastian's father and Queen Maria know we're here. This is all going to shit. Kyra, Evangeline, Sebastian, anyone. I hear a voice call from the communication device on my watch. The wind hits my face so hard I can barely make out what they're saying. I squeeze Sebastian's arm a little to get him to slow down. Kyra, we did it, the voice says. Sebastian must have heard the words because he stops abruptly. He almost gives me whiplash. We did it, Kyra. Quantseeker is active, and Florian now has control of their systems. Nativ and the others are on their way back to Dragoyus. We did it, and... the voice says again. And now you will die, another voice says, cutting them off. Everything turns muffled, and their communication goes silent. What the fuck was that? Shouts Sebastian. Feet away from the entrance to the tunnels, Evangeline and Sebastian activate their watches to see if they can get a clear signal. That sounded like Alessandro. He said they were successful, but someone else cut him off before he could finish. I say, correct me if I'm wrong, but that voice sounded a lot like the Archduke. How the hell is that possible? I thought he was dead, says Sebastian. Evangeline opens the well to the tunnels and hops inside. Come on, we can talk about it down here, she says. Sebastian and I follow her down and land in a puddle of grimy water. Seconds later, a loud explosion goes off on the surface, rattling everything around us. Muffled voices come over our watches. We waste no time. We run down the tunnel toward the underground level of the Institute. Whatever that explosion was, I just hope my sister and Alessandro are safe. If that voice indeed is the Archduke, then he will pay dearly for what he did to Baldassare. Sebastian! Kyra, if either of you can hear this, we had to destroy the tunnels leading to Dragoyus. The Archduke is alive. He used a shapeshifter to... Anastasia screams and is cut off again. We all look at each other in disbelief. A shapeshifter? Huffs Evangeline as we jog to our location. I knew it! Fumes Sebastian. He scoops me up in his arms and uses his speed to get us there faster. Evangeline follows behind us. Soon, we're under the Institute at the same location where Anastasia and I snuck in to save Sebastian and Alessandro from re-education. We look up and notice the entrance is sealed shut with titanium. I guess they've learned from last time we were here. Okay, this is going to be a challenge, Sebastian says. He sets me down and climbs up the ladder until he reaches the titanium barrier. He feels around for a weak spot. However, there is none. Sebastian, come back down. We're going to have to find another way in. He jumps down and joins Evangeline and me, then paces around in circles to find an alternative route. Kyra, can't you just use your strength to tear the barrier down? Suggests Evangeline. I turn to her and then look up at the barrier. I could. However, the sound of the destruction would bring us a lot of unwanted attention. We've drawn enough as it is. I've got an idea, Sebastian says. He climbs back up the tunnel and lights a flame on his index finger. He rotates the barrier with his hand until the outside is encircled in a fire. The sparks ignite higher as the brick and stone begin to disintegrate. Kyra, do you see that chain dangling from the ceiling over there? He asks. Yes, why? When I give you the word, I want you to pull on it with all your strength. It will collapse the floor beneath them. When this barrier comes crashing down, that will be all the distraction we need. The flames become a roaring fire and the heat intensifies. Are you sure about this, Sebastian? Evangeline asks with concern. We don't have much of a choice. I run over to the chain, look up, and see it's connected with a network of pipes, steel and stone. This has to be a part of the foundation of this place. How do you know this is going to work? I hesitate. When I was a child, I used to swing on that thing until one day it broke and the entire floor came crashing down on me. I can't believe they put this barrier here and didn't think to fix that stupid chain. Either way, I guess it works out for the best, he says. I take hold of the chain as Evangeline stands off to the side, looking on to see if this is going to work. When you pull that chain, Kyra, make sure you get out of there as quickly as you can, he says. The fire causes small explosions, and the barrier begins to sink down on the ladder. Sebastian jumps out of the way, and the ceiling crumbles. Now, Kyra, he shouts. I yank on the chain and run toward him. The pipes, stones, and steel all come crashing down until a giant gaping hole is all that's left. We run a reasonable distance to get out of the way when the barrier slides down and lands on the ground in front of us. Using his gifts, Sebastian freezes the barrier and the entrance to keep the heat and fire from spreading. We rush to the entrance and climb up the rocks. As we make our way to the surface of the Institute, some guards and a few protectors surround the hole I just created, firing their weapons down the tunnel. They caused this, I know it. They're down there. Everyone, into the tunnel. We'll find them, shouts one of the protectors. One by one, they jump down the hole and into the tunnel, utterly oblivious to the fact that we're right behind them. We run behind a bathroom stall and wait for them all to chase ghosts down the tunnel. Once they're gone, we run past the hole and into the holding center where Sebastian and Alessandro were once kept. The place is empty. I just hope finding their research center will be a breeze from this point forward. In actuality, we don't know if their weapon is being kept there, but this place is as good a start as any. I walk down the hallways, looking into each room to see if one of them leads to some hidden center where they may be working on the weapon. Thou shalt not be doomed as thou shalt not be slain. All the wonders around you shall die, and efforts in vain, yells someone from within one of the holding cells. On guard, we look around and peek into each cell to see who just spoke. And victory cannot, will not, come easily to the fray. Each member of your legion in all its might will die this day. I walk 3 cells down and look into a dark room where a single man in chains leans up against the wall. Hey, over here. I signal to Sebastian and my sister. The 3 of us look inside and gaze upon him, but he has his head down. I knock on the small see-through glass door to get his attention. And ye, oh yes ye, shall not compel nor coerce the armies of sorrow from completing thy duty. It isn't us who judges, for the rule of 3 can see all thy corruption and cruelty. We give each other a confused look. He's insane. Evangeline grimaces. Let's leave him. Sebastian and Evangeline walk away, but I watch him as he continues his rambling. I break the latch and open the door. Kyra, what are you doing? Whispers Sebastian. I turn on the lights and walk up to him. He raises his head and looks at me. An angel come to take me to the rule of 3, he questions. He wipes his eyes and looks closer. You have the look of a man I once knew long ago. You're as beautiful as he was. Sebastian joins me in the room, followed by Evangeline, who luckily found a stash of blood bags in one of the storerooms close by. The man jumps to his feet and backs away. Count of Arias' son! To what do I owe the pleasure? Sebastian's brow wrinkles and he takes my hand. How do you know who I am? He asks. I know many things. Moreover, you have his look. Nevertheless, you, little girl, you have the look of someone far more significant. Your hair and facial features give you away. Are you his daughter? He asks me. What do you mean by his? I ask, still on guard. He walks up to me and puts his face close to mine, almost to the point where our noses touch. Sebastian takes me by the arm and pulls me away. The man looks at us both and begins to laugh uncontrollably. The irony! Oh, the absolute irony! He shouts with tears of joy in his eyes. I told you he was insane, Evangeline says. He leans against the wall and sighs, still chuckling. To think, the offspring of Emmanuel and Julia Lanusia are now mates. The irony is so thick it could choke a whale, he says. Still confused, I approach him and pull him close by his chains. How do you know my father? I ask firmly. Your father is the reason I'm here. A few decades ago, I did him a favor. That favor cost me my freedom. What favor? Sebastian asks. The man nudges me aside with his shoulder and gazes at Sebastian with a devious smile. To fuck your mother, Countess Julia Lanusia of Orias, he says proudly before bursting into laughter once again. Excuse me? Says Evangeline. He sits back down, still laughing, as Sebastian stands there in shock. Years ago, your mother was obsessed with Emmanuel Lescar de Font. She wanted to fuck him and drink him dry. The queen proclaimed that she could have one night with him. However, Emmanuel made a promise to another woman and asked me to take his place. I can shapeshift, so I took Emmanuel's appearance on the night in question. And I fucked her into oblivion. She couldn't walk for a week after I was done with her, he says. So how did you end up here? I ask. Your father was planning on a rebellion or something. When I was done with Julia, the Archduke came into the hall with the heads of the people who followed your father. I had no choice but to reveal myself. The look on your mother's face when she saw it was me was glorious. Absolutely glorious. He laughs. Anyway, where is Emmanuel? Do they still have him locked up? I squat down to look him in the eye. I scan his face to see if what he's saying is true. He returns my gaze and smiles. You're quite beautiful. I wouldn't mind betting you someday, he says to me. Sebastian wraps his hand around the man's throat, stands him up, and slams him against the wall. If the thought of touching her ever enters your mind again, this prison of yours will seem like heaven after what I'll do to you. Sebastian growls. He releases him, and the man falls to the floor, coughing. Listen, whoever you are, a lot has happened since you've been here. My father died shortly after I was born. What's left of Hymain is under the control of the Count of Merlotica, and Verinia has been militarized. We've broken just about every Coven law in existence, and we're here to find a devastating weapon that could destroy us all. Now, you can stay here and rot, or you can tell us anything you may know about this place, I say sternly. His playful, cavalier expression becomes serious. Emmanuel is dead? Impossible. The Coven would never. The Coven wasn't responsible for my father's death, but that's beside the point. Time is running out, and we have to find this weapon of theirs before it's too late. He stands, no longer appearing as the insane vampire Evangeline proclaimed him to be. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Swithoon, and I was a very good friend of your father's. I've been in this institute for over 20 years, so forgive me for my eccentric demeanor. It's rare for me to have another person in my presence. If Emmanuel is dead, then no doubt he was taken by the Rule of Three, the guardians who watch over the multiverse. And if you're here, then the prophecy is being fulfilled. It's just as I've imagined all these years. It's finally happening. We all look at each other, wondering if he's serious or if continued isolation has driven him mad. See, I told you he was crazy, whispers Evangeline. I start to agree with her until I remember my father mentioning something about a Rule of Three in my dreams. They have to have made it inside the Institute. This way, says a guard down the hallway. Oh shit, exclaims Evangeline. We have to get the hell out of here, Kyra, Sebastian says. Hurry, release me from my bondage and I'll show you the location of the research center. That's the only place where they would be developing any weapons of that magnitude, says Swithoon. We hear the footsteps of the guards coming nearer, and our time is fading. Are you sure we can trust him? Evangeline asks me. I don't think we have any other choice, to be honest. I take his chains and pull them apart. He flails his arms about, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Thank you so much. It's been months since my arms were free. Come, this way, he says. The four of us tiptoe down the hallway to avoid being seen by the guards. The research center is just down this way, he says. You three go on. I'll handle the guards, Sebastian says. I freeze in my tracks and then head back to take him by the arms. You are not going to face them like you did last time, Sebastian. You promised me, I exclaim. He kisses my hand and gives me his usual smile. Don't worry, my love. I have no intention of doing that again. He raises his hands forward, and an intense coldness overcomes the hallways. His hands illuminate, forming an icy blue field, which then shoots out in front of him. A wall of ice forms, separating us from the guards. That should hold them for a while, says Sebastian. We look on as the guards hit the blockade of ice Sebastian created. They're through there. I can see them, one guard says. They're too late. Far too late. This way, shouts Swithoon. He opens the door to a room that smells of molten metals and oil. "And ye said unto the rule of 3, allow them to be victorious, and bless thee," he shouts, holding his fist into the air. Evangeline, Sebastian, and I walk into the room where various engineers are building a massive armament that looks as if it can destroy planets. I recognize a majority of the builders as they scurry around in chains, moving metals, wood, and glass. Most are covered in blood from whips and the chains that bind them. Several vampires walk the beat, giving the builders lash after lash if they don't move fast enough. I know these people. There's no doubt about it. These are the members of the Council of the New Age from Hymain. The Coven has made them into slaves. And this has to be the weapon they will use to destroy us. The rule of 3 has led you to me and us to here. Thus, the prophecy is coming to fruition. Embrace it, daughter of my friend, says Swithoon. I look over to Evangeline, and her eyes are full of rage. Something in this room is triggering her as I've never seen before. Her eyes burn red, and her fangs poke out from her lips. "Him! It's him!" she growls. Her claws extend as she walks farther into the room. This is the first time I've seen my sister this way. She's always so calm, even in the face of danger. She set her sights on one particular individual whom I can only assume has done her wrong in some way. "Him!" she points in the distance with her claws. "He's the one who told my mother I fell in love. He's responsible for the death of my mate," she shouts. Everyone stops what they're doing to gaze upon us. A few members of the council recognize me and drop to their knees. "Well, so much for subtlety," Sebastian says, summoning his gifts. Swithoon backs into a corner and bows up and down in submission, speaking in tongues. You're still alive, you little slut! I thought your mother did away with you," says the guard Evangeline locks eyes with. Without uttering a single word, she flies at him and they engage in a heated battle. The council members retreat and the rest of the guards come running at Sebastian and me, wielding their whips and knives. I take Sebastian's hand and we squeeze each other. We give each other a nod before he tosses me into the air. The guard leading the pack is the first to feel my boot in his face as I come down, kicking and punching. My strength is in full force, and with each clash, they go flying across the room. The ones who were lucky enough to get around me run into Sebastian. He uses his gifts to freeze them where they stand in a cube of ice. With the heat radiating from the welding and construction, I doubt that will hold them for long. I do away with the guards easily as they crawl around on the floor, lamenting in pain. We look up, and Evangeline is on the back of her opponent, sucking him dry. She digs her claws into his chest and neck and holds him tight. He spins around in rage, screaming and slamming his back into everything around them. Evangeline doesn't let go, not until he stops moving. He drops to his knees as Evangeline sucks with fury. Within moments, the vampire collapses to the floor, but Evangeline still refuses to let go. She sucks and sucks until his skin becomes dirt dry. He crumbles to nothing in her arms, and everything he is fades to dust. Evangeline stands and dusts herself off, the blood rage purified from her. "An eye for an eye, you bastard!" she bellows and then kicks the dust at her feet. The council members watch in both horror and relief. "Is everyone good to go?" I ask, looking around to ensure there aren't any other guards lurking. "Yes, I think we're good, my love. Now, let's destroy this thing and get the hell out of here." As he's talking, a dark figure sneaks up behind him. "Sebastian, look out!" I scream, but it's too late. Whoever this is, I sense a dominant force emanating from them. "You thought it would be that easy?" says the dark figure. Right away, I know who it is. The Count of Arias. "There's no going back this time, my son," he says, pulling out a needle from his pocket. It's the same serum as before. I cannot allow him to inject Sebastian with it. Sebastian's body glows red, and he floats 5 feet in the air, taking his father with him. Amazed, the Count tries to inject his son hastily, but the needle doesn't penetrate his skin. "I'm much more powerful now, father. More powerful than you'll ever be." Sebastian spins himself into a whirlwind, causing a mini tornado within the room. Everyone ducks and holds on to the closest anchored object to keep them from being blown away. The Count is thrown from Sebastian and lands on the floor next to the council members. He stands and tries to put Sebastian in the same bubble trap he used when we were in the forest of Verinia, but it has no effect. "You are my son! How is this possible?" shouts the Count. "Father, I have no wish to fight you. Nonetheless, I will do what I must to stop you from destroying the woman I love." "Love is an abomination, Sebastian! Just look at what it has done to you!" "Yes, Father, look what it's done to me. It's made me stronger than you can imagine." Sebastian stops spinning and floats slowly to the floor. He approaches his father, still glowing red. The Count is in awe of how powerful his son has become. With one final effort, the Count lunges at Sebastian with the needle, but it's all in vain. Sebastian counters and grabs his father by the wrist. "I'm sorry, Father," he says as he rips the needle from his hands and stabs him in the neck with it. The Count shakes violently and flops to the floor. Without taking his eyes off him, Sebastian blows winter ice at the weapon until the whole of it is frozen. "Smash it, Kyra," he shouts. I climb on top of the weapon, and with one strong impact from my fist, the thing shatters to nothingness. "No!" screams the Count, writhing in pain. Evangeline gathers the council members and breaks their chains. "Follow us," she says. Alarms go off around the entire building, and we hear the footsteps of a legion of guards. The ice wall Sebastian created earlier is completely melted, and there isn't another way out. "Just give up, Sebastian. You'll never make it out of here alive," says the Count. Sebastian smiles. "We'll make it out of here all right, and you're coming with us." Sebastian looks to me, and I take a large chunk from the shattered weapon lying on the floor and toss it up at the ceiling. It hits head-on, creating a gaping hole. Moments later, an aircraft descends into the research center through the hole, and it kicks up dust all around us. Alessandro and Anastasia wave to us as they land. The Archduke is tied up in the cockpit, his head covered by a black bag. "But how? How?" shouts the Count. Sebastian ties his father's arms behind his back and binds his legs before hoisting him onto his shoulder. "We've been planning this for months. Your mass destruction tactics, however, forced us to move our plans up a little. I believe you recognize this aircraft," I say. With his eyes weary from the serum, he focuses on the insignia on the right side of the aircraft. "This belongs to Queen Maria. This is her aircraft," he exclaims. "Correction, this is my aircraft," says Anastasia. Sebastian sets his father next to the Archduke as everyone else runs onto the aircraft from the back. "While you were toying with your son and Evangeline in the tower, we were busy helping ourselves to your armory. I knew my mother would keep this baby. She gave it to me for my 15th birthday." The last of the council members make their way into the aircraft, and only Swithoon remains. Guards flood the center of the building, shooting in all directions. "Swithoon, come on!" I scream. He looks back at us and smiles. "Take them to safety. The rule of 3 will guide you to your destination. You are the future of everything," he shouts. He charges the guards, which gives us enough time to get off the ground and into the air. Anastasia closes the doors, and we take off into the sky. I look down at the guards and Swithoon. He puts up a good fight and keeps them from shooting at us. Nevertheless, they eventually overpower him and blast him to ash. I sit back, shocked by his sacrifice. A vampire whom I knew for but a moment gave his life for me and my cause. Anastasia takes us higher into the sky and through the dome. Knowing the Verinian Air Force will follow, Evangeline strains herself to shift the light around us until we reach the Shadowlands. Not everything went as planned, but for now, we're safe. And I'm sure Nativ will like nothing more than to have words with the Archduke over what he's done. Chapter 17. Secrets. "How does it feel to have that serum burning through your veins, Father?" Sebastian taunts as we depart the aircraft. Alessandro takes the Archduke over his shoulders and throws him onto the floor of the bunker. Sebastian grabs his father and does the same. Nativ and his team are back, having made it through the flatlands safely. Queen Safia, to our surprise, accompanied them here as well. Florian informed us on the way back about the beams that were destroying the crust of the earth in the flatlands. Luckily, my sister and Alessandro were able to disable the weapon before any significant damage could occur. I remove the black bags from the Archduke's and the Count's heads and sit them up against the aircraft. I bet never in a million years would they have thought they'd be our prisoners, yet here they sit, at our mercy. We will get the answers we seek this time. Sebastian's father is still shaking from the serum, and his skin is becoming a grayish pale. Sebastian, however, shows no signs of grieving for his ailing father. I cannot blame him. His father displayed no remorse or sorrow when he nearly tortured us both to death in Verinia. The pain will pass, I promise you, I tell him. With his fangs displayed, the Count chomps at the air when I get too close. Sebastian, showing no hesitation, grabs his father by the front of his shirt and stands him up, then slams him against the aircraft. "That's my mate, father. Don't you dare forget it," he exclaims and then releases him. The Count falls to the floor, coughing. I rub Sebastian's shoulders to ease his anger. The Archduke has had his head down and refuses to make eye contact with anyone, and I'm sure the first thing Nativ will want from this murderer is his head. I, however, cannot allow that to happen, not until we get the answers we seek. The Count's trembling begins to fade as the pain from the serum subsides. I pull up a chair next to them both and cross my legs in preparation for my interrogation. "Look at me, both of you," I command. The Count raises his head and focuses his gaze on me. I feel him trying to penetrate my mind, but the serum keeps his gifts at bay for the moment. "Listen, we know your secret, or rather, the Coven's secret. We plan to reveal it to the world, but first, we must have a few questions answered." The Archduke raises his head swiftly and stares at me, stunned. He then looks at the Count and Sebastian. "And what secret would that be?" "We know why the Coven has forbidden love," answers Sebastian. Both of their jaws drop as they gaze upon each other in disbelief. "Impossible!" shouts the Archduke. "Oh, but it isn't. Don't you remember, Father? The day we fought, I fed on you that day. The day you held your own son prisoner. But I suppressed that knowledge from my blood. How were you able to extract it? I'm your son, or have you forgotten?" "No, that's not it. There's something else going on here. You defeated me in battle without even becoming short of breath. How are you able to fly? How are you able to create elements? You and this hybrid should have reverted by now. What is happening to you, my son?" We scan his eyes to see if he's putting on a ruse or if he's sincere in his questioning. He's asking the same questions that we're planning to ask him. If the Count of Arias, one of the ruling members of the Coven, doesn't know the answers to these things, then who does? "You're asking us what we intended on asking you, Father," says Sebastian. He scoffs. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. You were there for the Great War and the Great Peace. You saw the reversions before Markandi I came into power. You should be telling us why we haven't reverted yet. Now tell us what you know," bellows Sebastian. "Don't tell him anything," hisses the Archduke. Evangeline slaps him across the face and then holds his chin with her thumb and index finger. "One more defiant word out of you and I'll gag you," she says. The Count laughs and spits at my feet. "To think, the offspring of the generation that built all we know will now be its undoing." He continues to chuckle, leaving Sebastian and me to wonder if the serum is driving him mad. "Listen, Father, I don't wish to fight you any longer. We want peace and to live freely. The last thing we want is bloodshed. Just tell us what you know of reversion and no harm will come to you. You have my word." Eyes swirling white and red, the Count gazes at his son and smiles. "I have no desire to fight with you either, my son. If you know the truth, and this knowledge has already spread to the masses of your kingdom and beyond, then there is no use in me putting up any more resistance." I stand from my chair and squat in front of the Count. He looks at me with wide eyes. "I never noticed this before, but you look just like him. I should have caught on to that fact the day I first saw you. Despite the history between us, you should know that your father and I were once good friends," he says to me. "If that's true, then why did you do this? Why suppress free will and emotions? For the sake of immortality? For power? Why? Why live in darkness? I press.
Because it was the will of Markandi the First.
Markandi is dead, Father. There is no reason to continue with his laws and philosophy. Surely you, the most powerful vampire alive, can convince the Coven of that, says Sebastian. He smiles.
I think the title of most powerful vampire alive now dwells with you, my son.
The Archduke stares at the Count and growls, his fangs coming into view. Seconds later, the door to the bunker flies open and in marches Nativ with a UV weapon. His eyes burn red.
Death becomes you, you murdering bastard!
He shouts. He charges toward the Archduke and aims the weapon at him. My sisters rush Nativ and wrap their arms around his body in a bear hug. He drops the UV gun and tries to tug his way free. Tears stream down his face and his fangs are fully displayed. He desperately wants to end the Archduke. I can see it. We all can.
The Coven has taken everyone and everything from me. First my Cynthia, and now Baldassare. He needs to die!
Both Evangeline and Anastasia pin him to the floor. They blow in his ears while rubbing his chest and head to soothe his rage.
Shh, Nativ. We know how you feel. Please try to calm down. We need to get answers from him first,
whispers Evangeline. He covers his face with his hands and allows the tears to flow.
Just please take me out of here. It isn't proper for a woman to see a man cry,
he says, repeating the sentiments Sebastian once said to me. My sisters help him to his feet and walk him out.
If only I could have seen his face before he died. It was probably the face of a pathetic coward,
says the Archduke before he bursts out laughing like a maniac. His comment triggers Nativ to toss my sisters away and charge him. I take hold of Nativ just before he can reach the vile bastard.
I'll kill you!
He screams. I throw Nativ into the arms of my sisters and they walk him out briskly. The Archduke continues to laugh as if he delights in the suffering of others. Having had enough of his defiance, Alessandro gags him and covers his head with a black bag.
Laugh all you want, you fiend. Just know that once we get the information we need, your punishment will be you and him alone in a room together for an entire day,
warns Alessandro. He becomes silent upon hearing Alessandro's threat. My sisters re-enter the room and close the door behind them. The Count hangs his head low as he starts to feel the withdrawal symptoms of the serum.
Tell us what you know of reversion and we'll give you the antidote,
Sebastian says. The Count raises his head slowly, a smile overcoming his face as he gazes at his son.
There is no antidote. The only way to purify me of this serum is through blood transfusion. Father, the day we escaped your prison, our scientists were able to create an antidote using Kyra's blood. We will give it to you as soon as you tell us what you know.
The Count sighs.
Very well,
he says. Suddenly, the Archduke moans and kicks his feet to try and stop the Count from telling us anything. Alessandro hoists him over his left shoulder and takes him back into the aircraft. We hear a loud thud, and the Archduke's muffled pleas are silenced. Alessandro comes back to us with a bright smile, dusting his hands off.
He won't be protesting for a while,
he says. We look up at him and then focus our attention back on Sebastian's father. Well, I say.
The reversion can only happen when two people fall in love. By nature, two individuals are drawn to each other, and once that connection is made, it's almost impossible to break it. Those who fall in love develop a biochemical bond that changes a vampire back into a human. The higher the amount of lust influence in a vampire's blood, the faster the reversion will happen. If two people who develop this bond are fused with the light of the courting moon, the reversion will be immediate. You two should have reverted the second you merged with the courting moon. This is why your mother and I were so shocked when you told us you had stepped into the light. You should be human, Sebastian, but you're not. In either case, yes, this is about power and control. The day for humanity has passed. It is now time for the vampire to reign. Who would want to live the life of a pitiful, fragile human who will eventually grow old and die? The power of the vampire cannot be denied, nor can the power of the Coven. Look at you both. Look at the power you possess. Do you truly want to lose such power just to die in a few short decades?
We all look at one another as he confesses the true reason for the Coven's existence.
If there's a chance we can go back to the way we were before humanity transformed into vampires, then...
Ha! The Count exclaims, cutting Alessandro off mid-sentence.
The way things were before vampirism? Marcandi established an order of peace that has lasted for centuries. Peace? You call a worldly prison and emotional emptiness peace? Separation and limited free will is not peace. It's torment,
says Sebastian.
A small price to pay to live forever,
the Count counters. Living for an eternity without love and passion is no different from death, I say.
Love is an illusion that...
Don't fool yourself, Darius. You once believed in love. You once believed in free will, shouts Queen Saphia as she enters the room. In less than a minute, it looks as though what little pigmentation the Count has in his skin fades to nothing. His eyes widen and his jaw drops. He's utterly shocked to see his sister-in-law for reasons I can't quite pinpoint.
It can't be. Not you,
he yells out.
Marcandi decreed that we are forbidden.
Marcandi is dead, Darius. He is gone, and the sooner you and the Coven understand that, the sooner you will see the truth. The Count turns his head away from her and tries to shuffle his body in the opposite direction. Saphia rushes over to him and takes his head in her hands, forcing eye contact. Did you not love me once? Did we not love each other? She asks. Sebastian looks on, overcome with astonishment. He can't believe what he's hearing, and nor can I.
Please don't do this to me, Saphia. Not now. Not in front of him,
the Count pleads. All these years you've hidden behind the facade of the Coven's rule like a coward. You don't even have the strength to tell him the truth.
What truth?
Sebastian interrupts. That you were born out of love, just like your mate.
Shut up, Saphia! You shut up now!
Growls the Count. No, I will not shut up. I've been silent for far too long, and he needs to hear the truth. She continues.
Saphia, I'm warning you. Don't do this.
You are no longer in any position to threaten anyone. This time, with this rebellion, the Coven will fall. Look at me, Darius. Look into the eyes of the woman you once promised to love forever.
I have driven all love from my heart. I had no choice. We both would have been killed if I hadn't.
Yet that didn't stop you from coming into my bed 20 years ago, she says. Sebastian raises his hands and backs away, shaking his head from side to side.
Well, what the hell is going on? Someone better start explaining whatever it is you two are hinting at right now.
Saphia walks over to him and takes his hand. Sebastian flinches as the shock of what he thinks they're going to say overpowers him. I hug his waist to try and ease the blow. I know all too well the lies parents tell their children and the outrage that comes when the truth is revealed. Tell your son the truth, Count Darius of Arias. Tell him who his parents really are. Sebastian's entire body trembles and he becomes weak in the knees. Do you need to sit, my love? I ask. He caresses my hair and hugs me tightly.
No, I'm fine. I just need to hear the truth. From my father's lips,
he says, shooting a death glare at the Count.
You don't want to hear this, Sebastian. Oh, no, father. I need to hear this.
The Count glances at Saphia and growls.
This is your doing.
No, this is the Coven's doing. You promised me we would all live in peace, away from the Coven, away from Maria, away from my sister. You lied to me.
I had no choice.
There is always a choice, Darius. Always. Saphia shouts before bursting into tears. We all stand by idly, in complete silence. Emmanuel Lescar de Font at least had the courage to go against everything he knew to be with the woman he loved. You are a coward, Darius. An utter coward. She continues. Unable to argue any further, the Count lowers his gaze as if a cloak of shame has just covered his entire body. Sebastian, along with everyone else, stands there waiting for an explanation. This can't mean what I think it means.
Sebastian, my son, he sighs. Queen Saphia of the Kingdom of Dawn is your biological mother. We were in love, yet never dared admit it to one another. The day we confessed our love, her sister, Julia Lanusia, was insane with jealousy and informed Emperor Marcandi of our plans to escape into the Shadowlands. Marcandi decreed that we were never to see each other again and ordered us separated for all time. He also ordered me to mate with Julia to ensure my cooperation. Then, 20 years ago, when the Coven was caught up in Emmanuel's rebellion, I took the chance to see her again. We had one night of passion between us. It was the only time we made love, but that was enough to create you, Sebastian. When Queen Maria found out Saphia was pregnant with you, she ordered that Julia and I raise you as our own. You were never supposed to have found out about your true origins. I did what I had to do to protect Saphia and myself. It was necessary to ensure the birth of a new emperor brought by your and Anastasia's offspring. I don't regret what I did, son. It was all necessary.
I look at Sebastian with sympathy in my eyes. The same thing that happened to me is now happening to him. The sins of our parents are far too prevalent to bear. In complete ruin, Sebastian looks to Saphia. Alessandro's eyes are just as wide as my own.
You are my mother? And the woman who raised me is my auntie?
Sebastian asks with a pale face. Saphia approaches him and takes his hand in hers. She wipes the tears from her face onto her sleeve and looks at me. I allow them to talk, letting go of Sebastian and backing away. I approach the Count, who still has his eyes glued to the floor, and I sit next to him. One of our scientists hands me the antidote to the serum still affecting him. You know, Darius, if that's your real name, my mother told me something similar. When I found out my father was a vampire, my heart nearly exploded in my chest. Everyone, you, my mother, Saphia, Bruce, Emmanuel, Maria, all of you are our parents. We are the new generation that wants to see change. The time of the vampire must pass so that we can be free to choose how we want to live. I can see in your eyes that you love Saphia. Look at them. They are your family, not the Coven. Don't abandon them for a second time. I plead with the Count. He moves his eyes from his lowered gaze and looks at me. They are in ocean blue, just like Sebastian's.
If I listen to you and follow my heart, I will eventually become human, and I will lose my gifts.
Are your gifts worth your son and the woman you love? He lowers his gaze again. This is the first time I have ever seen him so vulnerable. The vampire I most feared, the one I thought to be nothing but a monster, is now here with us at the mercy of love. A war is going on between his emotions and his loyalty to the Coven. You're not the monster I thought you were. I smile at him. He glances at me and smiles back. And you're not the evil, manipulative slut I thought you were. I give him side-eye as I try to hide my anger. Sebastian is the only one I've ever been with. He will also be the only one I'll ever be with. So your label of slut is completely unfounded, I say firmly. He laughs.
Yes, I can see that. You truly do love my son. You're willing to kill and to die for each other. I will no longer stand in your way,
he says to my astonishment. What do you mean you won't stand in our way?
I have existed for centuries. The only time in all my hundreds of years did I know happiness was when I was with Saphia. I have suppressed these emotions for the better half of the last 300 years. I made love to her once, and that's all it took to create my son. Seeing her now, embracing him, has caused all the armor around my heart to disintegrate. I don't know what to do. All I know is that I won't try to stop you from this point forward. You have my word.
I take his chin in my hand and turn him to face me so I can scan his eyes. Whenever Sebastian is lying to me, his eyes always give him away. I'm hoping the same holds true with his father. These ocean blue pearls of his show no signs of deception.
I'm sorry for what I put you through when we were holding you prisoner. I was just trying to break the bond you have with my son. As I can see, that bond is impenetrable. I move my hand from his face slowly and look up at Sebastian, who is standing over us. "Why, Father? Why?" he whispers. The Count stumbles to his feet, still weary from the serum. "Because love is outlawed, and as Count of Orias and a ruling member of the Coven, I am bound by laws. Not even my own heart can stand in the way of law and order."
"And what now? What will you do now?" asks Safia.
"As I have told her, I will do nothing."
"Nothing isn't enough!" She places her hand on his shirt and caresses his chest. "I know you still love me, Darius. You can't deny it any longer. No one from the Coven is here to enforce that ridiculous law," she continues.
"My heart is cold. My blood has run dry. Love is forbidden," he exclaims.
"Bullshit, Darius! You can't fool me as you've done yourself. Love isn't something you can just switch off and on at will. Look at me when I speak to you!" she shouts. The Count squeezes his eyes shut to avoid eye contact. He's hiding his mood eyes from her. Safia's right fang extends, and she pricks a tiny hole in her index finger. She grabs hold of his mouth and places her finger on the tip of his tongue. The mind-thought connection is immediately established between them as she sinks her fangs into his neck.
"No, Safia, don't rob me of my nihilism. I'm afraid to become..."
"Become what? Happy? Hopeful? Human?" I say to him. He opens his eyes, and they're bright pink. Safia has tamed the beast. We hear the Archduke mumbling and kicking things around in the aircraft. Alessandro goes to check on him. "Are you all right, Sebastian?" I ask. I can see the whirlwind of emotion he's going through as the color of his eyes shifts. He hugs me and kisses my forehead as we hear another loud thud come from within the aircraft. Alessandro walks out with a smile, as before.
"What exactly are you doing to him?" Sebastian asks.
"Just making sure he keeps quiet," he says without elaborating further. We focus our attention back on each other. I hold him tight until I can feel his heartbeat against my ear. It's stronger than ever, and his skin is warm like spring. "You know, when my mother told me Bruce wasn't my real father, I almost blew her eardrums out with my screams." He looks down at me and smiles as Anastasia taps me on the shoulder. I think we should leave," she says. Sebastian and I look at her and then turn our gaze to his father. The Count and Safia are engaged in a tongue-throttling kiss. She slowly removes layers of his clothes, much to our alarm. "Does she plan to make love to him right here in front of everyone?" Evangeline murmurs. "Well, it is the way of the vampire," Anastasia comments. Sebastian turns his back to them in disgust as one of the engineers clears her throat loudly to get them to stop. They don't. Having had enough, Sebastian disconnects from our embrace and stalks over to them. "Have you no shame?" he says to his father. Safia and the Count kiss each other's lips 3 more times before stopping. While still gazing into the Count's eyes, Safia opens her mouth to speak. "As you know, Sebastian, this is the way of the..."
"Would you stop saying that? I've heard it enough growing up,"
Sebastian says, cutting her off. The Count laughs, as does Safia. My jaw is on the floor, as I never in a million years would have thought I'd see Sebastian's father smile with affection. "I guess passion truly is the cure for the cold, savage heart," Evangeline whispers. Safia scoops up the Count in her arms and approaches me. "May I have the antidote? I think we're going to need it," she says. I'm reluctant to hand it over. If the Count is at full power, there's no telling what havoc he'll wreak with his gifts. Sebastian comes to my side and takes my hand in his.
"We will give it to you in due time, just not now. I'm still not convinced my father can be trusted with the full range of his gifts."
His gaze pierces the Count and Safia.
"My son, I told you that I wouldn't. You've said many things that turned out to be deception. There's only one way we can know for sure. Take my father up to the council's ward and have Francesco meet us there. We'll see what's true and what isn't."
I know where he's going with this, and I couldn't agree more. With the serum in his system, there's no way for the Count to hide his true nature from Francesco's mind-thought construct.
"Is there really a need for this?"
says the Count.
Given your history, Father, this is the only logical solution. I'm having a hard time believing that you've just had a sudden change of heart within the last couple of hours.
Evangeline opens the front door to the bunker leading to the council's ward. "I'll get Francesco," says Anastasia.
"After you,"
says Evangeline. Anastasia hurries up the stairs, followed by Alessandro. Sebastian and I look at Safia and gesture for her to follow them. With the Count still in her arms, she strides up the stairs. "You can head up there, Sebastian. I'll go check on the Archduke before we leave." He caresses my hand and then follows everyone else up to the council's ward. A couple of our scientists are still at their stations, preparing for Florian to arrive so they can make my aircraft space-worthy. I still can't believe we have to go out into space and physically hack that satellite. This is one trip I didn't think we'd need to make. I step into the aircraft, look around the corner to the cockpit, and see the Archduke wrapped from head to toe in chains. His face, except for his nose, is covered in tape and black plastic. He wouldn't be able to move even if he wanted to. I approach and examine him to make sure he's still breathing. There's a large lump on the top of his head. "What the hell did Alessandro do to you?" I whisper to myself. I pick him up and throw him over my shoulder. I'm sure some time spent in our prison will make him open up more about the inner workings of his role within the Coven. If not, he can rot there, just as I did when they held me captive. If Sebastian's father is willing to allow us to continue with our mission, perhaps he can persuade the Kingdom of Orias and their queen to let us in without notifying the Coven or Queen Maria. Otherwise, it will be challenging for us to infiltrate and hack into their systems. Time is running out, and it won't be long before they realize the Archduke and the Count are missing. The chance of them drawing nearer to my kingdom is too high now. The stakes are rising, and we have to get my message out as soon as possible. As I walk up the stairs, I feel the Archduke jerk and flinch as he comes to. My grip on him is steady. As soon as I get this bastard to our prison, I'll release him from his chains. Something that wasn't afforded to Sebastian and me when we were at his mercy. Chapter 18. The Count's Confession. Count Darius lies on the floor in shambles, all his inhibitions in ruins. The barriers forged around his emotions crumble as Francesco unearths the pain and suffering he had buried deep within himself. I never thought that anyone would be able to influence the mind of Sebastian's father. The deeper Francesco digs, the more barriers he meets that need to be broken. The Coven had re-educated certain parts of the Count's mind to erase any passion or love he may have felt for Safia and his son. The construct Francesco devised was for the Count, his son, and Safia alone. No matter how he tried to hide the passion aching to be unleashed from him, the Count could conceal it no more. It's mind-boggling to me that he would inflict the same tortures upon his son and me that were imposed on him. The worst thing about this is he volunteered to be put through such torment, all for immortality and the power of his gifts. Sebastian conveys to me through his eyes the emotional turmoil his father suffers. It's unbearable for the both of them. I'd never have guessed the Count could be so vulnerable after everything he's done to us. Nevertheless, with the re-education lifted from him, I can see clearly now. He did father Sebastian, and I knew all that passion and love had to have been passed down from one of his parents. I just never thought it would have been his father. I kneel beside the Count and take his arm. He doesn't face me, as the tears in his eyes keep him from gazing at anyone. I roll up his sleeve and inject him with the needle. Safia helps him to his feet and wipes his eyes. "You've broken me," he says with a hint of sadness. "No, Darius. We've freed you," says Safia. He stands and turns his back to us. "I've never seen him like this before," Sebastian whispers to me. The Count's skin flashes red, and then he goes pale as the antidote makes its way through his body, purging the serum from his system. He drops to his knees and breathes in deeply. The pain subsides, and he returns to his feet. Safia and my mother help him as he stumbles. "You've turned me against my coven. The Coven of Vampyres is the very thing that holds this world together. It gives order to chaos. I can't fall in love again," says the Count. Safiya and my mother back away as Sebastian comes to him from behind. He places his hand on his father's shoulder and rubs the lower part of his neck with his thumb. Father, if you believe the Coven is holding order, then why would the children of Coven members try to take it down? Look at us. Look around you. Me, Anastasia, Evangeline, Kyra. All of us are descendants of royalty within the Coven. We're willing to risk our lives to put a stop to emotional subjugation and oppression. Search deep inside yourself. Do you really believe this way of life is what is best for our people? It's the only way I know how to live, my son. No, it isn't, and you know it, Safiya interjects. The Count turns to face us. This Coven has kept order for centuries. And how many innocent people, both human and vampire, have perished to keep this order you speak of so highly? Asks Evangeline. He turns his back to us again and takes a seat at the table. Sebastian sits on one side next to him, while Safiya takes her place on the other. Your family is here, Darius. This is the momentum of history. The fate of everything depends on the decisions we make here and now. You've been on the wrong side ever since you took Markandi's offer. It's not too late to slay your demons, she says. But I've tormented and imprisoned my son. I've even threatened to kill his mate. I abandoned you, Safiya, and I stood by and said nothing when Queen Maria took the life of the father of your siblings, Kyra. How can you forgive me for everything I've done? Both Sebastian and Safiya rub his back to quell the regret that's overwhelming him. It's a heartbreaking scene that I never thought I'd see. You never told me you underwent re-education, Father. This explains so much. Now I know why you were so heartless and rigid with me growing up. Why would you willingly go through something like that? Sebastian asks. Masego hands the Count a blood bag and a glass of white wine. It was part of the agreement I made with the Coven. Queen Maria allowed you to be born in exchange for my total submission. You see, I was to be the next emperor when Markandi passed. Centuries ago, when he found out I had fallen in love with the Queen of the Kingdom of Dawn, he decreed my line of succession severed. I was made the Count of the Kingdom of Orias, and I was forced to marry Safiya's sister, Julia. Upon Markandi's passing, Emmanuel Lescard de Font was made the King of Verinia until the next Emperor of the Nine Kingdoms could be elected. That's when the Coven had the foresight not to select a new emperor, but to create one instead. They would merge Emmanuel's, Maria's, and my DNA to birth an all-powerful vampire who would rule for all time. Therefore, when Queen Maria found out about your creation, Sebastian, she declared that you were born under the care of Julia and me. As part of the agreement, I had to enter re-education to wipe clean any feelings I had for Safiya. Everything was going as planned until you fell in love with Emmanuel's half-human daughter. I suppose you can say this is fate. Everyone except for Safiya looks at him stunned. This explains why the Coven is so adamant about Anastasia mating with Sebastian. Unfortunately for them, that will never happen, not as long as I breathe. Now that you're back to your normal self and free from the Coven's mind control, what will you do? Asks Safiya. He turns to her and places his hand on her thigh. I don't know. I'm afraid for the future. I don't know if I want to become human. He responds. Kyra and I have been in love for close to 2 years, yet we're still vampires. We were hoping you could tell us why, says Sebastian. Drinking another glass of wine Masego handed him, the Count glances over at his son while caressing Safiya's thigh. Your longevity as a vampire has me just as bewildered as you. If I had an answer for you, I'd be more than willing to share it, he says. Sebastian sighs, as does my mother. Masego begins to pour him another glass, but I stop him. I put my hand over the top of his cup and push it away. I sit on Sebastian's lap and turn my focus to his father. I think he knows what I'm going to ask, so there's no need for continued pretenses. So, are you going to help us or remain neutral? If you choose to sit on the sidelines, you are welcome to stay here in my kingdom. If you choose to help us, then he won't help us. Sebastian says, cutting me off. The Count flinches from his son's fast evaluation of his character.
How are you so certain that I won't help? Because you've never helped me before. Nothing I have ever done has been good enough for you. Why should I believe you'll help us now?
The Count lowers his head.
I had my emotions blocked. I'm sorry.
You chose to have those emotions blocked.
Understand this, my son. I did what I did because I believed it was best for the Coven, for our world. Well, I'm sorry, but look around. I hate to break this to you, but it's the Coven that isn't good for the world,
says Masego. The Count looks up at him.
You think hoarding human beings in a run-down wasteland so they could be hauled off like cattle is what's good for the world? You can survive on synthetic blood, although you still chose to slaughter humans for the taste. Your way is what's best for the Coven, not the world. You don't even share the blood from the humans you kill with the other kingdoms. The Coven is selfish, merciless, genocidal, and authoritarian. The word good doesn't come to mind when I think of these traits.
Masego continues. With his emotions free to thrive, the Count stands from his seat and walks to the corner of the room. Safia follows him with sympathy in her eyes. I take Sebastian's hand and shake my head. He gives me a look as if I shouldn't get involved, but I know all too well of the things going through his mind.
He doesn't deserve our sympathy or understanding,
he says. My love, I know how you must feel. He was under the influence of the Coven.
He chose to be under their influence.
To save you and Safia. I know it's hard, Sebastian, but look at him now. I've never seen him like this. He truly regrets everything he's done. You saw it for yourself in Francesco's construct. Sebastian runs his fingers through my hair and kisses my head.
How can you forgive him after everything he did to you?
He whispers. I pull him closer so he can feel my breath on his skin. One of the edicts of the Alliance Sanctuary is forgiveness. He smiles and kisses my lips, and I have to stop myself from putting my tongue in his mouth. Pulling away, I take the glass of wine meant for the Count. I drink it all in one swig and set the glass on the table as Florian enters the room. My queen, we have full connection with all the kingdoms, excluding Orius and Academicus. Queen Ariel is quite the charmer. If not for her, we never would have made it this far. Also, for the love of the gods, what the hell is the Count of Orius doing here? He exclaims. He backs away in fear.
Florian Kuhn? Is that you?
Says the Count. Nativ comes in after him, still distraught with anger. He heads over to the bar area and grabs a bottle of red wine. He'll kill us all, shouts Florian. He runs over to Nativ, causing him to spill wine on his lap. What are you doing, Florian? Scolds Nativ. He takes a cloth, wipes away the spilled wine, and grabs Florian by the arm. Stop moving before you make me spill more of this fine-aged wine, he says. It's the Count of Orius. I know that. They captured him and brought him here, says Nativ. The rest of us look at the Count and raise our brows.
What did you do to him, father?
Asks Sebastian. What did he do? He's the one who suggested to Maria that I be excommunicated from Verinia, Florian shouts. All of us shoot a surprised glare at the Count. It was you? I ask.
Yes, it was me,
he says nonchalantly.
Although if I hadn't, you'd be dead, Florian. The Archduke wanted you to be executed. I convinced the Coven to let you live.
Florian stares at him, confused and still fearful. By the look on his face, I can see he doesn't know whether the Count is telling him the truth or not. How can I be so sure? He says, hiding behind Nativ.
You're still alive, are you not?
Says the Count. Nativ takes Florian by the arm and pushes him away. I'm sure he's not going to hurt you, so stop crowding me, would you? Nativ takes his wine and drinks straight from the bottle. The Count approaches Florian in a flash and displays his fangs. He touches Florian's cheek with the backs of his fingers and smiles.
You have nothing to fear from me, old friend. I know your genius and ingenuity well. Now I see where my son and his mate got their advanced technology. The Coven was foolish to throw you out. I'm glad you have found a new alliance to further your work.
Florian takes a few steps back and bumps into Nativ again, causing him to spill more wine down his chin.
That's the last straw, he says, before taking his bottle and moving over to the council's table where Sebastian and I sit. The Count walks back over to Safia and drops to his knees. Safia runs her hands through his hair and caresses his temples. "Can you forgive me?" he asks of her. She lowers herself down to him seductively and raises his head with her index finger. Her eyes are a blend of red and gold. Her fangs are extended, as are her claws. "If you ever abandon me again, Darius, I'll kill you," she threatens. Everyone is taken aback, and Florian stares at them matter-of-factly and then smiles. Safia runs a single claw over the Count's chin, drawing blood. She licks her finger and pierces him with her gaze. "You have me now. I will not lose you or my son again," the Count proclaims. "Is that true, Father? Will you never betray us? Do you seriously promise to stand by my mate and me until the end? To reject the Coven and their laws for the sake of love?" Sebastian's eyes glow as he approaches his father, searching him for the truth. "Yes, my son. You have torn down the barriers I used to protect myself from emotions. This is the real me, truly and fully. If I do betray you, then Safia can kill me. I won't even try to stop her," he says, without a hint of subterfuge in his eyes. "Then so be it. Masego will instruct you in the ways of the Alliance Sanctuary. Until you are well versed in our laws, you will not be allowed to leave Dragoius. Is that clear?" I say assertively. He stands, takes Safia's hand, and smiles at me. "I know now why my son fell in love with you. You are a strong, empowered, confident woman who wields her influence gracefully and strategically. I can't think of anyone who would serve my son better." He bows to me before Safia, Nativ, and Masego walk him down the hallway. Sebastian hugs me from behind and kisses the back of my head. "I never thought I'd see the day." "Well, that turned out to be pretty festive, if I must say," Florian comments. "Now, if you will forgive me, my queen, I must head down to the bunker and start work on your aircraft. I have no doubt the Coven is repairing their weapons as we speak. But what of the kingdoms of Orius and Academicus? They aren't connected to the link, are they?" asks Alessandro. We all stand and stare at each other. Not one of us has a plan to infiltrate these kingdoms, as it's too risky to travel across the flatlands now that we've shown ourselves to the Coven in Verinia. The only way this is going to work is if all 9 kingdoms see the message simultaneously. "I can help," says the Count, who comes strolling back into the council's ward with a glass of red wine. Masego and Safia give chase behind him. "Damn it, this guy's fast," says Masego. The Count looks at his arms and chest and breathes in deeply. "My strength and gifts are back to full power. I'm rejuvenating," he says, fangs visible. Sebastian's eyes glow red, as do mine. "With my emotions intact, I have an even greater range and better control of my gifts. I haven't felt this way in centuries." Safia makes it over to him, but before she can say a single word, he grabs her in his arms and kisses her deeply. She keeps her eyes open for a moment, surprised, before she embraces the kiss, closes her eyes, and wraps her arms around him. Their tongues slip in and out of sight, and he squeezes her tighter and pushes his tongue deeper into her mouth. I know what's happening. The irrationality that comes with love and passion is surfacing within him. I dare not think what someone like him will do if his love is taken from him. It was bad enough with Sebastian and me during our first year together. Who knows where this will go with his father? "I need you, right here and now," the Count says desperately. "Come, there's a room down the hall," says Safia. "Wait, that's our room," Sebastian says in protest. The Count turns to us and smiles. "You are so right, my son. It is our room." He scoops Safia into his arms and vanishes from sight within seconds. Sebastian sighs. Seems as though having his emotions back hasn't made him any less inconsiderate. "My son, can you hear me? I'll speak to the queens of Orius and Academicus within the hour. I'll get you into those kingdoms. You need not worry," the Count says in our minds. "Did you hear that?" I exclaimed to Sebastian. I had fed on him earlier, making our mind-thought connection faint, yet still viable. "Yes, I heard it," he says. I'm still not sure we can trust his father, even though his emotions are functioning.
Are you sure about him, my love? I ask. Alessandro and Anastasia come to us and look at Sebastian just as I do. After the way they were betrayed so many times over by the Coven, they, too, have their doubts. I'll let you know the moment I sense deceit within him, my queen, says Francesco, who sits at the bar and takes a glass of wine. I know Francesco is in his 40s, but he still has the body of an 11-year-old boy. To see him drinking is so strange. So many things to do and so little time. I have to check on Vanitia and Count Vega to see if they're acclimating to human life. I also have to inform Queen Ariel of her count's reversion. If Sebastian's father is true to his word in helping us, I will be forever grateful. It's the least he can do after everything he's done to us. Alessandro and Anastasia joined Francesco at the bar and poured themselves some wine. That's when the screams and banging begin. Like savage animals, they go at it without the slightest bit of consideration for everyone else in the palace. "Take me, Darius!" yells Safia. They growl loudly, and the entire room shakes. "Okay, I do not need to hear this," says Sebastian. He exits the council's ward and heads down to the bunker. Florian follows behind him. Everyone else leaves the room as well, and my mother goes to check on Isaac and Monica. No doubt they, too, can hear Safia and the Count going at it. I head down to the bunker myself and close the door behind me. I hope that we won't be able to hear their ruckus from down below. Chapter 19. What does the Archduke know? "You will die if you don't tell us what you know, you disgusting, insidious bastard!" shouts Nativ. Whip in hand, he lashes the Archduke through the cage. His eyes are burning red as he hits the Archduke repeatedly. Before the Archduke can get a single word in, Nativ brings down the whip again and again with full force. I run into the holding area and tackle Nativ to the floor before he can strike the Archduke again. Alessandro holds him down and takes the whip from his hand. Fangs at the ready, Nativ tries to get free, but Alessandro is joined by Evangeline, who holds him where he is. The Archduke cowers in the corner of his cell, dripping with blood. His clothes are torn to shreds, and he has open wounds all over his back. "You will pay for what you've done!" bellows Nativ. Anastasia throws the Archduke a blood bag and takes over for Alessandro. My sisters breathe onto Nativ just as before to calm his rage. "I will tell you nothing," shouts the Archduke. I walk over to the cage where he's crouched in the corner, sucking on his blood bag. "Why do you hold so fast to your coven? Can't you see that your defeat is all but certain?" I say, trying to reason with him. He finishes his bag and throws it at me. It hits the cage bars and he laughs as his wounds begin to heal. We've spread the word of what the Coven is willing to do just to keep itself in power. 7 of the 9 kingdoms know of our revolution. They've seen the burning rays of light from the satellite as they hit Earth. They are turning against you. We are turning against you. Your own brutality will be your undoing. This is your chance at redemption. Tell us what you know. What other plan is the Coven concocting against us? I demand of him. He crawls over to the bars of the cage and gazes up at me. "The rule of 3 will never win. The world belongs to us, to vampires alone." He reaches inside of his mouth and breaks his right fang in half. Light twinkles from the fractured half fang still attached to his gums, and it flames upward into his head. My guards aim their UV weapons at him just in case this is a repeat of what he did to us before. As I've said, I'd rather die than tell you anything. With a flash, the light from his broken fang incinerates his head and neck, leaving him ash. "No! Revenge is mine!" screams Nativ. He breaks free of my sisters and rushes to the cage where he claws at what's left of the Archduke. Slowly, the rest of the Archduke's body turns to nothing. Nativ drops to his knees as the ash runs through his fingers. Sebastian and his father look on from the doorway in complete shock. "That bastard," murmurs the Count. My sisters and Alessandro drag Nativ from the cage bars and out of the room. Tears stream down his face upon the realization that his vengeance has once again been stolen from him. "Are you all right?" Sebastian asks me. Yes, I'm fine. I watch the cage as the ash crumbles and burns. What do you know of the rule of 3? I ask the Count. He looks at me, bewildered.
Rule of 3?
Yes, rules of 3 or rule of 3, something like that. I remember Swithoon spouting off something about it when we found him in the Institute of Histories. I also recall my father saying something about a rule of 3. Do you have any idea what that means? The Count shrugs and shakes his head.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea. From what I remember, ancient humans developed a belief system almost 600 years ago where they talked about a rule of 3. Other than that, I can't tell you much about it. It was before my time, he says. I sigh as our guards put out the flames of the Archduke's ashes. Perhaps the next time I dream, I can get my father to elaborate a bit more on what this rule of 3 thing is all about. I remember he told me he couldn't say much about it. Nevertheless, there are people here who speak of it, so it isn't exactly a secret. Safia enters the room, accompanied by Masego and Queen Goldrose. I turn around, surprised. I had no idea she was in my kingdom. Queen Kyra? She bows gracefully. My queen. Queen Goldrose just arrived here an hour ago. She would like to join you and Sebastian on your voyage to the satellite,
says Masego. My brow wrinkles as I gaze at her, confused. She has to know that it would be dangerous for her in space without protection from the sun. Are you sure about that? I ask, hoping she'll reconsider. She smiles at me, her green eyes hypnotic. She's exerting her lust influence, although I'm not sure if she's doing it purposefully or if it just comes naturally. You will need my help, Queen Kyra. I sent assassins to terminate the Count of Merlotica and Hymain the moment the rays from the satellite went offline, she says. Excuse me? I exclaim, trying to conceal my shock.
You did what?
Says the Count, who is just as stunned by this news. I really had no choice in the matter. He knows the access codes to my kingdom's mainframe. We changed them in secret just in case something like this rebellion happened someday. With the last of the humans in Hymain sent to Verinia, he was going to the palace to give the Coven our access codes. There was no other way, she says.
Doesn't Florian have control over all the systems worldwide now that Quantseeker is connected to the Coven's computer mainframe?
Says Sebastian. Yes, but still there was no guarantee the Coven wouldn't be able to take control of our systems.
And what would be the reason for you to join us on our way to the satellite? You know there's nothing to protect you from the sun and space,
says Sebastian. Goldrose's fangs extend, and she glares at Nativ and Sebastian. I need to see it, she says. See what? I ask. She turns to me and curls her lips. Space. I need to see the marvel of space. Everyone looks at each other as we try to piece together precisely what appeals to Goldrose about going into space.
Are you serious right now?
Says the Count. Listen, I'm going with you. If something goes wrong, you'll need an extra pair of hands. I'll take every precaution to protect myself from the sun, she says adamantly. Sebastian shrugs.
I have no objection to her coming with us.
Her eyes light up and her lust influence becomes more engaging to the senses. Fine, you can come with us, I tell her. She jumps with glee and gives me a tight hug. Her soft, petite teenage body is so fragile that I stop myself from hugging her back. All the men, except for Sebastian, begin to exhibit effects of Goldrose's lust influence. Anastasia takes Goldrose by the shoulder and scoops her up in her arms. Let's get you ready for some space travel, she says in haste before ferrying her out of the room. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief the moment she leaves.
Wow, that was intense,
says one of the guards. I watch as all the men gather their bearings. Her influence isn't as intense as when I first met her, but she still does have a strong sway on the opposite sex, no matter how little she projects it. Masego, could you please inform me the next time she comes here? I had no idea anyone would be able to make it across the flatlands after the land had been scorched, I say.
My queen, we had no idea she was coming here ourselves. She's used our light-shifting technology. At any rate, she did contact us a mile out as the dagger wolves were giving her problems.
I sigh and pat him on the shoulder. I can't believe she terminated her count without letting anyone within the Alliance Sanctuary know about it. It will only be a matter of time before the Coven declares an all-out war against the other kingdoms. I must release my message soon. Once everyone hears the truth, there will be no one to back the Coven. They will collapse on themselves. This is our only chance, and no one since the dawn of the vampire has come this far in bringing the Coven down. Sebastian takes my arm and turns me around to face him.
I think they're all right now,
he says in reference to everyone Goldrose afflicted with her lust influence. I take his head in my hands and kiss his forehead. Come, we have much to do. I grab his hand and drag him out. Everyone follows suit as the guards finish cleaning up the ash left by the Archduke. I plan to announce to the whole of my kingdom before we leave for orbit. If all goes well, Florian will be able to play my message the second we connect Quantseeker to the satellite. I just hope the modifications our scientists made to my aircraft will be efficient. We have no time to run tests, and once we leave the atmosphere, it will be a one-time event. It will be worth the risk. Chapter 20. Passion is the cure. The attacks have begun. The Count of Orias was true to his word in getting in touch with the rulers of the Academicus and Orias kingdoms. The Queen of Orias, who hasn't spoken to the Count in over a century, was all too glad to hear from him. She and the Queen of Academicus allowed our people in under the guise they were working for the Coven to upgrade their systems. It was a clever ploy that didn't last long, however. Coven members in the Kingdom of Dawn informed Queen Maria of the absence of Saphia. It didn't take long for her to put the two together. With the Archduke gone, there's no one else to restrain her. The Coven voted unanimously to invoke martial law upon all 9 kingdoms. They won't stop until they've rooted out everyone who was loyal to us and killed them. It's only by the ingenuity of Florian and our science team that we now have full control over all communication systems. Since then, Florian has been able to hack into their defense system, which stopped them from dropping hydrogen bombs throughout the Shadowlands. We destroyed the Coven's other weapons, so, in their desperation, they turned to more archaic yet brutally destructive types of weaponry. No doubt, bombs of that yield will not only destroy the Shadowlands, but also reach the doorstep of Verinia. They must be fraught if they're willing to kill themselves just to stop us. We've been able to hold off most of their attacks on the 9 kingdoms, but the longer we wait, the more Quantseeker's control over their AI mainframe wanes. We approach the bunker, where our scientists have made all the necessary updates to my aircraft. The only time we have to test the aircraft's abilities is when it's in action. I can only hope we aren't sucked into the vacuum of space when we clear Earth's atmosphere. Sebastian's father made one thing clear. After helping us get into the last 2 kingdoms, he will remain neutral. The secrets he divulged about Queen Maria and Markandi I are invaluable. I had to adjust my message that is to be broadcast to include them. I'm sure the rest of the world will be as shocked as I was once they hear what the Queen and the Coven have been hiding. While the Count wants to see us succeed, he still harbors some loyalty to the Coven. So he says. This dilemma within him forces him to choose to remain out of sight. However, Sebastian and I know the real reason for his hesitation, and it has nothing to do with Coven loyalty. He's afraid to fall in love and become human. He's scared of losing his gifts, and with them, the power he wields. But that doesn't matter now. As long as he will not interfere with what we have to do, he can remain neutral for as long as he desires. Queens Lydia of Redsong, Npl of Corisa, Layla of Civitas, Barbiel of Jordania, and Ariel of Bloodmoon are all standing by, waiting for us to make contact with the satellite. Goldrose is already on site, readying herself for departure. I've never been so nervous in my life. The idea of going into space is daunting, and it hasn't quite hit me until now. Monica and Isaac are here in the bunker to bid me farewell, as is my mother. The entirety of my kingdom has crowded around the palace to see us off. As I put on my spacesuit, Sebastian makes his way over to me. He's already fully dressed in his spacesuit. "Is everything good?" he asks. I strap on my lightweight boots and look up at him, thinking about everything that I'm doing just to be with him. I can't believe we've come this far. I stand and adjust my suit so it fits snugly.
"You've come this far because of you," he says.
The roof to the bunker opens, and we see the stars twinkling in the night sky. The courting moon is there, and within the next few hours, it will shine its blissful rays upon the world. This is it. This is where our revolution will end and the rise of a new world will begin. Goldrose boards the aircraft and waves for us to come along. Contrary to my wishes, my sisters and Alessandro chose to join the fighting in the flatlands to help the kingdoms Dawn and Carissa against the Coven's attacks. These two kingdoms are closest to the Circle Realm, which encompasses Verinia and the Shadowlands. The Verinian army hasn't been able to make it past the 8th Kingdom of Dawn, as they're putting up a resilient fight with the help of the other 5. The kingdoms of Academicus and Arius are fighting with the Coven, however. This is the bloodbath I was hoping to avoid. With the light from the courting moon coupled with my message to the world, I will pray to those who came before me that all will lay their weapons down and revel in the truth. I look down at my siblings and smile. I'm doing this not only for myself, but for them as well, for their futures and the futures of their children. I kneel down and hug them both tightly. Sebastian approaches us from behind and hugs us.
"Be safe out there, big sister," says Monica.
I hug her tighter while trying to hold back tears. Everything we've done has led us to this moment, and I will not falter. Not now, not ever.
"Take care of our sister, Sebastian. You promise us,"
says Isaac. Sebastian runs his hand over Isaac's head. "With my life," he says, holding out his pinky. "I'll pinky swear you." They interlock fingers and shake. Florian places his hand on my shoulder. "It's time," he says. He hands me 2 Quant Seeker devices. I stand and look around the room at all those who were counting on us to succeed. These people are my family. What my father began, I will finish this day. The thunder outside from the Coven's low-yield bombs is getting closer. The dagger wolves are being slaughtered, and eventually, the Coven's attacks will rain down on Dragoius. They may not be able to see us, but with the way they're randomly striking the Shadowlands, one of them may get lucky. I have my fleet on standby just in case they do. Until then, we will remain on guard. I'd rather not attack them and reveal our location. That would put my citizens at risk, and that isn't something I'm willing to do. Not yet, anyway. I take Sebastian's hand and board my aircraft. Goldrose closes the hatch, and I take my place in the cockpit. The helmet looks somewhat different from before, as do most of the controls. They've completely revamped this aircraft into a spacecraft. It looks amazing. I place the helmet on my head and feel a sudden rush over my body. It soon passes, and I'm one with the mainframe. My fangs and claws extend, making me feel more powerful than I ever have been. It's just as it was before, my queen. Just tell the aircraft what you want it to do, and it will be so. In the back, you will find an airlock where Sebastian will be able to exit into space to gain access to the satellite. You can pressurize the airlock compartment with your thoughts, just as you do when piloting. Good luck, my queen, says Florian through the speakers.
"I can't believe we're actually going to do this,"
Goldrose says excitedly. I take my seat, and Sebastian sits behind me and then straps himself in. The anti-gravity propulsion is engaged, and I take us out of the bunker slowly. We ascend into the air, and I see the entire population of my kingdom surrounding the palace, waving to us as we depart. Hold on, you two, I say to Sebastian and Goldrose. I dig my claws into the arms of my seat and take us straight into the air. Within a matter of minutes, we break the sound barrier, and the force of the G's weighs down on us. Had we been human, we would have passed out from the force. Soon, the clouds and atmosphere dissipate, the gravity around us vanishes, and anything that isn't strapped down starts to float. I'm sorry, my queen, we didn't have time to install artificial gravity in your ship, says one of the scientists from the monitors in the dashboard. Goldrose unstraps herself and drifts to one of the side windows so she can gaze outside. I turn us around and look at Earth in all its glory. A massive continent surrounded by vast water mass. It looks as though our planet is made of 90% water. It's amazing. The IHP was right, after all. We look closely and see the exact location of where the meteor struck the planet. Such destructive power should have wiped out all life. It's a miracle anyone survived. I've been waiting for this all my life, says Goldrose. She floats from one end of the ship to the other, gazing at Earth and space from as many angles as she can. Goldrose, make sure you put down the sun visor on your helmet. We're about to enter the side of the planet where the sun is currently shining, says Sebastian. I lower the shades over the windows to give her extra protection. She puts her visor over her head and floats to her seat. I'm ready, she says. I turn us outward, and the satellite is in plain view. I take a deep breath when I see other satellites orbiting around the planet. They look ancient and dead. What are those? Asks Sebastian. He floats from his seat and over to the window. A large tube-like structure that looks as if it's made of aluminum drifts by. There are letters written on the bottom. NASA. What does that mean? I ask. I'm not sure, but that thing kind of looks like a telescope, says Sebastian. We ignore it for now and stay on course to the satellite. There will be plenty of time to explore this ancient debris once this is all over. I take us out steadily. This blue marble we call home is more beautiful than anything I've ever seen. The green aurora shifts over the sky like the fog that covers a lake. The closer we get to the satellite, the more massive it becomes. We enter the light, and both Sebastian and I look at Goldrose to ensure she's okay. I'm fine, you two, she says. We make our approach and come face to face with this massive structure. From Earth's surface, this thing looks the size of a swanberry, but up close, we can see its actual size. It rivals the Coven's palace in mass. I can't believe this satellite is unmanned. One would think this thing would require an entire team of engineers to keep it operational. We stop just 10 feet from it and hold our position. Before Sebastian can put on his helmet, I unstrap myself and rush to his lap. I put my arms around him and kiss his soft lips. I don't want to let go. Be safe out there, Sebastian. Promise me. He looks into my eyes and then pricks his thumb with his fang. Blood floats from his finger before he rubs it across my lips. I lick them and suck on his thumb. The blood fills me with his essence. I feel my eyes glow. I want more of him. The mind-thought connection is engaged, and I sense how nervous he is. Not for having to go out into space, but for losing me. I love you, Kyra. Let's finish this, he says. He pulls his thumb from my mouth and places the helmet on his head. Kyra, the Coven has found Dragoius. We are under attack. You must hurry, my mother says over the speaker. Without a second more to delay, Sebastian straps his helmet in place to make sure it's airtight. I open the airlock compartment and he flies into it hastily. He seals it shut and the chamber depressurizes. Slowly, he opens the hatch leading to space. He's out there doing what he's meant to do. Sebastian flies to the front of the ship and waves at us before heading to the satellite. I blow him a kiss. He pulls the 2 quant seekers from his pouch and launches them at the satellite. They connect beautifully and soak into the structure in their liquid metallic form. Within minutes, the satellite shifts and trembles, it stalls, and it's no longer circling the planet. We have it! You did it! We have complete control over all the Coven systems. The Coven is dead in the water, shouts Florian. Sebastian flies to the top of the satellite and gazes at the landmass. It looks like the bombs have stopped dropping, he says, muffled through the speaker in his helmet. He turns to face us and then points outward. Kyra, turn the ship around, look, he shouts. We see a luminous blue glow immerse Sebastian in the satellite. I turn us around, only to be overtaken by the beauty of the courting moon in all its glory, as it's meant to be seen. All 3 of us are frozen in awe of its magnificent radiance. Queen Kyra, I'm going to broadcast your message, but first, I want to reflect the courting moon's glow to every inch of the world using the satellite. Please move your ship, my queen, says Florian. I look up at Sebastian, who is still hovering above the satellite. Go ahead, I'll catch up, he says. I move us out of the way, and the satellite extends its solar panels, which reflect the courting moon's glow to the landmass of Earth. I look down on the planet, and my image is in the sky. It comes across the monitor of the computer mainframe of my ship as well. You've done it, Queen Kyra. You've defeated the Coven, says Goldrose in amazement. Joy fills my heart as I hear my voice being broadcast over the speakers of the ship. I'm on my way back. Hold the ship steady, says Sebastian. I want nothing more than to rip him out of his spacesuit and take him right here on this ship. We accomplished the impossible. I just can't believe it. Kyra, sweetie, come back now. The Coven's artilleries are falling, and those loyal to the Coven are laying down their weapons. Everyone is marveling at the glow of the courting moon and the truths you're revealing in your message. They now realize that passion is the cure. We need you to return now, Kyra, my mother says. Yes, Mother, we're on our way back now, and we are the rule of 3. Goldrose and I jump in our seats upon hearing the voice. We look around frantically, trying to find its source. That's when I see them. 3 stars swirling around Sebastian. His spacesuit melts off his body and he glows white. Sebastian! I scream while trying to maneuver the ship toward him, but I cannot move, nor can Goldrose. We're stuck adrift in space, unable to function. With all my willpower, I struggle to move us forward, yet I get nowhere. Sebastian of Orias, you are the chosen. You will come with us. You are to transcend. Become that of vampyre, that of seraph, that of human. The 3 voices echo throughout space. What the fuck is going on? Says Goldrose, gazing at them in awe. Soon, we're able to move again, and Sebastian starts to change. He grows wings of white and gold, just as I had seen so many times when I thought I was hallucinating. Unable to fathom what's happening, I try to will the ship to move forward, but it won't budge. Kyra, look! Screams Goldrose. I turn around and see my father, Emmanuel, materialize before me. He's unconscious and doesn't seem to be breathing. Father? Father! I shout. Kyra Lescar de Font, you have done well. You truly are the future of your people, the future of everything. We have given you back your father as a reward for your deeds. You must get him back to Earth within the next few minutes if you wish him to live. We will return soon. The 3 stars say as one. Goldrose jumps toward my father to check his vitals. My eyes are glued outside as the stars swarm around Sebastian, transforming him. I'm going out there, goddammit! I bellow and head toward the airlock. Kyra, wait! We have to get him to Earth now. You do want him to live, don't you? Says Goldrose. I'm utterly torn. I have no clue what the hell is going on or what I should do. I can't leave Sebastian out there alone. I fly toward the airlock, but Goldrose grabs me. He'll die, Kyra. Your father will die! She yells. Tears float from my eyes. My entire body shakes. I look out the window as Sebastian shines as bright as the sun. The 3 stars circle his body faster, and they move away from the planet, farther and farther. God damn it! I scream as loud as I can. My father or Sebastian? I have to make an impossible choice. I don't know what to do. Kyra, listen. Those things said they'll be back soon, which means Sebastian will be back soon too. Whatever they are and whatever they're doing to him, just rest assured they will return. Goldrose says. But they're killing him! I yell. He doesn't look like he's dying. It looks like he's being transformed into an angel or something, she says. Shaking with rage, I take another look at my father, who isn't moving or breathing. What are you doing to him? I scream. He is the chosen. He will fulfill his mission set by Omni of the multiverse. Please go now, Kyra, if you wish for your father to live. The stars say in an enchanting voice. All my logic is leaving me. I'll die without him. Kyra, we must go, says Goldrose. Fuck! I yell before taking my seat and returning to Earth. Once again, Sebastian has been taken from me, but this time by an unknown force. My father will have answers, I know it. I have to get him back home so he can tell us what's going on. As we make our descent into the atmosphere, I look up and watch as Sebastian and the stars fly deeper into the abyss of space. Gravity engulfs the ship and tears stream down my face. Soon, All sight of them is lost. To be concluded.
Cover yourself with a blanket, silent breathing. There are demons in your room. Don't be scared, there's no reason for the tears you shed. Tonight I'll come back singing sweet lullabies until your dreams come alive. And all of the angels sing along, turning your world into a song. I'm gonna keep you safe and warm. Sleep on, sleep on. When all of the sirens slowly fade, you know that I have found my way. There's no need to be afraid. Hold on to me. We say goodbye to all that was and drown